Hello my fellow Earthlings, I just finished a new painting and it is this. It is a portrait of one of the leaders in the sailors, not sailors union, but the people who actually own the boats union. It is a commission work and I have worked like crazy on this, and this is then the process video which comes after this. And I hope that you take the time to actually watch it. It's a very long video, actually. So I also have done a lot of streams of it, so you can find those on my channel. Now the subject was this photo. You can actually see, I think I came quite close, and yeah, so with this. I show you, of course, all the textures and stuff, and also in the end there's a video that I show you more of it. So with this, I hope that you will give it a thumbs up, leave a comment. It's very important for the algorithm, and thumbs up are very important. Also, if you want to support my work, you can do that by going to my Patreon. You'll find a link in the description. Or if you want me to teach you how to paint, there's a tier there, so you can add up to, subscribe to. If you just want to support me, you can do that by buy me a coffee. You find a link in the description on my channel. And you also can see all my, you can also give super chats on my streams and stuff like that. And you can also give me a gift. There's many ways to support me. So it would be nice if you do, but most important is thumbs up, leave a comment, and tell me what you think. So with this, I hope to see you at the end of this video, and please subscribe and share on social media. Yay, thank you. Yay, here I am, starting up a new project. It is this. It's a portrait of, it's a commission work. It's a portrait of leader in the shipping organization in Haugesund, where I come from, in Karmøy. And it's supposed to hang in, yeah, as a tribute, I guess. So this is what I'm gonna paint. It's actually quite nice because I was really lucky with a photo shoot. It was easy to photograph, and it became a very painted. The photo became very painted. There's a lot of detail in the face to work with, and it's going to be quite easy to build it as a sculpture. Not easy, but I have a lot to work with, and that's a good thing. And that's what you need to create a good painting. You need a good subject. So with this, watch me paint, and hope you see the whole process. It's going to be a long one because this is going to take all my skill. So here we are. I'm going to turn this into a full maximum time painting course. I'm going to measure here as usual, and it's a little bit over 1/3 of a head up. It is 1, 2, and basically 3 and a little bit. So I think it will be about here, and I need to figure out how many heads down, because this head goes a little bit over, and this goes 1, 2, 3, a little bit too much, which means I need to go a little bit more down. This, yes. Then I go 1, 2, 3, and now it's okay. So it's here and here. Okay, there and there. And this might be a little bit over to the right. You see 1, 2, and a little bit. Let me see now one more time. 1, 2, a little bit. 1, and yeah, as I thought, it's a little bit more to this side. So it will be approximately here, maybe here, and here. So then it becomes 1, 2, a little bit, and it becomes 1, 2, and it goes out a bit. Then I take the first stroke. As usual, I just put in a point here and a point here, and the light areas are on this side, and I'm just gonna do some gravure now. I'm gonna take it a little bit more down. See, I've been exercising a lot lately, so holding up my arm, I get a little bit tired, like this. I'm gonna also do a full sketch tutorial. I don't want to make any 2 files. I could have done that also, but that's for another painting. This will just be 1 file, and yeah. So now I'm just trying to fish out the basics, What kind of a pointy nose? Here. Oh, my arm is so heavy. Damn. Didn't know that. Didn't notice that when we were out today. Let's see, like this. Goes like this, down here. And see, it's a medium. That's over here. I'm gonna try to do the 30 minutes or 20 minutes segments, maybe 30, and then you can see basically a lot of the process happening in front of your eyes. Now I use, I tend to forget all the time what I use as a basis for my skin tone is the primary colors, like the yellows and the reds, and then I have this I think it's very good to use. It's called Naples Gel Extra, and it has this yellowish tone, so you can easily twist it over to the green and over to the red. So I like to use that as a basis for the, yeah, I'm just going to use a bigger pencil, a bigger one. So yeah, just going to grab the color and add brushwork instead. Now when I use this Naples Gel, it is very good also to mix it with my alizarin crimson. You can also use Kraplak. I think I'm going to start actually testing out Kraplak. I have started out testing ivory black because I have basically used blue black for many of the things, but I have decided to go for also using the ivory black because I noticed it kind of tones down the colors in a different way. The blue black is, as it is in the name, it is more bluish, and when it is more bluish and I maybe paint something that is bluish, it's very good to use it. But if I paint something that is going to be more earthy, or like skin tones tend to become a little bit too blue, I think. So I'm gonna try out stuff and see if I can figure out a better way to use it. Yeah, that was this. You see, everything now is just basically testing out, sketching loosely. There was this guy who was very impressed with me not using any tracing, and I don't. Not at all. I would consider it being cheating. I have that classical thing. I'm just going to measure again. 1 and a little bit, and that's what it is here. It's 1 and a little bit. It doesn't matter if it gets a little bit too big. What I don't want to is that it becomes too small. 1, 2, and 3. Yeah, that was exactly actually. But here's going to be 1, 2, 3, and yeah, it's on a knife's edge actually. So it's good. It's good. I should have had better pencils. All my pencils totally worn down, or that can be a serious problem when you start a new painting. I think it's better to have a totally fresh start with new pencils and stuff when you start out a new painting. But that's me, I guess. Yeah. It would have been fun to do very long, several file course, and then basically call it that, you know, painting course. When you go to people, oh, your videos are so long and stuff, and I can agree with one thing. It should be, I should maybe be more to the point and talk about painting. Like, why did I do that direction? Well, I do it because there are directions in the face. You know what I mean? The nose goes up like this, and it goes kind of down like this, and then there comes in here, the light here. You know, I have this, and I do like this, and like here. You see what I mean? So yeah, maybe I should actually hang the other one here so you can actually see what I'm painting while I'm painting it, like this. Yeah, I think that's good. I think it's about there. So now you can see exactly what I'm painting. And I want to see if I hung it the right place. It's going to be this. This is how I measure. It's very crude. It's not a exact thing I do. And I think it's a good thing not to be too exact. I'm just going to get some more tape. I like this duct tape actually. It has also dried very well, this canvas, so I have to. It was funny, not often I took the picture of him, and it was quite fast actually. Let me see now. Just gonna see now. Just hang it a little bit lower. tiny bit lower. Here. And yeah, something like this maybe. Yeah, I think that is, wait a minute. No. Here. Yeah, okay. It's good. About here. That was maybe a little bit too low again. See now? Now it should be quite correct. This, there, okay, I'm gonna have it like this. Okay, now we see. As I said, I like it to be a little bit crude, a little bit rough in the beginning, because, as I said many times before, I shouldn't say that anymore. If I said it before, it doesn't matter. Every single video, every single course is a little bit different. There are basically 8 billion people in the world, and every time a new person sees one of my videos, it's going to be new for him. And yeah, so it doesn't matter if I said it before in my videos. Anyway. When it's loose, it is easier for me to create a more dynamic surface. Yeah. So that is why I prefer to kind of have it open and not be very rigid with a sketch. It has to do with, as you get more, as they say in Norway, erfaring. It's actually dripping from the roof here. It's horrible. You can hear it in the background. Anyway, when it's loose, I have more wiggle room for making more dynamic sketches. But as you saw, I am measuring, and I do try to get some of it at least a little bit right. So yeah, that is what I do, my friend. Let me see now. Then I go deeper here, just to differentiate it a little bit. I think I'm going to use the ivory black here with some dye. You can see what happens. That happened actually. Here. Now I can actually drag more light into it as I go. It comes down, is here. Very short here. See now, this beard. What I do like is to just let the colors be mixed into one another on the surface. I think that is maybe the best way. Actually, what happens is on top over me there is when you go into the building, you have this. It's actually on the roof, but now it's been snowing a lot, so there's blown snow into the back, into that place, and when it melts, it actually starts to go through my roof. So that is, this is a cellar, so that is why it's dripping, and it's quite annoying. I should get that fixed. But that's how it is. So now, yeah, his eyebrows goes up. I do think I'm going to take it a nudge. A nudge. So, what I also could do is actually to just stop talking and then add in a voiceover. That could maybe be a good idea to start with, because then I would focus more what I'm talking about. But also I'm wondering about, you know, I make these very long tutorials, but also make some shorter ones and then use a voiceover instead, both, and mix maybe in both, mix in both time-lapse and slow-mo and slow motion, and focus in on the brushwork, and do make videos of the same files but are more consumer friendly, and for the ones of you who enjoy, because there's a few people who actually enjoys my long rants, and actually using them more like a smal or ASMR, this kind of as more like a company when they are painting. So yeah, that's nice to know that it kind of affect people in that way. So yeah. Just gonna add in some color here and kind of just get down. What's this? You see, it looks like him already. Of course, there's a sea of time until I'm done with, I'm pleased with it. But, you know. And this one I'm going to take, for every segment, I'm going to take a new photo of the face. So I have the whole process and not forget about that. Also, you have to be careful with this angle thing, because when I'm looking at this from this, it's different than if you look at it from here. So I have to be very mindful over that, I don't twist the perspective too much. And I basically need to go like this and look, and also have this one to look at there, because then I get it more on, or I can actually risk creating basically a two, you know, that I twist the one side of the head in the wrong way compared to the other side, and that's quite embarrassing, so I shouldn't do that. Here, goes like this, and like this, and here. His eyes were actually a little bit smaller. And here's a light. And here it goes down. Like this, like this, like this. And this is the most cozy part, but everything is new and exciting. And I just keep on adding paint in this dynamic dance. See now, I think this is more like this. Also, use a mirror. It's very good to use a mirror when you paint. because then it's easier to see where you go wrong. Just go in here, this one down like this. Now I just try to, basically, what I'm drawing now is basically almost drawing the thing here. Now it kind of looks like that character in the TV series about the future after the funny TV series, future after a nuclear bomb, or what is his name again? He has this, he doesn't have a kind of a nose, it's kind of probably burned off or something, but then when I start to add nose, suddenly he's got a nose. Yeah. Maybe I should focus a little bit closer so you can actually see better what I do. Like this. Maybe it's very bright actually. Maybe I should have had toned it down a little bit. So this is how it is. This one, now we have the shine in his eye, shine in his eye. There's an ear behind there. Come out like this. So we have this one. Here it goes out, and down here. Yeah. Okay. It's kind of have quite a cheek, so I need to get that right also. And it goes like down like this, it doesn't go in, it goes more like, if I measure, it goes more like this, not this. So, but that's what I do. I just pick up a little bit here and a little bit there, and I just keep on correcting and correcting and correcting. And that is the whole thing, you know, I just keep correcting until I get it right, I guess. And the thing is, I'm not nervous anymore. I used to be more nervous when I was painting, because especially if it was a commission work, because I was so afraid of not getting it right. But as I have progressed as a painter, I get more used to, despite the difficulties, maybe I give myself difficulties because I maybe sketch too fast or doesn't measure right or something like that. I kind of know that, like a piece of driftwood in the sea, I just touch it enough times with the element of the brush, and it sooner or later it will come out pretty good, you know. Okay, so that leaves me to maybe relax a little bit more and enjoy the painting process a little bit more. You know. This is as I said in my in one Christmas video I put out, where I talked about what I've learned. I said I would not take commission works if I didn't have to, because of my stupid use of money. That's what I said, you know, save your money so you don't have to do a lot of stuff you don't really have the time to do. Now this guy is a part of a big organization and is gonna hang in a public space. It's not a private thing. It's not gonna be in his living room. So it is actually a commission worth taking, because it's going to be, as I say, in a public place. But usually commission work will steal the time from your actual work. So yeah. So be careful with your money. Anyway, what can I say? I just keep using my Naples. I keep using my Alisarin, and actually now I'm using not the blue black, but the ivory black. Also, I can mix the ivory black and the blue black, and then the ivory black turns more against the blue, and you get a different thing. But what I see is what I thought. It gives, ivory black gives a more toned color. So maybe I was wrong using only blue black all these years. That was the secret, because I've been to museums and see how harmonious their colors were in the classical paintings. I thought it had something to do with the colors maybe fading or something a little bit, which also they do. They become less vivid over time. But I also think it has to do with ivory black. Now, don't use black. Don't use only black. You don't never use only black. You use it to tone colors with it, okay? Because if you use only black, it becomes like a hole in the painting. So you don't want to do that. You see now I'm building textures. And the light here. I'm getting pretty confident that this sketch is actually going somewhere. Oh God, how I enjoy this. Yeah, there we are. Just gonna continue here. That was a half an hour. So yeah, I'm just gonna continue with the sketching process. Did some photographing of it. I think I'm gonna do basically half hour bursts. I think that is the way to go here in this now. Because then I don't have to worry about how much time has passed. Also could put on a timer, of course. But anyway, now I'm gonna, as you can see, I'm working in directions here. I try to make this, if I build texture here, build brushwork here, and I do different ways, like down, like this. So in the end, You can say it's a form of, it is what I don't like most of the production of Picasso. It's not my thing. I don't think it's high skill. I think it's, I get a feeling that he was more, basically like one of the more narcissistic modernists who believe in their own myth, and I think everything they do is great just because they have a name or because they have fallen for this conceptual idea of skill is not the goal. It's not a goal in itself, which of course it is. I mean, how would human beings evolve into what we are today if we weren't skill-based? It just wouldn't have happened. Now, but when he was dissolving this into cubism, it is basically taking what I'm doing here, what is the basis of classical painting, to kind of follow directions and being able to see direction, and dissolving it and making that into an interesting concept. When it comes to Picasso, I have a feeling that is cynicism, that it made it easier for him to be a painter. Of course, in his youth he was classically educated, and it wasn't that he probably couldn't draw, but he never were Rembrandt or on that high level. So anyway, that was a digression, but that is basically what I'm doing here. I'm trying to follow directions and basically build the basis for a sculpture, and you be the judge of how much I succeed or not. So yeah, I also need to get the hair in. Maybe it's time for me to bring out the mirror and look if I have done some grave mistakes. It's always good to have this mirror and you look at a photo and painting at the same time. And what I can see, I'm on the right track, but I have painted his face a little bit too kind of, yeah, as I thought, because it's probably because I'm not standing here, so I'm painting it in this angle. Of course that could be a concept in itself. That is probably how there are some paintings, you look up to them, you see the whole thing, you go away from them and you can't just flatten out. And that is because the artist probably stood like this and he looked at the object like this and painted it like this, and when he moved away the painting gets kind of distorted. Yeah, I think it kind of probably was something like that. Anyway, so it's going to be broader. Head is going to be broader, not longer, but broader, and it's probably all the way out here, and that makes more sense already. I actually do like the ivory black quite well now, because I see that was probably what I was missing out on. Sadly, it took me like 15 years to figure that one out. But, you know, why not? Never too late. Also gotta try lamp black, figure out how I should use lamp black. so I have more wiggle room in the different nuances when it comes to black, adding black to the primary colors and toning them down and bringing them up and kind of creating this more natural feel to the colors. So there, so many times I think my colors are too vivid, and that might help actually bring them down a notch. So yeah, and here you have the ear. That comes longer out. I can actually bring in the background here because I think there is some French ultramarine and there is some Prussian blue and stuff behind here. And I see I let the background explain. And also go up here, do like this. Is that too low? I don't know, maybe it's going to be all the way down here. Yeah, of course, because I'm actually looking a little bit up to him and doing like this with his head. So I mustn't go too far up because I can't paint the forehead right in front, and I have to paint it like he's doing like this. So a lot of things to think about when you paint. But I can just feel how I'm getting better. I was actually worried for a while because I did have some problems getting started with my paintings for a while there because I was struggling with some inner conflicts. But now I feel like I have found how to live, how to deal with my personality, and it felt very liberating. Maybe I should tell you that, but someday, but for now I can just stick with the painting stuff. Yeah. It's basically, I can say it's basically how I try to negotiate with my lower origin or my inner ape, or my needs and lusts and habits, old habits and stuff. And I figured out that instead of trying to negotiate with my shadow, I would call it, or the ape, I just figured out the best thing was just to stop trying to negotiate and find a solution so we could both live. And I just figured out that I can't do that and live life in tranquility and consequence. So I just decided, after a lot of thinking, a lot of stress actually, to just end my relationship to my needs. Not needs, because my needs are actually being creative, being loving, being truthful to my principles and all that, but say farewell to trying to appease my inner Dexter or my inner ape or whatever you want to call it. You know, if you have seen the Dexter series, which of course ended badly, I think, but that doesn't really, but it was a good concept. If you can't decide who you want to be, if you keep on negotiating with your inner ape and your needs, you will never be able to win, because the needs of the animal within is totally different than the needs of the human part of the thing that makes you human. Your introspection, your morals, your intelligence, your visions, your everything. So I was struggling with that. I kind of wanted to have both. And I just decided to let the human part be the decision maker and stop negotiating, stop compromising, stop trying to find a solution, because there is no solution. The needy part of you will always need more, and it will also always step on what is the actual you, and the things that will give you inner peace and being truthful to both yourself and loved ones and principles and all these things. You can't have it both ways. It's just, and when I figured that out, it was like a burden just dropped from my shoulders, and I could actually start focusing on what's important. So yeah, it was my struggle. And I'm born with a very high testosterone. I'm born with a very, can I say, needy mind. So it was a struggle. So yeah, I think this sketch is actually becoming quite well, quite nice. It's just falling basically into place very fast. For almost a year, I had problems. When I was inside in prison, I wrote in my diary every day, in the evenings, thoughts, and I kind of knew what I wanted to do. I knew what I was writing, I knew. But then when I came out, I just couldn't figure out who I wanted to be. And it was like I didn't have anything to write. But maybe, yeah. But now, it's just, I can actually start. So yeah, I wasn't going to talk about it because I was supposed to talk about painting. But I mean, think about it yourself. And learn to see what comes from what is actually you, or what comes from your lower origins, and will always try to get you to go for the short bus and compromise yourself, both your morals and everything. Yay! Yeah, so that was my struggle. Mein Kampf, as they say in German. Now you see, I'm shaping this as I talk, because my brain has two different spheres. One is the visual part, the creative part, and one is the thinking part. And because my thinking is so clear now, I can actually do both at the same time. Yeah. Also, I have a little bit different brain than other people. I write with both my hands. I can't really decide if I'm left-handed or right-handed. So. And apparently the spheres in my brain has some woman traits, or some emotional. There are very large link between my two brain sides. I've got to know through brain scan. So I have brain that is a little bit different, a little bit off, normal but a little bit off. And I guess that gives me more conflicts, maybe, something. Anyway, I'm gonna add some more. Shadows here. I was actually supposed to start my days earlier, but I have had some real strange things with my sleep patterns lately. I'm waking up in the morning despite only sleeping for a few hours. Something wakes me up, and so I told my girlfriend today, I think the universe is conspiring to get me to get up in the morning or something. And that's exactly what I'm trying to do over time, get a new schedule and stuff. So, wow. This is falling into place, huh? What do you think? Tell me what you think. Huh. This is the first sketch. And it's nice. And I'm happy because last night I was laying in my bed and I was wondering, would I be able to do this? Would I actually be able to make this happen? And now I see, even if I don't paint for a while, I get better. And it has this, and that is because I'm getting more and more conscious, more and more calm, more and more me. So I just see it clearly, more and more clearly. It is a weird, I wish I could talk to my young self and explain this I know today to him. Oh, I wish. But he wouldn't, I don't think he would have understood. I think it would have been kind of white noise or something. Because when you're young, you think you know everything, you know, and you don't. So, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yes. Okay, I need to get this chin here, like this, like this, goes down. I'm looking forward to start up and do way more charcoal and pencil again. I really miss that. I want to start making huge, see if I can get my hands on some special paper, like 1.5 meter paper maybe, or some very high dimensions, and then work extremely focused over a long period of time with just pencil, charcoal, and also start doing sculpture, and yeah, so many things I want to do in so little time. Yes, so let me see now. Yeah, 20 minutes. So, continue here. The last segment was cut off quite abruptly, but that doesn't matter. You just start up again where I left off and keep banging on, as I say. This hasn't dried. This was actually yesterday, so I'm just gonna try to pick up where I left off. And I think I'm gonna start just adjusting a little bit more here. Should have had it a little bit more out like this. It's a little bit difficult. Let me see now. Maybe like this. So get a flatter surface. Yeah. I'm gonna start behind here. And use the background to shape it a little bit. That is also what I usually do. I go about that like this. That is why I also like to have a dark canvas. If you have a light canvas, you have to go kind of two ways. You have to go both down to darkness and up to light, but if you start, and it's white, so if you have a white surface, in a way the white have all the colors, so you have to kind of get through this, getting down the colors also, because all the colors you put on a white surface will be more vivid than if you put them on a dark surface, like I do. So it makes it easier to get kind of right into the dark and light. I've said that a gazillion times in my videos by now, but in every course has its own charm. Just gonna get in some more shadows here. Try to get this right. I have to look a lot in the mirror. I also dried a little bit in the darker areas overnight, so I need to get some wet paint into it so I see the contrasts more. That is one of the problems with oil paint, of course, because when it dries, it's not that easy to see contrast when you paint in this way. If you're painting with basically more sculptural shape. If you're just a one layer painter, it doesn't really matter, or if you do abstract work, because then you are not actually building classical shape in any way, so it doesn't really matter what you do with it. But when you work with neons like I do, it's a totally different ballgame. Here, down like this, down here, like this, down here, like this. Just try to get it approximately. There's a lot of light coming into his, right there, and it's basically a mix between Kaplock and it's different colors, especially the Kaplock. Now Kaplock, I mean Alzarin, of course. Why do I say Kaplock? Maybe I should get myself some Kaplock. I always thought about Kaplock. The classics used to use Kaplock, but I see the Alzarin and Kaplock kind of looks the same, but I'm going to test it out now. So it's also good to add some more colors maybe. It's a long time since I added. I don't use so much ochre. I'm gonna start using that to expand the palette a little bit. See what I can get out of it. See now. I should just measure the head down to the arm, and that's kind of this and this. Now you can't really see what I'm doing if I'm working myself down there, I think. No, so I have to go out a little bit. I'm actually out of battery now, so I'll probably be turned off soon. It abruptly cut off. That's the reason. Yes. And I can also go in for the kill when it comes to the this here. What I'm going to do is just change the battery so I don't get any surprises. It's a better thing to do. Yeah. Okay. My YouTube channel later. Make a full tutorial of it. So if you have any questions or somebody wants to ask some questions, you can do that and I will try to answer them. If not, I'm just going to stay here and paint and talk about painting. See if there is anyone watching. 4, okay, that's good. 4 watching right now. Okay, that's nice. So you give it a thumbs up. Remember to give it a thumbs up. It's very important. So yeah. Yeah, there's some kind of strange colors in it. But I shouldn't let vanity get the best of me. So I'm gonna fill out the background a little bit more so that I get some you see it's quite toned down in the photo, so I'm gonna keep it that way for now. Just add some more paint here so I get a better overview of it. So yeah. I'm just going to do it a little bit down here. This. I'm actually doing with my mobile telephone, so there's a shadow from his head coming in right about the shoulder here. So it goes down like this. Here, and here, and like this. Maybe it would be better if I actually added to my YouTube that I was going to live stream. It's just something I figure out right now that I want to do, and maybe start doing several times a week just for fun, just to kind of interact a little bit if there is anyone out there that want to interact with me. So yeah. I can't really see the chat. If there is anyone who chats, I will probably see it, so that will be okay. Consider 4. Say hi. If somebody's watching, say hi. And you can ask me questions and I will answer. So let's see what happens. I do like to talk to people, so it's good. I am filming the full sketching process here to my tutorial, so now I'm gonna keep this down because the main textures and main will be in his head, and the tie that goes down here, the white here, the hands, the background I'm gonna try to keep down, but I also want to build texture, and I'm gonna make it become get that feeling of plaster or concrete wall. You know, it's a lot of stuff, damage and loose paint and everything, so it kind of gives it a lot of texture to work with. So I'm going to do that. Maybe I should just pretend I'm not streaming at all and just act like I always do when I do my videos. Just talk to myself. I'm going to add some more light to this. There's build some more texture here. Now I'm using, as I said in the last, I'm using a lot of brighter colors here, like the reddish and yellow and stuff, to get a more natural skin tone. So that is what I'm doing. A thing also is that is nice with a live stream is that you can actually save them, and it's a kind of an easy way to make a video. Maybe I should do with a better quality also, but you know, nice to do some live. And of course, if somebody wanna throw me a super chat or something, they can also do that. That would be kind of great. I want to start to use a better camera for this, so I get better quality live stream. The phones are quite limited, I think. So yeah. And there it is. I'm just going to send a message here. Hello, tree people. Send me a message. Say hi. So I know it works, at least. It doesn't have to be a super chat. If you have some question for me, you can answer. I will answer. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm going to do more. As you can see, I'm kind of trying to... He has some nice wrinkles in his forehead also. So when I have something to build on, this will become a very nice portrait, because his face has so much character and has so many so many colors, and it's a very rich photo. It's very rich in color, so it will be quite much easier for me to get a good result. It's basically, it has the same colors that I will get in, if you see a classical painting of Rembrandt or something, all the yellows and all the reddish and the shadows and the blue and the yellow, you know, all the different colors he used to create skin tone. And to create skin tone, you just have to basically use the primary colors and a color circle, and do the same thing as nature do. You just have to understand it and try to repeat it. That is basically what you do. So, anyway, add some more thick color here, build some more texture. What I do in the beginning is, of course, building the basis for the sculpture. It's like when you start on a sculpture, you will start with first a skeleton so it doesn't fall apart, and then you will just add a lot of paint. Of course, this is called, because I'm filming the process and I'm filming here, so we get two different angles. Maybe I should do that with all my paintings, start doing two angles and just pretend nobody's there and just do what I do. And if people want to ask me questions or something, they can just jump in and I will have somebody to talk to. It's also, I like being asked questions because I get deeper into the flow of talking about painting or talking about life or whatever when I get a question from somebody. But if you just want to watch, it's fine too. You don't have to engage. If you feel like you want to ask me something you can learn from, you're very welcome to do that also. So I will save it afterwards and on my channel as a video. Yeah. Okay, we got some more texture here. There's so much character in this face. I said in one of my videos that I don't like to do commission work, and of course if I could have a choice, and I do have a choice of course, but I mean this is a more important guy. It's for the, it's called a Retoushing, for it's the shipping, basically the shipping organization in the town where I come from, and it's gonna hang in a public place. So when something is gonna hang in a public place, so of course it's free. You get free. I have some black. I use ivory black now, and I use my blue black from Winsor Newton, both of them, and I figured out that I wasn't so dumb after all, so now I've been using only blue black for the last 10 years, and I've been wondering if I was going to use some other black, and now I'm here. That's typical me. I need 10 years to figure out that I want to add in a color. Maybe I could have done it before. And the reason is that the ivory black is more toned down, it's more earthy, and yeah, it's more earthy. So the earthy thing will make it easier for me to get all the colors more toned down in the shadows. Now you shouldn't use black as a shadow in itself, because it's too hard, it's too dark, so it would just be a hole. I see when people are amateurs, they sometimes do that. They don't know how to make a shadow. The way you make a shadow is to take, if you have red, you will have a greenish shadow, because red and green is complementary colors. And when you mix the primary color in the light area with the complementary color, you actually get so-called, I call it, okay, so let's say it's a secondary, it's basically a shadow color circle. We call it tertiaire, it's kind of the secondary, and then you can also add in a little bit of black to kind of so it doesn't become too vivid in the shadow. But it just depends on what kind of painting you're painting. If you want to do impressionist painting, you can just keep just mix red and green together, and you get the color. And you can also, of course, do that here. Yeah, so that's what you do for the shadow. The problem here is the lighting is way too hard, so I have problems actually seeing some of the nuances, and that's very, very annoying. So let's see now if I can press this down and hold it tight, so yeah, that's better. Okay. I need new brushes. These are so bad. We have to buy some new ones now. The problem is that I always get to buy the bigger ones, and then I use up the small ones, and I'm sitting around with a lot of bigger brushes, which of course is very annoying. But I use here small. What I also could do is, like, when I don't film, I could do live, so I kind of get the whole process that way. That's also a possibility. And yeah, see, it's all the way up here. Yes. It's darker there, so I'm just going to tone down or paint in what's around him so I see it better. So you can wait to do it. Like this. I just start pretty rough and just keep banging on to see what happens. It's funny how the human eyes are able to do this at all. It's just weird to think that the universe created, or evolution created, a being who can actually be so intelligent they are able to recreate reality just through sheer observation. It's incredible. It's talking to my girlfriend about this morning when we were drinking coffee. Or was it yesterday or something? Anyway, we talk about these things all the time, the absurdity of just being, and yeah, it's just so absurd. I think that it went from cave. I mean, cave paintings are quite good. It's like a 10-year-old. I mean, if people actually didn't learn, like when I started out, when I was in 1989 or 1988, I started, I was in the beginning of my 20s, and I started out doing this, and I basically was drawing like a 10-year-old, because that's when most people stop, and then they don't realize that they can actually become better. But in a cave society, they maybe were limited to that age level, or maybe a little bit older, and also culture, so they weren't able to paint portraits and stuff like that. That came very much later, but they had the same brain capacity to create stories through drawing and stuff, drawing and painting. Yeah. Anyway, I'll go in here and do some of the shoulder. Maybe I should. Okay, I'm gonna stick to the face now. I'm gonna stick to the face. I just want to clean it up a little bit so I can actually see where it starts and where it ends. That also, if you're doing painting and you can't really see, problem seeing where the mistakes are, try to clean it up. Try to get everything into the right spot. And what you do actually, you take a mirror and you just look in a mirror like this, and you look at the sketch and photo or whatever. If you have a model, you look at the model, and then you will see the biggest mistakes quite easily, because you get this. You can also turn it upside down and do it that way. Many ways to actually do that. So then you get this objective distance to it and are able to correct mistakes. Because when you're looking right at it, it's almost like the brain is kind of fooling you on purpose. I don't know why, but maybe it has to do with biases or something, I don't know. And we have a lot of, and probably because of the symbols we have in our head, we have a lot of symbols. So symbols for nose, symbols for eyes, and symbols for everything, and which actually hinders us in seeing it objectively. So that is one of the reasons why we tend to mess up. Let's see. Yeah. So, you know, like this. This. Yes. It's going to be a very long tutorial because I want to try to get the whole sketch in. But maybe I need to just do it in batches anyway, because I see already now I have like 1.5 hours of footage, and the tutorial or that process video is not going to be longer than 12 hours. I think it's a 12-hour level, 11 something hour limit. I thought I was going to start making tutorials that are maximum length, and then make one version where I cut it down and to much less time. I have 5 people watching. Give it a thumbs up. If you are online and you're watching, please give it a thumbs up. It helps me with the algorithm. And yeah, It's very important. And yeah, you can ask questions. So this is basically the second time I have been live streaming, but I'm going to do that more because I want to expand a little bit and maybe get to know people a little bit that is actually watching my videos. Of course, I want to start alerting people so they know when I'm going live and stuff. So, well, you all have to start somewhere. See? Okay, let's shape this a little bit more. Yes. Okay. Yeah. It's a very characteristic face. And it's good. It's very good. This. I should film a segment of how I use my palette actually when I do this. And yeah, get a spear in this and here. See here. I think these are quite nice. It's very soft and malleable for details. So, but in general, I like the boar bristles best. Yeah. See, tone it down, get in the beard. In the beard I will actually use the ivory black because it's kind of have this toned, very toned down. The blue black would actually make it a little bit too blue. It's very nice in my bluest paintings to use the blue black, but in here when it's more earthy, because this is a more earthy painting, I think yeah, I also need more of this. This is my favorite color, the Naples Gal Extra. Naples Gal Extra is really a must for me. If they stop making that, I would be in trouble, because I need to. You can actually, in theory, basically mix all the colors, and that is one of the reasons. I saw actually a short video about how the old masters used the colors. It was quite limited to how many colors they actually had, so they mixed all the colors from not that many, and because of that they got a very harmonious and coherent color spectrum in their paintings, which is of course, really smart. I remember when I met my girlfriend, and she's becoming a very nice painter, and she has she has a genetics for focus. She loves details, and she loves the flow of tinkering, basically like a Varnish, you know. She learns from every single painting a lot. But anyway, they used to use she had too many colors on her palette, and colors who wasn't coherent. If you see my palette, it goes with it starts here with, I have 4 broken, that's the Naples one, white, and this brilliant reddish and brilliant yellow, and another brilliant yellow, I think it's the same color actually. And then I have 1, 2, 3 yellow, and then orange, cadmium red, vermillon, alizarin, and that's the Rohenbach, Rohenbach and Bertenbach, and I have Van Dyck and Rohenbach and Bertenbach and Rohenbach, and 2 blacks, and of course the Prussian blue. And I also use the cobalt blue, but I don't use that so much, so it's quite strange to, yeah. So I try to limit the colors. I could actually limit it to basically 3. I used to use just basically 9 colors, and in the beginning I used only 3 colors. I used blue, red and yellow, and I mixed all colors from that. It's of course very difficult, but that's how I was taught by a teacher called Sissel Kobosta, which was my color teacher in 1989. And she taught me about the color circle and Goethe's color spectre, and she taught me to see color all around me. And when you see it, when you start to see colors all around you, like in clouds and in walls and light and different, you can't unsee it. And that's it opens a world of color. It's really suddenly you don't see the cloud as white anymore. You see it as orange, or you see the shadows as a blue spectre, and you see, depend what kind of primary color, which is in time of the day and stuff, and how low the sun is, you know, how, if there is any sun that day. But it all kind of evolves around the color circle, and when you start to see it, that instead of neons, people call things gray, but there is no gray in nature. Everything is color. So yeah, thumbs up if you're watching. But okay, I'm gonna start. Just gonna act like nobody's watching. A few people are actually watching, so, but nobody's saying hi. And now I'm really disappointed. But we all have to start somewhere. Yes, we do. Yes. So now, yeah. Maybe I should let it dry before I do more of the face, but I can't. Now I'm in this frenzy. I just can't stop working on it because I want it to fall into place a little bit before I start to move down on it. See? See how I build the beard? I kind of go this way and that way and try to build the texture for later glaze. So when I have this hairy kind of feel to it there down there, it's easier for me to glaze in some beard in between all the brushwork. So that way you kind of create a sense of real hair in the painting. Yep. Should go one more on that. As I say, if you want to ask me any questions about painting or something, you're really welcome to do that. Tomorrow I will actually post a video of my goldfish swimming, just for fun. And yeah, so here. Yes. Now I can't really film the whole sketching process. That is not possible because it will take hours and hours to actually do this. See now, try to clean it up a little bit maybe. Let's see. Look in the mirror again, just to see how, yeah, it isn't that bad actually, it's falling into place. I'm quite impressed by myself, because sometimes I'm afraid of, oh, I can't do this anymore. But then I start doing it and I notice that, hey, it's almost like riding a bike. It's so ingrained into my brain after 30 years of this that it comes so natural, and that's a good thing. Of course, you have to train. You can't just stop for years and not do it. Then you will probably have some startup problems. But I think also what I notice myself is that I'm getting better. Even now, at the age of 56, I'm getting better. Just by doing and actually thinking about painting. It is like everything else, you know, people who do sports or something, they many times, they, instead of actually doing necessarily the exercise, they think about it, they dream about it. It's like me, I dream about a lot of fighting and war and everything. The other night I was in a forest and I was fighting like crazy, and I winded up with putting a hand grenade in the guys, you know, they were attacking me, and I decided to kill myself because I didn't want to get captured. So I had a hand grenade and I put it in his hoodie, and his hoodie behind that. And you know what happened, like in the movies, his head of course was blown off. I don't know if I was killed actually, because I woke up, it became so extreme that I woke up. But that's what I do, and I guess I have a fighting gene or something in me who is actually exercising fighting, as I kind of sometimes I even dream about painting, and that is the brain practicing skill while sleeping, because it's funny, the brain can't really see the difference between doing the work and thinking about the work. For the brain, it's the same. And that's a very good tool, you know. It's like when I've been doing martial arts for many years, and if you're gonna do kata or pomse or some kind of yeah, you know what I mean. Kata pomse, that's a name, you know. It's a imaginary fight for people who don't know, that kind of go in a certain monster or certain pattern, and you have to learn these to get your belts and stuff. And actually you can just lay down on your bed or sit in some kind of position. Of course it has to be lotus position, because you need to be no, you don't, you know, it's like you don't need to say namaste or whatever after your yoga session, because yoga is basically stretching. So, you know. Anyway, so practicing stuff while sleeping actually is a known thing to do. So you can actually sit down, and I think a lot about textures, and I think a lot about painting. And I have understood that painting is about brushwork and texture. So when I understood that, it's easier for me to think about it and get better just by thinking. Of course you have to train yourself physically. When it comes to sports, that is probably even more important, because you have to train your muscles. But just thinking about it will make the body understand the motions better. So you can actually sit or lay in your bed and think about painting and get better in painting. I have no idea why I started talking about that. That was a rant. But that is what I do on this channel, isn't it? I rant a lot. That is probably why it's so incredibly popular. I have billions of views on this channel. Yeah, that was irony. There was irony. Nobody's gonna ask me a question. Ask me a question. Ask me a question. A question. There's 4 people watching now. One of you, ask me a question. Don't be shy. Can be anything. Criticism, that is great. Quite good at taking criticism. Well, people watch, and if they don't have accounts, they can't really ask any questions and stuff. So that's quite limited. And since this wasn't announced or anything, I guess I don't have an audience. Anyway, I'm building this more and more. Here, and here I can actually go down a little bit. And here. It's kind of tight-lipped. But it's funny because when I took the photos of him, he was thinking it was going to take a long time, and we just clicked a few photos, like 10 photos, and boom, it was just bang. It was, yeah. So he liked this very much, and then I'm off to the painting. So how does it actually look? Yeah, so maybe I should, one like, thank you, whoever you are. Oops, shouldn't have done that. So, yeah, that was stupid of me. Why? So, that's better. Do you think it's becoming better now? Tell me. So, I'm gonna go in for that, the white in the eye. This is just the basis, I just add in, if you see here, like this. And that shine in the eye, and on the other side is way more toned down, and that is where this ivory black comes in, because it's so toned down that I get to it quite fast. And there's some reddish in there. It's almost like I've so many times feel that I'm building the painting in small steps. I'm picking up information, more and more information, and then it just over time, like a puzzle, it just comes together, and I feel it's a very good way to do it. So yeah. Yes. There's one now, it's really getting somewhere. Yeah, I think this is gonna become really nice. I just know it now, and it's so nice to know that I actually it's about being able to look into the future and see, I'm onto something. I'll tone down the nose here. Yeah, it became more. And then I will again drag it like this, because the nose root is, again, I feel that the nose root goes this way. Yeah, now it's really far into. Oh. I'm surprised actually myself. Isn't this weird? I'm surprised that it goes so smoothly. See now. You know, many people has this thing. I always use this finger to do like this when I need to keep my hand more steady. Going like this. Yeah, it's not so bad. Then there's some red. Of course, as I was talking about, the primary colors will of course be way more visible for you if you are painting a real object in daytime. Then you will see, because it is a little bit limited when you paint a photo. It is a little bit limited. I just want to say that in the color spectrum, but I think it's a nice way to do it, because it kind of gives me how can you have that many models? I don't know. When photo started to be a part of art, to be part of a society, artists used photo. They basically knew how to make skin color, and they many times actually used black and white photos to create the most photorealistic classical paintings. So I mean, Edvard Munch used photo, Norwegian painter Christian Krogh, and they just added colors, or used a photo as maybe as a tool when it wasn't really having the model or something, so they build up textures and build up everything. So it's been a tool for a very long time, and I have no problem with it. I'm not a fanatic that everything has to be done from model. I used to think like that because I was kind of so inspired by Norwegian painter Knut Andre, which also uses photos sometimes, you know. He's not always true to what he's saying, but he's very good at painting from model, and that is but he has a lot of, if you have heard about him, if you're not Norwegian, you will maybe have heard about Norwegian figurative painter Knut Andre, which is a great painter, strange guy, with a strange family, but he's a good painter. But he basically he also tries to live a classical life, but I think that's quite ridiculous, because we're not living in the 1600s anymore. I mean, we are modern people. Of course, removing distractions like too much social media and stuff like that would be very smart, because it leaves you to procrastinate so much that you don't get so much done. Of course, he's now 80 years old, and he focuses so much on all the time, or always been focusing on this painting. He doesn't exercise, or he just work with painting. So of course that is exercise, because he's standing when he's painting, and that is exercise in itself. Would somebody give me a comment or a like? Or hey, even better, give me a super chat. That would be nice. Going live. Really, I'm hitting it so well today. I just see it, it just feels so good. I'm also very happy these days. I have a great girlfriend, and I feel calm after the storm I was in. I don't know if you have seen my prison story video. And all this has led to a better me, I guess, or a better thing. You have to go through so much. See that? That's so nice. Just pops right out. Just have to love it, you know. I wish I could just let it be there. But I'm not that kind of a painter, so I have to destroy it. That was so nice, you know. That's then, and then came right out. But so now I have to tone it down. Tone it down. Yeah. Some more yellow. Then I use my Naples gel. Naples. This is not Naples, that was way too yellow. I'm trying to see if there are any comments, but there's no comments. So I guess people are asleep today. It's kind of late too, it's like in Norway, people are asleep, so there's no Norwegian here. Maybe my mother or my girlfriend, because both of them are night owls. I'm the worst one, maybe, or my mother, maybe. I don't know. Anyway. Yes. And this is have to be toned down the yellow, but it can't be the same as there because it's way more. It's only going to be light areas here and here, of course. So I'm going to push it down, and I think I'm going to use my. It's so annoying that I use so many years because I don't know, it was something with the ivory black that was like, now I use the ivory black in this just to tone it down a little bit, a nudge, and then I can go over that again with some fresher yellow or fresher color to bring it back up again. So you go back and forth when it comes to skin, and you create this layer upon layer with different colors, and in the end become very harmonious. Harmony, yeah. So let me try the lips. Get the lips in order. Lips. The lips, yes. And I'm not a photorealist, so you see I add so much color, so much texture and stuff. So I'm more a painter, a painter's painter. So that's what I like to do. People are coming in and out here, it's nice. If you're not subscribed to my channel, also please subscribe, because I don't think that helps the algorithm so much anymore, but it's nice for me to have more subscribers also, because then I have more people to get a message when I go live or post a new video. Like this, yeah, strange. His face is a little bit up like this, so I need to paint the nose from underneath, and he do have quite wide nostrils. So, and there, that's a funny thing. That's where you have to start fight the symbols, because if you see something like that, you might have a tendency to exaggerate, and then it becomes totally wrong. Like make them a little bit too big or whatever. Usually it is too big. I noticed that if I do a mistake, I make something bigger or smaller. That maybe has to do with how the brain works. It's funny to think that thought, that this is my brain just copying, like a copy machine, because we are also machines. You know, we shouldn't exaggerate. We are both animals, and it shows, and we are machines. We are biological computers. And yeah, okay. Jake Dog, great Tuesday night entertainment. Thank you, sir. That's nice of you. Yeah. Are you a painter? Maybe we should bring out. I think it's very important to get the sketching process of the face in, or on the video I'm making, because that is what people struggle the most with. Those faces, brushwork and stuff. So yeah. So that's the good thing about these. You can just lay these very soft brushwork, but I also like the boar. This is actually from Da Vinci. I think these are great. I don't have any small ones now, so I need to buy some tomorrow. So I basically need to start doing some more huge paintings, so I can actually use up all the leftover big ones, because sometimes I buy them in packs and I use up the smaller ones, and then I have a whole bunch of big ones. So just gonna, and when I do huge paintings, I burn through a lot of these bigger. So it's in the detail. When I do smaller stuff, I use all the smaller ones. So let me see, I need some. I'm gonna buy myself kaplak, because I always talk about kaplak and alzarin. I'm gonna buy myself some kaplak and add that in and see the difference between the alzarin and the kaplak. What's actually the difference? So, yay. Yes. Hello, 5 people. 5 people is 5 people, you know. That is nice if they learn something. That is the thing, you know, with making painting tutorials or painting process videos. As I say, it's kind of frozen time. It is, every time somebody sees a video I made, even after my death, it's like they are prolonging my life. And yeah. So sad, I had a bigger channel that was hacked in 2020, and I never really managed to get deep into the algorithm again. And it's very hard now. In 2011, when I started to put out some videos, I had so many views, hundreds of thousands, up to 1 million views. And but you know, then everybody started to make art videos. Some people are really, really good. There are classical painters that are really, really good. So, add some white. I don't want to make it, maybe I need to move it, so maybe I shouldn't add too much, and I need the other pencil too, because I need sometimes when you get in some more light, you need I need to grab more paint, and then the other pencils aren't so good at that. I need to grab, as you see here, to get this right in this. Yeah. So now is voila. Voila. So what can I do now? I'm using my mobile phone for the stream, and I have my computer over there so I can actually see. But I'm going to get a better camera and link to my computer. So, and the colors are horrible on my mobile telephone. Yeah. See now. Goes a little bit lower down, like this. Anyway, that wasn't what I was going to do. This was what I was going to do. Yeah. And voila. A bit more bushy here. He kind of wrinkled his forehead so they become a little bit close together. Kind of a funny look. So it seems a little bit strange, you know. He seems like he's not totally comfortable with the situation. And that's okay, I guess. Oh, another comment. Oh yeah, Jake. Hello, Jake. Jake Dog. What are your thoughts on the US possibly buying Greenland? Yeah, I think that is a great idea. I mean, Denmark aren't using it for anything. I think it would be a great idea. Yeah, but I mean, could I do it? And Canada should be a part of the United States. It's ridiculous that that didn't happen, you know. It would be a vast country, so yeah, I think that would be a good idea. I'm to go into politics. I'm basically a globalist because I consider every human being to be a part of one big country called Earth. So I'm not really a nationalist. But I see in the world we are living in, I see that America it's very important that America actually is world police. And I know, I personally, I actually wanted Trump to win the election because he can stand up against Iran and China and probably Putin and see what happens. I get very disappointed if he doesn't to give Putin an offer he can't refuse, and that's the only thing Putin should get, I think. The offer, you know, stop the war, go back to your 91 border, or we give Ukraine everything they need. I even think that the NATO should create a no-fly zone like they did over Serbia and Kosovo, or in the Serbian war. and then just say, well, we are not at war with Russia, we are at war with every Russian soldier that stands on Ukrainian land, because we have to, there has to be a red line where you can't just invade another country and kill a lot of civilians and destroy cities and get away with it. We can't live in a world like that anymore. And yeah, I want the United States to be world police. So if they can get Greenland into the fold and get stronger, wider, bigger, yeah, and Canada. I remember the South Park movie, Blame Canada. It's so brilliant. I have to have somebody to blame. Yeah, so that's my answer to that question. I'm a humanist, I am an atheist, and I want humanity to thrive and go into space and learn and survive geological time, because as Carl Sagan did say, we are a way for the universe to know itself, and that is probably one of the most beautiful things ever said, you know, through physics that created a Big Bang, which created a universe, probably in a infinite multiverse of universes, but we can't really prove it, but we have good hypothesis about it, and some evidence also. And this universe created, after a very long time, a being that became the universe's brain. And we are acting like it is nothing by killing in wars. People die from starvation. We have sex trafficking, we have drug addicts, we have everything. And we are basically the brain of the universe. We are a way for the universe to know itself. Without our consciousness, there wouldn't be anyone looking or absorbing the beauty of existence. So that's why I am basically a globalist, in the sense of we should act like we were one country. So yeah, I know Trump is, he loves America, he's basically a nationalist. But that is not bad, because we need a strong America, so, you know. He's also a globalist, but more like a hidden one. Anyway, maybe back to painting. Yeah. This is becoming quite good. What do you think? Anyone? See what I see? Now, I'm going to start using a better camera when I do this. But I think I'm onto something here. Wait, shit. Tear down the other one. Oh, 3 likes now. Didn't see that. 12 minutes. Okay. Now, maybe I should actually soon start painting in more of the dress. Yeah, I'm gonna. It's so tempting, because I always, when I paint, I always go into this frenzy where I can't stop, you know. It's impossible for me to leave it. I know now it's so much paint on this that if I go a little bit further with the face now, I might start ruining the good sketch I have. And yeah, because this sketch is actually quite good. It has solved the most important problems, I think, and as you know, I just build my paintings over time, so I'm just gonna do some some work around it also. Just add shiat. So it has this small thing there that is for the Norwegian shipping industry. So this painting has to be finished in February, so I need to get my ass going. But it also tells me that I'm actually able to make paintings like this. So I even surprised myself how fast I'm able to do it. Just build down. Yeah. Okay. I have one photo there and one there, and this is basically the same size, because what I do, I just take the photo and then I just print in, or I just put in the size of the painting, and I just print. It says, you know, this print is too big, blah blah blah, but I'd say just go, and then I get the right size of the face, so I can have this direct communication. Yeah, it's a good way to do it. So, yay! Ooh, I need my coffee. Here too, I need to build a lot of textures in the cloth, but also keep it down. I'm not going to do going too heavy, because I don't want, you know, as I said before, the main texture is supposed to be in even the background, so there's a lot of detail, there's small things that happens, and but I have to keep it down. It's not going to compete with the main thing, which is him. It's got to be so sculptural when it's done. This is going to be basically a painted sculpture, a painted relief, and that will give it some kind of a almost shocking sense of being in the room or whatever. It will be felt like he actually falls out of a painting. That is my goal. You see, you need to measure. Well, I can see it here actually. It's very easy, because it goes up like this, and then the hand. Luckily, I want to stand like this, so I don't have to fight so much with the hands. That's a good thing. There's some fingers over there. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Now, I'm so tempted to go back to the face, because I came into that frenzy. Yeah. Maybe I paint. Now, maybe. Okay. We're filming. To look at now. I wasn't there, was I? Hello. I'm quite frustrated here trying to do two things at the same time. Anyway, I'm going to keep on going up a little bit. Now I'm thinking I'm going to take this one over there as I go along down, but first I'm going to add in here. So I need to remove that photo. You can actually see the photo now. Some people actually sometimes ask me if I can show the photo when I paint, and I might start doing that. I know my videos, when I make videos, is quite crude. It's not so advanced. Maybe I should do a better job to actually understand how to make better YouTube videos and stuff, but anyway. So here we are. Need more black actually. Maybe I should try the lamp black also. Just have 3 black, just to see what happens. It's a very good quality color also. It is called Michael Harding. And I use Winsor Newton blue black. And my ivory is from Old Holland. Actually. So yeah. Three different. Now the lamp black looks grayish. The blue black is more blue, like the kind of very blue, and I mix it with French ultramarine. It kind of tones down the ultramarine, but it keeps the bluish. Now what happens if I use lamp black? Lamp black is way more earthy, so I guess that's, and it doesn't compute at all. So now I know that. A lamp black is probably something you use in more earthy places, like if you paint a landscape, things that are far away or something like that. I don't know. No, but you know, expand. I do have three of the most. If you see my palette, it is, I have three yellows. I have now 4 actually with the orange. I don't want to mix orange from yellow and red because you know it takes so much time. It's easier to have it like this. And there you have vermillon, cadmium, alizarin, and then I have tree blue, cobalt, French ultramarine, and Prussian blue. Prussian blue is the mother and father of blue. I mean, it's so vivid. It's like blueberries. When if you have blueberry on your shirt or something, you see here, boom, that was a little bit of Prussian blue in it, and it just lighted up everything. And yeah, so there's so shadow in there. I go to the blue, I think, maybe ivory, to get it down like this. And this is so fun. I just love this, you know. I have fun now. It's the best thing I can do. If you want to have cloth, you mustn't do like this. I mean, you can do this, but you kind of try to knit it. If you want to, if something is made of cotton, if you painted latex, you want to have it flat, then you might do flatter and flat all the brushwork out to get that shine. But when you have cloth, you don't want to remove the cloth feeling. You want to build it, so you build layer upon layer, and in the end the cloth falls into place and starts to feel a little bit more real. I'm going to do the shadow here, so then I will use bluish and what is it called now? I need to show you that so you know. Oh, it's almost covered. So there it is. It's called Brilliant Gel Light or Brilliant Yellow. I like this one too. I think it also tones down the colors in the right way. Yeah. No questions asked yet, anyway. This is the good thing. Also, in the shadow, as you go along, you need to make sure that the shadow isn't just a hole in the wall behind there. That you get this basically the same texture in the shadow that you have in the lighter part of it. That way it will actually look like a shadow, not a hole in the wall. And you can also, as you just build up the whole thing and then you glaze in the shadow, that's a way to do it. They say Rembrandt did that in the Night Watch with a spear. A painting I haven't even seen yet, so I need to take my lady down to go to Netherlands and see that beautiful painting soon. But right now I have so much to do and so many commissions and unfinished things, so I want to finish a lot of unfinished business before I take a short vacation. You know, when you're an artist, you don't really need a vacation. It's like you, as an artist, you know, most people in Norway, they go up with a pension when they are in their 60s. But as an artist, you never really stop working. You know, it's a life. It's not a job. It's a life. It's something you love. So I will, of course, do paintings until the day I die, which I hope is still far in the future, because I have so much life in me and I have so much to do. Yeah, so just a little bit here, and maybe this is that interesting as if I were painting a portrait, and I'm also going to do live streams of very close up where you see me paint close up. So And I think I'm gonna basically do live streams from all the different paintings that I'm doing. So yeah. So okay, just gonna mold this on. I think I maybe too broad, so we should go down here. Yeah. So, yeah, I think. Okay. If I can see things happening and see there are more likes, then I guess, yeah. I'm not that grey. I'm not that bald, am I? Look like my face is hanging. Horrible lighting. I don't look at them like that in real life. Hope you understand that. Or maybe I'm biased. I guess there's been too much stress in my life for the last few years, so I guess it aged me quite fast. But that's how it is. You can't stay 25 forever. And yeah. So forever is a very long time. First, I didn't exist forever, and then I came into existence in the forever. Then I'm going out of existence in the forever. It's like he says in always look on the bright side of life. Life of Brian. When he sings, what are you lost? You're coming into existence, you're going out of existence. What are you lost? Nothing. Came from nothing, going back to nothing. What are you lost? Nothing. That's true. And as George Carlin did say, the American comedian, which is dead now, he said, the problem isn't being dead, the problem is getting dead. Then unless you're a Christian or a Muslim or somebody who believes in hell in some form, you are not going to be punished or have a bad time being deceased. And as my late hero Christopher Hitchens did say, hell is other people, and there might be some truth to that, because there's a long distance between good people, I mean really good people. And it's sad, because being good makes not just your own life better, but it also enhances other people's life, which should be basically a goal in itself, So yeah. Hell, it's other people. That is a sad thing, you know. Before Adolf Hitler shot himself, he said, well, just one little click and it's over. Forever. Eternal peace. And it's true, you know, he got away with, as they say, murder. That is why I hope that Vladimir Putin will experience some, shall we say, retribution before he goes, which I surely hope he does before he destroys both Russia and Ukraine. So let's see now. As you see, I just keep adding in the things here, just jumping around now in these different black parts. I haven't touched this one, and it's quite an expensive, the cobalt. I haven't even touched it yet, but I think I see that there are some cobalt in the lighter areas of his suit, so I might use it later. Actually, when I know, it is like the stores, you know, in Norway, throwing away so much food, and I told one of the people who work there, why don't you just have it, you know, just kind of write down what you use and what is sold most every day. So, because there are statistics, you know, people are habit animals, and if you do sell, and you basically will know what you sell the most of every day. And I can't understand why they take in hundreds of, maybe at least, they take in way too much fruit and vegetables and they throw it away. And they should be able to have this, write down approximately how much is sold every day. But they don't care, you know. And it's kind of frustrating, actually. Not to me, because I'm a dumpster diver, so I find most of my food in dumpsters. You know, it's all wrapped in plastic now anyway, so there's no danger, and we save a lot of money. So for me it's good that they throw it away, but I think it's a sad thing on the whole, you know. You see now. Hello. Oi. Some more medium soon. My medium is just 70% turpentine, balsam turpentine as it's called in Norway, and some linseed oil, crème oil Varnish. I think there's some crème linseed oil Varnish. There is some kind of drying thing in it, but it's basically cooked linseed oil. And I just mix those two together and I use that as my medium. Usually I don't mix much medium into the colors, but it happens while I paint, because I use also the medium to kind of dry the pencil between every layer. So that's how I do it. This is not dark enough. Anyway, go in and we'll darken this down, like Arnold. Let's see, like this. You see how loose it is? It is basically the hand of Sick Child of Edvard Munch. The hand of the child is there was a hand in there. They said, well, it was like a fiskepudding or fish pudding, and he got very much criticized for his lack of detail, and he basically just painted symbols for different things. But the Sick Child painting is probably one of my top 10 paintings in the world. I also have actually some. I was at the National Museum with my girlfriend Amalie, and she yeah. So I haven't posted a video from it yet, and just have so much to do, you know. And videos takes time, and you have to find time and stuff. So, but now I'm just gonna move this one because I'm going to do the other side, and it's also better for me to have a perspective where I see these two photos together. So like this, and start up here and just work myself down. Just see what happens, and that's good, and that's good too. Not much traffic here. Oh, you made it. Me. M-I-D-M, I made it. Hello. Just ask me some painting questions and I can answer some questions if you like. Remember, give it a thumbs up, it's quite important. This lighting really looks like shit. I look really horrible. Nah. But that is what you have to do. I need very good lighting for my paintings. I can't just painting in this you know, candlelight. Everybody looks good in candlelight, but in fluorescent lights, oh, the horror. But anyway, I just have to live with it, I guess. So, yeah. Just gonna put in those two fingers, the two fish fingers. There's one finger going up, boom, 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 boom. And there's one small one here, so that's the two fingers. I will adjust that a gazillion times before it's finished. So, yeah. But I won't do this now. Get it done. Now the sketching process doesn't take me that much time, as you can see in the video. I basically did the whole from the sketch. I lost a few minutes when I had to empty my card and reset. But this process, of course, the face takes the most time. It's funny to think about, you know, how much I have been using my hands during my life, and they still function. That is almost crazy. Pencil. Now actually, that's what I'm talking about. Talked about in the other. I often just have. Also gonna wait a second. I was gonna show you a different color I use a lot, and that is where is it? Where is it? I kind of burn through a lot of pencils when I do. Yeah. This is Maple Gel Rouge Extra, and that is basically the three broken whites with some. One is reddish, one is more yellow greenish, and the one is kind of in the middle. The what do you call it? This one. The broken, yeah. This one is called Brilliant Gel Light or Brilliant Yellow, and you have this Roudish, Naples Gel Roudish. Extra. Extra. Naples Yellow Extra or something. Yeah. Anyway, and you have this one, which is Naples Gel Extra, and this is the more yellowish thing that I use when I paint skin tone a lot, and mix red into it. I also use, of course, clean colors, like colors from the rainbow, the primary colors. I need actually to have more of this on my palette, so. The mobile phone is not good to stream from. Maybe I need a pro. Anyone know a program? Maybe I need a different program to stream. Best streaming programs for iPhone. I don't know. I just used the app from the YouTube app. Actually, so much better to tone it with ivory than only the blue black, and it's kind of the tone becomes way more harmonious, and I can always kind of bring it back up again if I want, with adding in more cobalt or more French ultramarine into, like I can, like this. Now there's more blue, and when I'm done with this sketch, I will, as I said, do one more go on it so I get in more of the details. But that is what I do after after something. After it has dried for a day or something like that. You know, if you add thick colors, people ask me often, how long does it take for paint to dry, or how long does it take for the paint to be dry enough to put in the Retoushing, and it just depends on how thick colors, like here in the light areas in the face, it's quite thick, so it will take a while, still very wet. That's what I stopped yesterday to add in more color, because if not I will just mess it up. You have to kind of train your stop system, because I tend to become very, very manic when I paint, because for me it's basically like being on the dance floor or in training or something, and I could just get so high on it, and I have real problems regulating that thing. So many times I just go too far, and then this YouTube channel, which you are on right now. For a few of you, that is there. MEDM. You can, if you're still there, you can ask me some painting questions. It's easier for me to talk. Someday might be many people in here, and then I can have a nice conversation with people while doing this. If you do want to have personal guidance and personal sessions like this, you can go to my Patreon and sign up for one of the tiers there. There's one that is like $15 that gives you a few hours with personal guidance a month. I will also add in other tiers on YouTube. Now on that will give you more, like maybe once a week, or anyway, if you want to pay me, if you have a lot of money and you want to do it basically several times a week, that's fine by me. But for one session, it's not much. It's like 150, not 150, but $15 in Norwegian money is like, it's not even if you work in the industry, you actually get 500 or $50 an hour. You would be paid $50 an hour if you worked in, like, if I used to be a welder. If I actually did weld, I would have 500 or $50 an hour in Norway. And if I was working in the North Sea, it would be even more. But I chose this artsy life over money. Actually, I sold very well. I spent too much money, so it's not that I was a very economically successful person for a while, artist for a while. I kind of screwed it up a little bit with too much waste, and that is what I talked about in my video on YouTube. Advice to a young artist that you don't waste your money. If you waste your money, you will come into the situation where you have to do a lot of commission work and stuff. This one I wouldn't say no to anyway, but it would be, and it's expensive. You know, it's like $8,000 for this. So, but it's a firm that is paying for it, so it's okay. If the dollar was smaller, would even be more, but the dollar is quite high now. And luckily on Patreon I get paid in dollars, so the dollar is high now, so that's good. I want the stream to be, or me teaching people, not to be too expensive, so people that doesn't have too much money also can hook up. I also like to talk to people and teach people, so for me it's a win-win situation. I get to kind of have a conversation, which I love actually, and meet people from all over the world. And it's so sweet when you hear from people and they say, "Oh, I started painting because of you. I learned so much because of you." It's like the quote I have in the description of my videos, like from Horace Mann: "You should be ashamed to die until you won a victory for humanity. And it doesn't have to be much, you know, it just doesn't have to be much. I mean, being a positive force that affects other human beings in a good way will have some kind of ripple effect in the universe, or in general. If every human being will think about, okay, let's do a small thing, doesn't have to be big, and they took care of themselves, which is even more important, we will live in a very, in a extremely much better world right now. So yeah, so that's my little contribution, and I also can make a living from it, which is very, very nice. Indeed, it's good for your self-esteem, it's good for everything. Now, going on a spending spree every time you get some money is just silly. Save, like my mother used to say to me, and I wish I listened. You have to save something for a rainy day, but with my typical ADHD and stuff and hypomania, I've never been good at thinking ahead. So, yeah. Anyway, I'm just looking at it. I think that arm has to go more out. Yes, it has to do that. It's kind of going more out here, which means that the finger is going to probably be longer this way, as I said. But these things are minor things. It doesn't. The most important thing is to get this right. The hands. Actually, everything is basically equally important. But because you don't want this line down here to be wrong compared to the fingers. Like now I can see the arm, or the other arm, is coming out underneath. I didn't notice that actually before now. It's coming out, you have this thing here, and then the other arm comes about here, and that finger actually goes right through a little piece of light down here, which is of course the shirt under the dress. And I see the hand is then coming underneath here like this, and it actually goes out, and then the finger comes up here and the other one here, and I'm just going to move that around a little bit. But what I notice now is that the jacket is all the way in here. So that was a big mistake. But it doesn't matter, because it's easy for me to move it, and these things fall into place as I go along. Yeah. There we have it. I think also this is going to be a little bit closer. Yeah, if I'll see this. This is going a little bit higher. Yeah. So, almost the whole sketch is in. And I'm pleased with the sketch actually. I'm also going to do some more on the arm thing, other things, but I'm also going to do, there's this, you know, we are thinking, because he's a leader for the shipping union or something, the shipping, not the union for the workers, but the union for the shipping industry, the people who basically owns shipping or ships, or was actually. So that's why his portrait is gonna hang on the wall, and yeah, I'll be pleased with it, I think, when it's done. I think I made his head a little bit too high, but that is because I made this here. This should have been a little bit more up like this. But that is also things, first, when it dries, I go back to the face, I mold the face again, and it becomes more like that. And then I work myself down. Then I start to see different mistakes done down here. And then I but always stick with this. You make the face, and then you sketch the body. And then you kind of go back and you sketch more, and then you see the mistakes. You don't need to use diagrams and, you know, put the canvas up in lines and stuff. You're gonna do mistakes anyway. So just try to go right into it. Try to do it like you see in my videos. I just put the first boom, 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 and I get it approximately right, and then I just keep on shaping it. That is the way to go, as I see it anyway. That's the way I always did it. I wouldn't even bother having this net of, because it's so stressful, it's so rigid. I want to paint, you know. I want to put paint on the canvas. That is what I love. That is why I paint. I just paint because I want to put paint on the canvas. That's the whole idea. Why do you paint? I don't want to save the world. No, not really. Just add something positive. Do the thing I like. Also, you should never think about, oh, I have to figure out something new. I was actually going to talk about this. There's a rope coming down like this, and he made this båtsmannsknute, as it's called. It's a kind of, it's higher up actually. It's all the way up here actually. Damn. I'm gonna move that also many times. You're gonna see it in the process video. Anyway, and this represents him, because he was thinking, couldn't we have something in the background that related to him and his former job? And we came up with this one. It was maybe he that came up with this one, or me, or whatever, but it's kind of a, so we figured out a way to make a symbol in a way, and it comes to, and there's shadows in them, but I'm just sketching them loosely now. They're way thinner, there's shadows drawn, and there's a lot of stuff happening in that. There's also some tape, duct tape on it by accident here. These are details that I will actually work with as I go along. So this sketch is just the crude beginning. So yeah. And that shadow comes here. Shadow from a rope, and the shadow goes like up, like this. So in a way you have two ropes. You have a shadow and you have a rope. So that gives the necessary depth. You don't need more than that. It's a nice effect, you know. So yeah. Ratata. No more comments, please. Why, oh, why? Why, oh, why? Why? Because it's Friday night. People out partying, having fun. And it's early in the morning. I wonder what time is it? What time is it now? See? It's in Norway, it's 4:41 in the morning. So, yeah. That's fine. Oh, gods. The light is just horrible. Oh my gods. It's kind of a cure for my vanity. It's kind of cure. It's like my voice. I don't really like my own voice. I know a lot of people who also doesn't like their own voice. It's almost like what? It's not like. I think it has something to do with people not really thinking like this is how I sound. So when you hear your own voice, you kind of get shocked in a way. So I'm just gonna add some more here, like this, and get it a little bit wider, this head, because it is. And that ear goes a little bit, but also this ear goes more out like this, and therefore this one goes a little bit more out like this. And then of course the neck will also go a little bit more out like this, and then suddenly the face looks a little bit broader. And also, yeah. See now, here. Yeah, that's better. Okay, I need to get this one also out here, more like that, and voila, voila, like this, and voila. So, that's better. That is better. Okay, let's see now. Much time? 18 minutes, only 18 minutes. Do 10 more, and then I need to get myself coffee. Coffee. What the fuck? So, cheers. Friday night. Maybe I should start doing these earlier so I can get more people in here. Anyway. Now this one goes more out here. There's no doubt about that. And also goes more a little bit in like this. Like this. Voila. That's how That's the mobile telephone. So there. If you see this in hindsight, please give it a thumbs up and leave comments, because it's so important for the algorithm. I have really problem getting into the algorithm. When YouTube actually finally puts one of my videos into the algorithm, I really get traction, but they usually don't. So I know that my name is flagged on Facebook and Instagram because of my politics and my support of people and causes that it's not that popular to actually be a part of, but I'm an atheist. I'm basically against religion, including Islam, not Muslims, you know, it's about the ideology. And I became a Trump supporter because of his stance on Iran, on China and Russia. He said, as he said to the Norwegian NATO secretary back in his last presidency, that China, Russia, North Korea and Iran is the greatest threats, and the biggest one is actually China, because they are expanding rapidly. And he basically was willing to say it, you know, and willing to pull back economical support to China by adding tariffs and basically getting firms to start making shit in America instead of in China. And it kind of worked. It kind of slowed down the economy of China. And he also stopped the pipeline that Germany wanted to make to get Russian gas, which today still finance the war in Ukraine, which is a total tragedy. There shouldn't be a war in Europe. We have had enough of that. And it's hard to understand why anyone would start a war when we have the history of the Second World War, First World War, the Bosnia conflict, you know, it killed hundreds of thousands of people, slaughtered for no good reason. All these people came into existence after not being for basically infinity, and then they are killed needlessly in a nationalistic conflict supported by Russia. And yeah, it's a tragedy. Or how terrorism, killing both Muslims and everybody else who happened to be there when a bomb goes off. And it's just sad, you know, that we are living in a world we can't find final peace and get together and conquer space. So I love Carl Sagan, the pale blue dot, when he talks about these thugs or these dictators that have fallen in love with power and a lust for not necessarily money, but power in itself. Is power for these people are like sex. And they get addicted to it. It's like power is like a porn addiction in a way. And as they get more and more power hungry, they get meaner and meaner and more unhappy, and there is no person who is addicted to something, sex, money, women or men, whatever you like, or women, doesn't matter. Nobody who is highly addicted to short bursts in any form is really happy. People aren't eating themselves to death because they are happy. They don't buy shit they don't need because they are happy. There are always some reason, underlying cause, that makes people make bad choices. Now, even a dictator like Kim Il-jung or Xi in China or Putin, these are not happy people. They are people who have lost basically everything, who are basing their petty existence on destroying or controlling other people. And you can see how Kim Il-jung, how he looks, how fat he is. I mean, with all that money and all that power, he is not able to control his own food intake because he's eating to get his dopamine. Putin is not a happy man, and he can't stop the war because he's so addicted to power, and he knows if he stops the war he will be killed, or if he loses the war he will be taken out in some form of a nut or another. I hope they take him down into the Kremlin, into like they did with Beria. They put the henchmen of Stalin. When Stalin died, there was a power struggle, and Khrushchev actually won that power struggle happily, because if not it would be just another catastrophe. And what they did, they gave him a summary trial where he was accused for the gulags, among other things. He also had taken little girls, underage girls, and brought them to his home and sexually assaulted them and killed them. So he was accused of that, and they condemned him to death, and they took him down into the cellar of Kremlin. He was screaming for his life. He had killed millions, but he was screaming for his life. And then they put a cloth in his mouth because they wanted him to stop whining. And then they put a bullet in his head. It's basically a shame they didn't hang him on the Red Square, but so that's how he ended, and that is probably how Kim Il-jung will end. That is maybe how Xi will end, if he loses the power struggle. And Putin, it's like that. Kim Il-jung. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. It's not far into the future. There's just a couple of smart generals in Russia who sees that this doesn't work anymore. Or the party or the Chinese, they just say, well, this doesn't work. And now they are trying to invade Taiwan, which a war they probably will lose. So we will see dramatic changes, and if Xi falls or China falls, we could actually take out China any day. We could just stop having them making all the goods, and maybe we could pay a little higher price for like iPads and phones, and then we didn't need to use so much money on weapons and defense, because China wouldn't be a threat anymore, because they are basically held up alive by us buying shit from China. So we are basically the enabler of basically Adolf Hitler. The worst thing was when we found out that our medicines or our antibiotics was being made in China during COVID. So Yeah, the sanctions of Donald Trump put on China, they threatened during COVID to stop sending the West antibiotics. And without antibiotics you can't really do any surgery, you can't fight infections, and people would start dying from gangrene and sepsis en masse. And it's crazy to have China produce things that are so important. And we should take the jobs back. I mean, much of Norway, my country, is basically financed by oil revenue. People don't find jobs anymore. People don't work that much in industry. We don't make the fish here, we move it to China, and it's crazy, you know. We need to take back the jobs and maybe have a long period with no increase of salaries, and get inflation under control, try to get the whole world to come to the same level of economic prosperity, so people basically pay the same price for goods wherever you live in the world. That would be the way to go. So yeah. Anyway, that was a derailment from a digression again from my painting. I see that wasn't so interesting. Anyway, let me see now. I'm just gonna do a little bit more with that rope thing, and I need to take a cup of coffee, and I'm starting to feel tired. So I guess I'm gonna go to bed soon. Also gonna go to the gym tomorrow with my girls, so I need to be a little bit more sharp, and this can just dry a little bit, and I will, yeah, this also has to be higher. See that now? Like this, I guess. Like this. Yeah. Okay. And like this. You see how I mold this? And just go in like this. Oh, hello, hello. Say hello. Give a thumbs up. I see new people watching. Come on, thumbs up. Anyway, yeah, that's how it is. That's how it is. It's strange how people have problems smashing that like button. It doesn't cost anything, and it's the, if you like a channel, or you like something somebody does, it's basically the one of the most important things you can do. Today, I saw it's even more important than having subscribers. The likes are more important than subscribers. And yeah, it's crazy. I can also see that compared to the hand, I should have put the, maybe this is going to be higher. So that is difficult to say if this is going to be higher or this is lower. I think actually this is going to be a little bit higher because it kind of goes up like this. The perspective is more like this, so I probably painted this hand a little bit too low, and I need to get it kind of more up like this. But that also is things I fix as I go along. Right now it doesn't matter. In general, the most of the things are in, and yeah. So now it's a mess here. I almost can't get in more color there now. And I can just do, there's a spot here. There are things happening in the background, which I'm going to add in tomorrow. Maybe I'll do a stream earlier tomorrow. And here it is. Also more stuff happening in the background. And of course the rope that comes down like this somewhere. But that is the things that I just will add as I go along. So there's something, you know, there is something, I can see there's something. Yeah, I think his shoulders needs to be higher. That I can see. It goes down here. And it comes basically out here. And it goes up like this. And this one also is going to be then a little bit higher. Because I felt that the head was kind of too tall, but maybe it was actually the body that was too thin. And so, but that is also things that I will kind of adjust as I go along. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. 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 Just gonna add in some. This and here like this. These are things that are so thick with paint now it won't really stick. And I will have all the, you know, all the details will come later. Yeah. There's a bunch of things happening actually, all over the place, you know. So I think this is also going to be higher, like this, because the perspective is in, like down and in, so it's kind of like this, in a way. And then this hand goes, I think, yes, it needs to be higher. I see that now, it actually needs to be higher. Maybe that is why people actually prefer to use a projector or some diagrams or something. But I find it to be the most interesting challenge of the one or the most, well, that and deep detail. Sometimes it's actually the thing in between that can be the most tedious, when you have a nice sketch and you have to tear it down and start rebuilding. That can be quite, you kind of in that in between thing. But when you get really deep into detail, you start to get into that deep flow, and it's just heaven. This is heaven in a different way, because I can actually be in the conscious when I do this. It is because the sketching process is more fluent and more, it doesn't need that extremely deep silence. That's why I can actually talk. But if I go into deep detail, I tend to suddenly just disappear. And even in some of my videos, suddenly I'm silent. And I forget that you're here, I forget that I'm actually filming, because it's so concentrating about details or so different. You see here, I go like this. Of course, I have the same light in this that in here. Right now, I think I don't have enough clean colors to put in. Maybe I'll try. I'm out of. Maybe use some cobalt now, just to see what happens. Like this is, yeah, so that's okay. Can do that. Do it like this and just, yeah. And you have this one here underneath. And there's some, yeah. Okay. Ho ho ho! Then I think I'm done for tonight. For the ones of you who were watching, I thank you for that. I wish somebody asked more questions. Now remember to give it a thumbs up. And if you see it on my channel, you can leave a comment after the fact. And I will post this as a new stream on my channel. So, yeah. So this is Painted a Portrait of a Man, part 2. Part 2, yes. Okay, I need a break anyway, so. See you around, thanks for watching, and leave a thumbs up, as I said. If you want me to coach you, go to YouTube, go to PATRON, and you also find a link to my Facebook if you want to talk to me more personally. And yeah, but then you have to become a patron first, of course. So I can't waste my time on people who aren't reciprocating, as they say. It's different when I stream here because yeah. So here we are. Just going to continue on the face because I noticed I've done some small mistakes as usual. This head is a little bit too high. The chin has to go up a little bit, like here. And no, I felt I had actually made him a little bit longer in the face. So I need to fix that. That's quite important. So I'm gonna I haven't done any, I put a little bit of retouche varnish because some parts of it was actually dried already, but the rest is okay. It kind of looks a little bit stupid, but like this, and I figured out that I painted him a little bit too, maybe it's more like it has to be a little bit more to this side, something. Where's my pencil here? I need to just pick. I'm so stiff. Today I was training taekwondo very hard yesterday, so I really always feel it, you know, not necessarily the day after, but the day after that again. But today is evening, and I can really feel it now. It's a really hard training, so yeah. Anyway, digression again. So, and this eye has to be a little bit higher, I think. There's different things like this. Everything seemed to go very fine, but I felt that something was wrong, and I was kind of right. I need to fix it and yeah, just get things to the place they are supposed to be. That can be smart before I go too deep into details and stuff. It's always a good thing to get it right first, so you don't have so much to fix later when things are actually more, there are more texture and more work on. Let's see, I need to go down to the city tomorrow, buy some pencils and stuff, because I almost ran out of good pencils now. It can be really frustrating. So yeah, let me see now. Also my eyesight isn't as good. I didn't sleep much yesterday, so. But, you know, stop whining. Stop whining. Just do. You see, here. Yeah, I think that was better. This. That's good. Yeah, that's better. Now it kind of falls into, now it's, yeah, it has to be a little bit more like this, because the soy has more cheeks on that side, so that's also important to get right. It will be fun to work with all his beards and stuff, because you just have to kind of cross over and cross over and cross over the paint until it starts to feel like a beard, as I was discussing the other day. I was sketching the first sketch. Actually, I didn't do any work yesterday, so I was dead tired. So. So oh, it's so hard when I don't have the white pencils. Just trying to get in some more light here. They're too soft again. These doesn't actually grab anything if it's not just very soft paint. So see now. This one. Yeah. So have to do something with that. Maybe I should use my glasses now actually. And yeah, that's better. When I do work like this, it can be a good idea to use my glasses. And yeah. Like this. Now it's falling into place. Way better. The good thing about this portrait, there's so much color to work with. It's so liberating. I already said that, I guess. Already said everything I need to say. I should just go kill myself. I'm just kidding. That is very annoying. I mean, when people actually discuss something and they say, "Oh, you said that before." And I say, well, you know, there's infinitely many things to talk about in the world, you know, and repetition will always be one of the things that will happen, because everything we discuss, it can be science, or it can be philosophy, or it can be painting, it can be politics, or whatever. It's usually about approximately the same things. And there are just so many variations you can say the same thing. You know, like when in the Bible says, turn the other cheek. Or do unto, or let me take, do unto others. You have that in all cultures, or many cultures, like a basis for moral conduct. But the point is that they all have their own kind of twist on it, but it's the same thing. And it is probably limited how many times you can, how many versions. And if you always need something new, totally new, or you get bored, you have a really big problems, because conversation will collapse very fast. And it's like sex, you know. It's like if one should always base our sexual life on something new, or inventing a new position, or something like that, it will be very short-lived, because there are not infinitely many ways to do it. So it has to be based on the act itself and the flow. That is why when people say that, oh, I said that before, it's like they don't respect conversation, they don't respect anything, and they kind of, yeah, it's very annoying. Same with painting. That was why I started talking about this. Every video I probably say the same things, but with a little different twist. And sometimes I kind of realize something new, some small thing, because I've been saying the things many times, and suddenly, because of repetition, because suddenly you see something deeper, and you actually manage to add a little nuance. So yeah, when it comes to painting or life, it's when you come to a certain point, and you kind of know approximately what is positive, what is negative, what is... we only talk about nuance. And same with painting. When you come to a certain point, you can't really do the huge jumps anymore, like my my teacher in drawing school said to me, I did tiger leaps. For everything I did, I evolved enormously. And yeah. But now it's more like small steps, small adjustments, small things that I learned more the hard way. Same with chess, same with everything. First you become better rapidly. It goes really fast. You go from not knowing nothing to knowing quite a lot. But then it slows down. And you have to work harder. It's like first becoming conscious. And I would say you become conscious when you realize the difference between objective reality and subjective emotion. And you start to doubt your own thoughts, your own opinions, and you are becoming honest and self-critical. That is a start, but you're not finished. Not by a long shot. That's when the work begins, because then you have the layout, then you have the basis to build. Before that, you weren't open enough. You didn't see. You were totally subjective and probably an ass, like I used to be when I was like that. I was very competitive. And didn't know much, but I thought I knew much. So then you can say, how can you now know that you're not the same? Well, because I learned to doubt myself, you know. I learned to, and I didn't do that then, because I believed my own subjectivity was basically objective reality. It was just not thinkable that I could be wrong if my emotions told me I was right. There had to be an afterlife because I believed it. And that is basically when you realize that this is true. You start on the journey to consciousness, to deep consciousness, where you realize something very profound. And I remember how it was to go from not understanding this to actually seeing it. It was just like somebody opened my eyes, like in that movie Equilibrium or whatever it's called, with the guy who played Christian Bale, plays in a movie called Equilibrium, where they take a drug because to fight human nature, they have decided to take a drug so they don't feel, so they can act more objectively. But they also try to eradicate creativity and art. It's kind of dystopian movie, kind of George Orwell's 1984 in a different way, a little bit different twist. But then when he actually stops taking the drug, he wakes up and he starts seeing. And there's a beautiful scene. The movie is kind of low budget, not that good, but that scene is very good. So yeah. When he wakes up, he starts to see. bald, isn't it? Yeah. Could I recommend some Propicia? I need to wash my glasses too. They're way too. This, you know. I think the distance between is. The question is how far out the eye goes. That is when I should actually grab my mirror and start looking in the mirror to get it right. Yeah, I think it has to be a little bit more like down there. Yeah, I think so. So, that all seems alright. Here's my mirror. Here's my mirror. I'll be your mirror. Yeah. Yeah, that seems way better. Way better. And I see there's not much electricity on my camera, so probably will stop soon. So if it stops, that's the no, it's deeper. Now it's quite limited to my Naples and my Alsarin. Really, there's not that many colors I use. I see there's a lot of yellow and stuff, so I'm trying to get in some yellow into the mix, so it lightens up a little bit the colors. Maybe I should film the palettes in a segment and try to just YouTube of the tutorial I'm gonna post later. So with this, now if you have any questions, please ask, so I can then I can actually answer some questions. I have my computer here so I can see. If not, I'm just gonna bang on and paint as I usually do. My eyesight isn't that bad today actually. It kind of depends how tired I am or whatever. As you can see, it has started. It's difficult to see in the stream. I'm sorry, because it's the I can't really figure out how to adjust the contrasts and stuff on the app, on the YouTube app. So I guess that is just how it is. Now, yesterday I was talking about how I was building here, and the colors I use when I build, I took some lemon yellow. I take my this one, the Naples Gel Extra, and I also use my Alsarin. I think these are the basis for Skintone in many ways, because you have the yellow and you have the reddish, and I also of course use blue to tone them back and forth with. I mean, the shadows are usually more in the blue, and so it is quite limited actually. It's not that many colors I have to use to build it. And when it comes to skin color, what I think it's one of the most important things when it comes to skin tone is the skin texture, and how you make the colors kind of create a kind of a micro impressionist. What I like, actually I like these brushes are quite expensive, from Da Vinci. It's the swine bust or boar or pig pencils. Could somebody tell me if that is haram in Islam? I always wondered about that. Are they allowed to use pig brushes? Anyway, so, but these are very good, but they are not the best, because the ones who are cheaper are actually better, because they didn't have much of them in the place I've been buying brushes in Kem. It's called the artist material. It's called kunstnernes material utsalg, or Kem in Oslo. They have started going over to more synthetic brushes, because the other ones were too expensive. And I said, what? Why? For the first, the cheapest one aren't that expensive, and synthetic, you must not use synthetic brushes, because you won't be able to create the necessary brushwork. So to create the skin texture, you have to go and look at classical paintings, and you can see that the way they're actually building the texture is basically crossing over and almost creating pores as you go along. You just zigzag and you kind of try to follow directions and stuff like that. That is the best way, I think, to create. And when I look at classical paintings, I can clearly see that is basically how they think. Now, these are the more cheaper ones, and as you can see here, they are kind of looser, they aren't that accurate, and they are kind of, you can see the hand cut and just cut over the scissor or something like that. But they're actually better to create good brushwork, because they are looser, and you kind of leave more trace of the brush in the brushwork, which sounds silly, of course, but that is how it's done, I think. Anyway, now I'm just gonna go in here, and I'm also gonna go, down here. It's a shame you don't see that. When I'm done with this, there will be a full tutorial. I'm actually filming for it now. So I'm filming the stream and also putting out the stream. Of course, and there you can actually see much better the brushwork I do, because the video is much better. I'm gonna figure out how to use my camera for the streaming also, or maybe I just have to buy a new camera for streaming, because that phone stuff, that doesn't work. You know, it isn't good enough. It isn't good enough. It isn't good enough contrast or light or anything. So it's quite frustrating to see, but I hope you get something out of it anyway. Maybe if I came a little closer stuff, but you know, Yeah, I will evolve it. Let me see now. Maybe I should do some adjustments in. Let me just work around it a little bit. I'm going to stream for a while, so just let it roll. I have no idea for how long you can actually stream and upload, but that's what I'm going to do. Let's see now. Now I also mix in some cobalt here into that yellowish color I was talking about. The maples, gel extra, and when I put some blue into it, it becomes kind of more like a shadow color. And when I then cross over with alizarin, what happens is that you create these very subtle, and also here subtle overgang. I don't have no way overgang. How do you? Well, here, and it goes over into blue, and I get this kind of starting to twist a little bit. Now there's a lot of stuff that's going to happen in the background here, so it's going to be a very nice thing. I think I'm going to start making streams of all my paintings and and then also the tutorials and stuff. So maybe do streams when I'm not. I'm also going to stream when I'm not filming for my tutorials, so it kind of becomes a substitute or whatever. I also think I want to max out when I create a painting like this. I'm going to max out the time I can actually have a tutorial that is like 12 hours long. I think that's the maximum, and then create some shorter versions of them too. I'm working with a lot of actually videos now, which is coming out. I kind of start to get tired of the whole YouTube thing, because I thought I had to have a 3 million short views and stuff. But I just got my channel monetized again. Today I earned $1. I could actually survive in Bangladesh on that. But I'm living in Norway, so if you wanna send me a super chat, or you wanna just leave a comment, give it a thumbs up or something, it would be great. If you leave it a thumbs up, it is priceless, because actually thumbs up today is more important for the algorithm than followers. I prefer actually followers, because I like to see my channel grow. And it grows a little bit every day, but it grows very slowly. Some of you, I don't know, remember I had another channel that was bigger. I earned quite nicely on it, and then I was hacked. I was actually hacked 6 days after I was arrested, and you know, everything just came crashing down, and I spent some time adding out all my videos again. But the problem is that I didn't do them. I didn't build the channel up chronologically, so I'm actually building up another channel called Oil Painting with Knut Andre Vikshåland, Oil Painting with artist Knut Andre Vikshåland, which I'm reposting all my videos chronological from the oldest to the newest. And this channel is a little bit more chaotic, and then I'm also gonna make a also have the All Things Knut Andre Vikshåland, where I All Things Artist Knut Andre Vikshåland, where I post political stuff and other things that might not be suitable for all audiences. Yeah. Now 8, hello, 8 looks at me now. if you want to leave a comment or something or ask a question, it would be great, because then I can actually engage with you more directly. It is, yeah, I really enjoy that because it's easier for me to talk, and yeah. But anyway, I'm just gonna bang on. I'm trying to shape this face now, add some more. I'm just gonna work with shape and basically the sculptural part. It's very important don't go into details before you actually know that you're on the right track, because if you do some drawing mistakes, say I painted in the eyes very clearly and I figure out there's some mistakes I've done, then I have to redo the whole thing and it takes a lot of time. So in my opinion, it's better to work first with a whole thing, make sure you get it right, and then you start going into more deeper detail later. That way you will both save time and frustration. And I guess frustration is maybe the most important thing to have some control over. It can be very frustrating. Let me see now. Yeah, like this and like this. Remember, thumbs up, really important. Of course, I also will post this after, so you will get to see it when you want to, if you want to. So yeah, okie dokie dokie, doggy doggy, okie dokie. Just here. Also go in here and add some this one. I think kind of like. I think when I paint, I try to think of things in cubism, almost like cube. That is automatic. I think that's, you see the classical painters and stuff, they do very often a more cubistic sketch or something. And I think it's a very natural thing to do, because it's like brushwork. If you paint long enough, you just kind of realize, you just realize that the brushwork is the most important part of the painting. So you just keep on doing, you realize that, and you have kind of understood it on a deeper level. I used to use only the blue black from Winsor Newton, but now I really figured out that using ivory black is quite smart, because it has this more earthy and neutral thing with it. And I'm also trying out lamp black. You never use black alone. You have to mix it with something, or it's just a dead surface. Never try to make if you're gonna make now it's kind of black underneath, and I add some red over it. And here, of course, as I talked about, I'm gonna create, the beard and stuff. So yeah, and there. 1, 2, 3. Yes. Like this. I'm just gonna take a step back and look at it. It's quite important, actually. So yeah. Okay. As I said, feel free to ask me a question. So do I have a trigger to answer? You see now. Okay. Now you see, I'm trying to build a beard with just kind of knitting the yellow, the blue. There are so many colors in a beard, and so many colors in skin, or not necessarily so many colors, but so many nuances of these colors. And as I said, it moves from the yellow to the blue. You can see in the light here it's more bluish, and you see the yellow in between, and the same thing goes for the whole thing actually. Here in the light areas, then I can see that there is a lot of blue in it, maybe cobalt or French ultramarine. So I can actually add in, mix it with a little bit of red and kind of get some blue into it. And then I work on top of that again with other colors like yellow, and so yeah, some now. See now, wow, like this, and I need that little thing there. He has a wrinkle. He has some wrinkles in his forehead, and that's a good thing. It leaves me something to work with. Now there are 6 people watching and only 3 thumbs up, so if you're listening, please smash that like button. And yeah. See. I need some more. You know, you can't just add white all the time. There was a nice brushwork, and I need this on that side. I need one down there, one here, and one there, and this one. And this goes deep into yellow, and kind of dirty yellow, which I get if I actually use the ivory black with alsavine and the yellow, and then I get this darker type of skin which is more neutral, and yeah, then we can, it's all about directions, you know, you create directions in the different here too. He has a very nice expression. He clearly didn't like to be photographed, but both me and him was very pleased with it, so that was fun. That was fun, yes. And I only clicked a few photographs of him also. So actually I used a digital camera, but it came out pretty good. I used to like to only use film. That was my thing, because I think the film, the 6.7 film with my RC, and I used slide film or tungsten film. But I don't have, I have some old films left, but they are going out on a date, and I can't really. I see that they are not. They're not giving. They're starting to. The chemistry has started to deteriorate, so I never really know how it's going to turn out. So I don't want to use those films to do art photo or portrait photos, because not necessarily coming out good. So yeah. So that's that. I'll also put in some light here. Still no questions? Say hi or something. Tell me who you are, where you're from. I will engage with you if you like. Maybe I should write portrait painting and ask me anything. It doesn't mean that I'm gonna answer everything, but you know. You see now. It is so easy, you know. It's that maple thing. It is yellow. It is the tree red, and white, and blacks, and some blue, and I basically build the skin color from that. When it comes to the skin texture and volume, and it is about building thick colors in the high levels and keeping the shadow parts more down. And that way you just build the whole thing almost like it is a relief or sculpture. I see, as I say many times before, I view the paint to be clay. It's my clay. And yeah. That's what I do. I'm pretty sure if the Greeks and the Romans could actually make sculptures from colored clay, they would have done that instead of plaster and stuff. And they actually painted all the sculptures. So in Rome or in Greece, the sculptures weren't white, they were actually full of color. Actually, I would have felt that became a little bit too camp or kitsch, maybe. I like them being very raw and stuff, so if they had color, I don't think I would have liked them so much. So. But it must have been a very vivid experience. Also gonna... I regret that I used like bloody well 20 years going back to using ivory black, because I see now that using ivory black gives some more subtle tone than my blue black, and it gives more natural colors. Just need to have some coffee. Cheers. Cheers, yeah. No. Yes. And how do you make skin color? I don't know, repeat what you see. I was actually wondering if I'm going to do a segment for this tutorial where I hang I'm going to also film my palette and explain while I'm painting what colors I use when I do the skin color. So, yeah. Okay, let me see see now. I'm gonna start to do some details on the nose, as always. You know, always the first sketch is very often very loose and very open and promising. And then you have to go through the process of basically killing your darlings to get deeper. And that can be a little bit of a stressful experience, because you basically have to break down very nice brushwork to go further. And many times I reach that, what I call my skill wall, and it's like reaching the wall. You know, we all have, painting is, as I said before 100 times, I should stop saying that. I promised myself I should stop saying that. I reach my skill wall, where I can see further. I can see that something is not right, but I don't have the foresight or the experience to take it to a higher level. And that experience, or that thing, has to evolve over a long time. So yeah, that is why when you start out doing some creative work, you can't go all Rembrandt from the first day. That is why I think also this thing about talent is so ridiculous. Never in history has any person been able to paint like the classics after one day. It's not how it works, and it will never work that way. You have to accumulate knowledge and skill over a long period of time. That's the only way to get better. So for the people who is banging on about, oh, you're so talented, like there was a guy who very sweet. I mean, oh, you're one of the greatest painters that is living today. Well, that is nice that you say that, but it's not really true. There's many good artists in the world that are higher skilled than me, and I'm actually not that skilled. I don't have this. There is a recipe to it, of course, because as I talk about being able to look into the. So, just talk a little bit more about the skill wall thing. As I say, there are many artists in the world that are really good, and the thing with me, I don't really know how. I just do, and I try to use my intuition. Of course, you have to be able to see, okay, how long is this from, you know, we have to be able to get it right in a way, you know, you need to get these things right and stuff, and you need to have some understanding of brushwork and stuff to be able to paint. There's no doubt about that, but I never learned this in a classical way. I never went to a classical school, and my recipe is just get the first brush work correct, the first not brushwork, but the first drawing correct, and then I just work myself from there, and I just keep bang on. See now? Yes. See. And here we can exaggerate a little bit. There we are. Everything here goes into darkness, so probably I said it yesterday actually, but as nobody could hear it. They say that Rembrandt, he only used black in the eyes and the pupils to get that infinity depth or that depth in people's eyes, like you just fall into their eyes. But he probably also mixed it with blue, and I know he did have ultramarine, and they did have some blue colors. They say they had I don't know, I saw actually a small video about it the other day. They had a blue that actually turns brown over time. So a lot of the things that are brown today in Rembrandt's paintings were actually very bright colors, more colors. And it is funny really, because we have this kind of classical school called Odd Naudrum school in Norway, and they're always painting their paintings so yellow, and they think that is what Rembrandt did, but that wasn't what he did. There were way more color in Rembrandt's painting that you see today, and it's just a misunderstanding that, especially that Naudrum school, they're going to be so very yellow and kind of the colors are so dirtied up and stuff, because that is not how they painted. Yeah. No comments. Yeah. Am I gonna give this up? Don't you want me to stream? Maybe people are watching and they don't have what do you call it, a subscription on YouTube, and then you can't actually, if you're gonna put in some questions, you have to have a subscription. So yeah, so it's very nice to work with a portrait again actually. I like this face because it's so... Also, be careful, I have now the portrait like this, and I also have a photograph there. The problem is, if I only look at this one, I can be tricked to paint it more like this. So I have to be careful there, that I get the perspective right. So, yeah. See now. Yeah. I went to exercise today and I did way too much. I came home. I was actually going to start streaming earlier today, but yeah. So from tomorrow I'm gonna only stream and not film to YouTube while I'm streaming. I film to YouTube standalone, because it's easier for me to focus on the paint when I'm filming and nobody's watching. Okay. I guess the streaming is like a webcam girl, you know. She can't expect to get all the views at once. She has to build up an audience. I actually knew a girl earlier that was from Colombia who knew her a little bit, and she was going to start webcams. I actually told her not to because luckily she stopped after a few times. But she was so oh, nobody's watching us. There are billions, millions of girls out there. I told her you have to use a lot of time to get a following. And I didn't really want to. Well, I just told her not to do it because, you know, all this stuff gets out on the internet and they think they're going to hide it, and suddenly it's all over the internet. But luckily she stopped, and she stopped before things leaked online. It's a good thing. It's a shame actually that so many girls are ruining their lives on webcams and stuff. It's just not good. Sad. It's a sad state of the world when people has to come to that. Yeah. But anyway, that's a digression. Same thing here. I don't have that much of a following on this, and people aren't used to me actually doing live streams. So I guess it will take a time before it builds up. But it's also live streams are a very good way to document things and add new videos to the channel. The good thing is that you have that. It's a standalone thing, so it only pops up in direct videos, which I think is good. So it doesn't become confused with the tutorials. Now we have some nice wrinkles underneath there, which I will try to do. It's so funny because he kind of smiles with his eyes without really smiling. It's the worst thing, you know, when people tell you to smile. I told him not to show his teeth and stuff. I can't stand that, you know, if people send me, oh, could you paint this for me? You're gonna get this and this with money and stuff, and there's some kid with teeth. No, thank you. I can't do that because it's impossible to get teeth good, and it seems so fake. That too, you know, people who have had a lot of fillers or facelifts and stuff. Oh, it's so difficult to paint them. The worst thing. So that is why it's very important to have fuck your money, so you can say no. So as I said in the video, advice to a young artist: save your money. Don't do like daddy, don't do like me, that spent a grotesque amount of money on expensive hotels in New York and had a kind of a mental breakdown there. I think should have listened to my mommy, because she told me to save, because the ladder, as she said, the ladder seldom goes right into heaven without any hiccups, and you have to save for a rainy day. But I didn't. I was stupid. But then again, you know, I had fun. It was fun. Went to New York Burlesque Festival. Met a lot of strange people, which I today actually see as extremely woke. That's one of the reasons why I lost interest, actually, because you couldn't have a... I mean, narcissism and the burlesque community is like hand in glove, like artists. A lot of artists are clearly covert narcissists, and basically I think they are made in heaven for some reason to save humanity or something, which is of course bullshit. So I don't mean to degrade creative work, because it's some of the most important thing that we have, you know, doing creative stuff, and I wish everybody had a thing they loved. Even if you have an ordinary job, if you have something you really love doing, you can evolve it over time. You can do the work that you need to do to basically get your money to survive, and then you can do your hobby. But most people don't do that. They spend their time watching movies or bad entertainment or sports or anything like that on their free time, and they never actually live up to their dreams, and if they even have any, because yeah, that was funny. And how does that look? Became quite nice actually. Yeah, that's not so bad. Come on, give me a comment. I need a comment from you. Come on, somebody. Give me a sign of... Tell me that you love me. I need attention. It's so stupid when I hear people say, "Oh, I'm a narcissist." Yeah, maybe you should study narcissism before you say that. It's not a good thing to be a attention whore. That's not good. But we are mammals, we are animals, and all animals crave attention. And we crave sexual attention to appropriate or make pretty babies. So it is natural for human nature to seek attention. I guess it's when the attention seeking becomes pathological, and it starts to affect both people you love and start affecting your own life in a negative way. That is when this so-called narcissism goes from being kind of fine. It's not really narcissism, but a need for valuation, a need for people or to be seen, goes from natural to very, very unnatural. And in arts we see this, especially in conceptual art. You see that all the time, you know, these artists who do such a crappy job, and they really do think that this is great art because, yeah, like this girl I saw on Instagram who kind of smearing this canvas with her body and throwing the paint on the canvas and using her hair and her head. It's just like, oh, come on. Probably you didn't get enough love of your father and you have a lot of issues. I mean, instead of doing this to get validation from all your artsy friends, which hates... Like in Norway, it's really funny in Norway, because in Norway we have a lot of oil, we have a lot of money, and the art scene is ruled by a bunch of basically politicians. There's an organization for artists which gets money from the state, and it's basically corruption, you know. To get this, you basically have to be a hardcore modernist, doing art like this, you won't get money from that organization because it's not politically correct. I'm an outcast, and that's fine. If you don't have money in Norway, you can get social security and stuff like that. So you will survive in this country, even as an artist. You just can't go on a long vacation to the Marriott in New York several times a year. But you know, as you get older, I noticed I kind of became a stoic by accident. I noticed that I need less and less validation. I need less and less entertainment. I just want to do creative stuff and basically live my life. And yeah, I think for some people, getting older makes you more wise. This is not an automatic thing, so you shouldn't think just getting older makes you smarter, because it doesn't necessarily make you smarter. But for some people, for a few people, it actually happens. So, okay. Now I'm going to a little bit around here. Too bright. Here too, this ivory black is very good to keep down the colors. You see, I'm going out like this now, just to try to get this right. And you also, after a while, I will make this kind of cross over more, so I shake up the lines, but for now it's nice to get some oversight over it, or whatever you call it. Like this, or like that. Goes a little bit in, like this. And I think this goes also a little bit more in. I think, maybe. Yeah, also see there. It's starting to look like him, actually. Even in the stream, it'll start to look better. I'll turn off my second camera now. I've been filming enough. It's almost been streaming for 50 minutes now. So, there we go. I'm going to do some more painting on that face. And I think I have to make it a little bit wider, actually, on that side. I kind of knew from before, but that's, I kind of have to go through it many times until one realizes exactly what's wrong. And yeah, now I see it. Now I see it. So also it's kind of a little bit more like this. I painted a little bit more straight down. So it has to get some more cheek out here. And yeah, see what happens now when I start doing that. Do I need my glasses today? Me and my girl had a date night on Friday, which lasted into the small hours in the morning, and I can feel that it cost a lot. It cost me a lot of kind of, usually when I drink some wine and stuff, I kind of become hungover for at least or my dopamine goes low for days. And then basically used to have it like that for years, that I was kind of always a little bit hungover. But now when we don't do that often, I really can feel the difference. So I had problems getting into this painting today. It's almost like I fear starting on it when I feel a little bit of down, but I just had to decide to get myself out of my bed. I went to training actually, that's easy for me. But it's almost like I burned out all my energy in training. And I'm not in sports, so it is my work that should actually be my focus. Yeah. But I have a good workout, so that's good. It's good for my testosterone, and testosterone is good for my creativity and everything. See now if I can get this to work. As I did say earlier, it is that I actually see it straightforward, and this is kind of twisted a little bit in the perspective when I look at it, so I kind of have to go a little bit like this once in a while to find that right angle. So yeah. Now maybe I think it went out a little bit too much, so I will kind of drag it back in again and put in some shadow here. The beard, yeah, it's kind of a second, third day beard. So it's been also so cold today because I'm basically in ketosis all the time. I don't eat much carbs, which probably leads to some so-called keto flu, as they call it. I'm actually going to Google that afterwards. You see now? Yeah, it's not so bad, I think. Yeah, it's okay. See here, use this one, is a little bit broader, I think. Yeah, have to be very careful with these brushes because they are quite expensive, and I only have one set, so I need to take care of them. What brushes you use, the quality is really important, so make sure to have good brushes. See. Yeah. It's really interesting to work with this, actually, believe it or not. It has to do with the way I work with it, and of course that I have a lot of information in it to work with, which is so important, which I've been telling you before. So See now. Maybe this one is, yeah. See here. I was actually supposed to live stream today, but I never got to it. And I also had to force myself out of my bed. You see now. Not much to say today, actually. I wish I could just put on some music and just flow. Yeah, this one. Zo, zoom, zoom, zoom. Zim, zalaboom. This. Now I'm working in directions, as you might see. It's almost like I'm building everything this way. It's kind of a way I like to build things. Kind of drag them like this. Do it. Other people do that? No. Like this. Building the cheek. These are actually the places that are basically have the most highlights. And I try to make that skin more transparent. I killed it actually. Killed it. Up there too. Small reddish. So. This easier for me to see. And the force in here is more there's very yellow and kind of reddish and bluish. And yeah, it's a lot of different tones. And that is why I actually love this. Because it's so natural colors, it's natural skin tones, and it's a lot to work with. It's exactly how I like it. So I'm glad I have that in this one. Yeah, easy to build the sculpture, as I would say. Mm-hmm. Maybe I should live stream a little bit also tonight, just for fun. Go close up with it. Talk about painting portraits. The live streams actually was a good thing because I get to post more videos a little bit faster than usual. Maybe I would just wait until, because I'm so tired today. It's unbelievable how drained I felt earlier. It's almost like I feel like I'm dying in a way. I started to think about cancer. I am getting 57. 57. What is that? You know, it's absurd. A human life is just a blink of an eye, and there is no coming back. And like I was laying in the bed with my girlfriend, and in a very nice embrace, I'm just lying there, and I'm thinking, wow, so sad, laying there having such a nice time, and in reality, and then boom, you're gonna lay alone in this dark, cold grave and rot. And I was talking to her and saying that, you know, I wish I could have this bed with her in that embrace, and that we both could just lay there and be dead and kind of warm each other. It's so silly because I'm an atheist. I don't believe in an afterlife, but it's almost like you think about it when you it's very hard to visualize yourself not existing when you actually come into existence. And as I said many times before, George Carlin did say, the problem isn't being dead, the problem is getting dead. But everyone who is dead managed to become dead. My great-grandmother, my grandmother, friends of mine, they all managed to be dead. And someday I'm also going to manage to be dead. It can happen anytime. It's so silly, it's so weird. The whole life thing, you know. The whole life thing is just weird. I know I talk a lot about that, and it's like with me, every single thought leads to some kind of existential kind of thing. It kind of forces me into this. If it's positive, it forces me. If it's negative, it forces me. Earlier today I thought, fuck, I wish I didn't have to exist, because, you know, you have the economy and you have so many things that aren't good right now for me, and it's my own fault, of course, but it's so stressful sometimes that you just wish you didn't have to do this anymore, that you could just leave. But, you know, it wouldn't be sad to leave now, because I feel I haven't done anything. People tell me, you know, oh, you have done so many nice paintings, you're going to be remembered, you know. Yeah, I have so much more to do. Yeah. It's weird. It's weird. So fucking weird. I think I'm gonna embrace, if I get the cancer, that I will embrace it, that I will say, oh, finally, here I am. Soon I won't need to exist anymore. Soon I can just close my eyes and be gone, be done, turn myself off. That feeling that when you wake up and you have had that dreamless, deep, very deep sleep, almost, when you wake up, it really feels like you haven't existed for a while. It's almost like you wake up from this coma or something. And it's also almost bad to wake up, because it was so peaceful. There were no me. But if you don't wake up, you're not gonna experience it. So that's the whole thing, you know. You can't experience not being. You have to wake up and you have to experience it. So if you wake up, I guess you haven't been dead after all. So every single experience, every brushwork, everything is, in hindsight, it's a thing you experience after the fact. You're always looking back. I saw this on the widescreen. I saw it on my stream when there was a delay. We kind of told that story a little bit. It's like when I was looking at me in the data, I could see there was a delay. And it's almost like I'm experiencing myself after the fact. Which I of course do when I see myself in videos, but it's kind of different. When you think it's real time, but it isn't. It's a small delay. Anyway, life is kind of nice also. You know, it's not just bad. I kind of like it. I'm a little bit tired now, so it's not the best, but I needed to do something before I was going to bed. I don't have the energy to write in my diary because I'm quite fatigued. So. I wish I could be entertained. That I could just sit down in a chair, be comfortable, just be entertained and not have this thing. I feel like I'm running after myself all the time. Always something I'm not done with, always something that is unfinished. There's always something, you know, I need to do, feel I haven't done or whatever. And the most important thing for me now is actually getting shit done, so I can, in a way, reset and restart. But I have so much unfinished business that it's gonna be a tough ride. You know. But I mean, if Donald Trump wasn't Donald Trump was what is it called? I was put into power today. I mean, look at that guy. He's in his 70s and he worked to get back into the Oval Office for 4 years. Just like I predicted. I knew he was going to come back when he lost in 2020. I knew he will never accept that loss. It was just too close, you know. And now he got it back. I think if he could do that, why can't I just finish some fucking paintings? I'm only 56, you know. I'm not 70. Maybe I have this feeling of unrealness. It's hard to explain. It's like almost, I sometimes feel like I'm not really existing. Some silly force. I'm kind of down today because of the dopamine thing, you know. I shouldn't drink more. Truth is, I also took this ADHD pill that I got from my daughter. And it kind of makes you a little. I have ADHD, but I also get total erectile dysfunction from it. So I can't use it in a general sense. Something like my penis looks like it's been swimming in the Antarctic and I have a well over average D, so even Viagra doesn't work, you know, it just, it's crazy. Tadafil, actually. trying to take a ton of film, but didn't work. And that with some wine actually made me like I am today, fatigued and tired, and my girlfriend has the same problem. She also become quite fatigued after. So should be way more careful with things like that. I can't really drink that often. I drink maybe it was like 4 glasses of wine, and it's kind of enough to feel quite low afterwards. Also it kind of disrupts sleep, makes training harder. There's so many things that happen, so anyway, I should actually talk about painting in this, but I seem to whine instead. So maybe I shouldn't have made a video today. I should talk about painting and how I build wrinkles in his forehead, which is adding thick colors and then go in and kind of just cut into it to create these wrinkles in his forehead. Like this and like that. A little bit too strong, like this. Yeah. That's what I should talk about. No wonder my videos are so popular. But I am literally too tired to paint today. So, yeah, it's 29 minutes. Yeah, it became a little bit better actually, I think. Maybe. Anyway, see you. So, here we are. I did a very classical mistake, which can be a problem many times. I kind of, instead of, I felt it was going to be a little bit wider, but the reason why I thought it was going to be wider was basically because I started to paint it wider. No, painted. I did this mistake. I kind of made the chin too high. No, too low. I mean too low. So I need to correct this. I think one of the reasons why I did so many mistakes was that I streamed too much when I was painting. The thing is that when I make these videos, I don't really get into that that absolute deepest flow. So, which made me possibly a little bit complacent, and I did some mistakes. Now I have to kind of clean this up and get back in track. The good thing is that I actually saw this early enough. I'm glad I didn't going on and basically ruining it. So here, so I have to take it down and wait. So, yeah, I think this is better. Also this one, more kind of watercolory. Now you can see it's kind of falling into place a little bit more. Also, I need to kind of pull it back in here a little bit. So it goes a little bit more like this. And then I need to take this one. Doing mistakes like this is very amateurish, I think. I shouldn't do that. So now also I need to do here. I felt like a sheep when I did this. It's kind of a sheep-like behavior. I should know better. This. And also the lips are too, I made this lip too wide, which also, that is just kind of small things. Everybody would recognize the person, even now, at this point. They would say, wow, that really looks like him, they would say. But I know that there's so much more that needs to happen. Yeah. Okay. And the lip has to go a little bit more up. Here. Yes, a little bit higher. Yeah. Then I think that too. So. Mm-hmm. Son, okay, we are here with my beautiful girlfriend Amalia.
Hello.
Which you will find. You find a link to her YouTube channel in the description. So go check it out. Help her grow, which is Ant. She needs 17 more followers to be able to stream. So yeah, she's gonna ask me some questions about painting, portrait. Probably the same things because it's from ChatGPT.
Yeah, it actually came with some new things this time.
Wow. Impressive.
Let's see, or Yeah, not that different though. In your opinion, what makes a great portrait?
Oh, yeah, that's a good question. Well, a great portrait. It depends what you ask. Do you ask subject matter or do you ask about the painting? For me, it is all about getting the texture, the skin texture, and on the likeness and stuff like that. That makes it into a good portrait. Now, of course, if you're gonna think about expressions in the face, what is bad is teeth. Paintings that are too, or expressions that are too fabricated, it's not good. But I think a portrait painting is all about the skin and about likeness and stuff like that. That is what makes it into a good portrait for me. If the paint is well done, that is basically what I think. If you can catch a person's personality in the expression, that is of course very good. And I think actually this one was quite good in that way, because we tried to take a good photo of him, and we didn't take many pictures, so we kind of find an expression that worked pretty fast. So, but he's kind of in the middle. He's almost smiling, but he's not really smiling. So, and he seems a little bit uncertain. He's not that confident. He tries to look confident, but he kind of shines through that he's not really, he doesn't. But he was very pleased with this one because he liked the expression. He even asked me if he could use the photo as a profile pic on his Facebook, and of course that's fine by me. Just credit who's been taking it and stuff. So yeah, I think it is basically, I think the most important for me is of course that I get it right. As of now, as we discussed before we started, I have painted the eyes a little bit too big. And as I said, I've been streaming when I was painting and I didn't concentrate enough. So I did some mistakes that I have to fix. So yeah, okay.
Yeah, you actually answered the next question. If you believe portrait painting is more about accuracy or interpretation.
No, I think it's about accuracy. Yeah, that is the most important thing for me, anyway. Because a challenge for me is actually getting it right, and yeah.
But I also think about interpretation, as how
interpretation of him as a person, or what do you mean? I do actually, of course, when I paint him, I look at him subjectively, okay? So I kind of, I don't focus on that when I'm painting. I'm just focusing on trying to get the likeness right and try to get the skin tone right and stuff. But of course I do automatically add in probably automatically add in a subjective experience of his expression, okay, over time. So there probably is some subjective interpretation, as the mistake I did because he looks at me so much that when I'm painting him, I tend to exaggerate his eyes, okay? Because I notice his eyes all the time. Actually, you two have kind of a little bit of the same eyes. Do you see that? You see that over here? There's a little bit. Is he your dad? No.
I also, when I painted
It's your age,
myself and my dad, the eyes look so crazy in the beginning before you get them right.
It's nuts. You know.
They look completely insane.
yeah. And the eyes are, you know, it's very important. Of course, I think if it was a bad portrait, if I didn't like his expression, it would make it harder to do it. But here I actually I do like this portrait. So I guess how the portrait comes out before I paint it matters. It matters. If you like something, it's maybe easier to paint it. So, yeah. You can ask me a little bit about Skintone, maybe something. I don't know. Just ask me the questions you have.
Okay.
I haven't glazed or anything yet, so it's just until now it's just raw paint. So there's no layers or anything. It's layers, but it's no. I haven't done any glazing yet. So.
Okay, see. How do you approach creating realistic skin tones in your portraits?
Yeah, then you have to actually. My basis for it is red, blue, and yellow. And then I have some broken colors. You know, this one I've been talking about in the streams. Naples Gal Extra, or Naples Yellow Extra as it's called. It's crucial for me with the Alsarin and the French Ultramarine and Vermillon and, you know, the yellow, the cadmium yellow and the lemon yellow. It is quite limited, but what I try to do is to get in the yellows, and then there's some blue here, and there's some reddish, there's some Alsarin here, and then it goes over to the yellow again, and in here there was some light with some blue in it. And you just have to kind of try to repeat all these different colors, so also in nuance. And in the end, there's no, as I said, there's no, you can buy actually a color called flesh tint, and it's probably one of the most ridiculous colors I have, or I can think of, because what the hell does that even mean? Is there a flesh tint for black people?
Isn't it a light pink color?
Yeah, it's a light pink, but it's kind of a Caucasian flesh tone. Okay, it's not a black guy flesh tone or a Asian guy flesh tone. It is a white man's. It should actually be white man skin pink or something like that. Okay, so it's ridiculous, and that color is actually Alsarin or kraplak. Because if you take kraplak and you take a little bit of blue, you get the same color. But then you have, and what is pink actually? Okay, it's more what is actually pink. It is
It's a mix of blue and red.
reddish, yeah. Reddish, I would say.
Maybe?
Yeah. So also I try to build, as I do here now, I try to build out the. It's almost like clay. If you see here, I work like it's clay. So I get this thing, yeah, to come out. So you have to not just think about the colors, but if you have some red here, red around, or red with it, you know, the Alsarin has a blue with it, there will be yellow around here. And there is some yellowish colors here. And there's yellow. And you have some more reddish in that deep here, and you have yellow behind here, and some blue behind there again, and yellow here. So we just have to kind of observe all these different nuances and try to just get it right by doing all the necessary mistakes. You can't just paint a pink color and call it skin. And that is what many people do. They just paint it red or yellow, or, you know, they don't see all the nuances in between. And it's very important to do directions. It's basically almost like cubism in a way, that you have to go and find the right directions. So yeah. Is it getting better? Is it just me? Huh? Also, it's difficult because it's when I stand like this twists a little bit, and I have a tendency to, when I stand beside, to paint it in the wrong perspective. So that is also a problem you have to be very conscious of. The best thing would maybe to have this one there. Maybe I should actually try. Okay, I can do that. I have one there too, but to get that right, you have to kind of see it in the right perspective. But I can see actually if I could do something with the eyes. Maybe it's too early to do it with the eyes actually. Because that also, let too much detail, keep that open. And of course I did that mistake. I do that same mistake myself every single time I paint. I do the same mistake, and maybe I go into the details too fast, like I actually did with this one. And because I noticed that I didn't think the face was it long enough or wide enough, so I started to make it bigger. And today I had to take it from here to here in the beginning, and I had to take the chin, this up, and I had to move the lip higher up, and I see even now I have to go even higher. So, and the lip color is actually also Alsarin. Have you tried Kraplak?
What's that?
The Kraplak is kind of looks like Alsarin. I know it's very popular color. Just Google it. Google Kraplak. And read what.
Stavar du det?
Kraplak. Kraplak.
Med K?
Krapp. Ja, try that. Kraplak. I think it's more like a reddish, almost like Alsarin color.
Altså kapplack.
Krapplack.
Krapp.
Krapp, ja. Krapp.
Ja.
That too, you have to kind of work with all the small things. You can't draw the face. You have to paint all the. What I was looking for the word today when I was filming. In between nyanser, how to get the. Altså overganger. Hvordan vil du si overganger på engelsk?
Transitions.
Transitions? Only word I could think about was a bridge. You know? And I was saying like I am making a bridge from this nuance here over to this one. And that bridge has to be basically invisible.
In Google Translate, it's the direct translation is transition.
Transition, okay. Transition. Because that is what Vermeer was so good at. The transitions between... and you have to work a lot with it. You can't... Like when I draw it a little bit, I really have to go in when I put in some and draw it. I need to go in, I need to shake that up so it doesn't turn stiff. And that is a difference between a good and bad painting, how much is drawn. So that you keep it open and kind of just... Yeah, what no more?
And also, how do you approach painting beard?
Oh yeah, I'm crisscrossing.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to use my, the pig brush, whatever you call it. Jag vet inte på engelska, pig brush.
Hog here, maybe?
Oh, yeah, I know it's a hog.
Okay.
So what I'm trying to do is since there's a beard here, I just try to get some. I kind of try to get colors, kind of grab it, and then I try to get the hairs, the color into the hairs, and then I just try to kind of go like this with a brush, like just try to knit it in a way, and then I go, and I also need to have several different colors because in between the beard I see there's yellow, and then it's red, and there's some more yellow. And what I'm doing is basically over time now I'm just building a beard texture, if you know, yeah? So that is basically, you just have to work back and forth and find the right directions and find the right, because you if you're a total photorealist, of course you can basically paint every hair, but I'm not a photorealist. I paint with textures and brushwork, so I have to paint impressions. If you see that Philip Weber artist, he would basically paint every single beard and almost every single pore.
Yeah.
But that is not what I'm doing. I'm just trying to kind of find some kind of believable impression. So it's kind of a sort of micro impressionism. If you go into it with a magnifying glass, you will see there's just a lot of brushwork and colors that was knitted into one another, almost like this texture is flatter, so you have to use a different type of many people will actually think that you should paint skin very smooth and smoothed out, but you don't experience skin in that way. You experience it with some kind of texture. So you have to find that. Yeah. If you exaggerate it too much, you can always scrape it down when it has dried, and you can glaze over it, and then all the small, all the small brushwork will come out. So, and then you can paint on top. And that is what I will do when this has dried. I just want to try to get it a little bit more right. So it's not easy actually. It's a time-consuming thing. And if you didn't have the beard, it would maybe it wouldn't be easier, or maybe even harder. It's hard to say. Because of course the beard gives me something to work with. Yay.
It's in a way harder if you, for example, if you are painting a child who is very, there is a lack of character and everything is very flat. It's very little to work with. Is that in a way harder?
Then you have to be even more careful with the directions and to get it even more smooth, So, of course, but it would be the same process. Actually, painted some children before, and I actually like to paint children because they are so full of color, They have this transparent skin. He has some of it here actually, so and when you paint lips, you have to, when you look at the lips, actually they are extremely transparent, so you can actually see the blood underneath. But also we will have a tendency to paint them too white, because that is how my brain sees them. And then I realized that they aren't so. They are quite white, but they aren't that white, and they are not as red as I believe. So you have to overcome these symbols. You have a symbol for lip, and we have a tendency to paint them too red, because you know why. Yeah. And you see here that bridge. Hva var det kalte det?
Transition.
Transition. Yeah. It's very difficult to get. Yeah. It looks strange on the camera, but not in reality.
Yeah.
It's weird.
It looks much better in reality than on camera.
Weird.
Just so you people know.
Yeah, it's weird. It's almost like my camera can't pick things up in a way. Maybe I should get in more light here. Maybe that's it. Actually, it can be that because it's kind of bright, more light here, and it's darker here. So when I bring it up a little bit and get more light in here too, it might compensate for that. Anyway, I feel I'm getting tired and stuff, so can end this soon. And was it anything more GPD could
If you could paint a portrait of anyone, living or dead, who would it be and why?
Ooh. Well, Of course, Christopher Hitchens is one of them. Carl Sagan is one of them. Of course, Donald Trump is fun. That would be fun to paint his portrait in the White House. But I probably wouldn't get into United States anyways.
Oh, he could get you in.
Yeah, he could
He's the
get me in.
president. He can do anything.
Yeah, he can do whatever he wants to. Yeah, who would that be? Mohammed? No, I already did that. So, no, it would be people who actually are doing great things for humanity, like Elon Musk, and if dead, Marcus Aurelius, or maybe Einstein. Einstein would be fun to paint. So it would be people who did won some victory for humanity, as I say. I actually gonna do a lot of portraits like that later when I'm gone. To this human condition thing, I'm gonna pick a lot of portraits. And yes, the guy who played Superman and Brad Pitt. There's so many. There's quite many. I would like to paint.
Yeah, so if any one of those people see this video, they can just contact you.
Yeah, they can just contact me. So. No, I think I'm kind of you see that? Did something positive happen now?
Yeah.
Do you have any painting question? Or are you just empty in your... You want some popcorn?
Yeah. I'm having cravings from Thursday.
Yeah. Popcorn. I bought actually a package of popcorn. No, I can pop it myself. We can pop it ourselves. Try that. Sit down and eat some popcorn. Popcorn? No. Who would I paint? I would have painted, of course. I want to paint Carl Sagan. I want to paint. Yeah, Christopher Hitchens. I'm already doing actually a portrait of him from a photo. Huh? You didn't know?
Yeah, is it the one where he sits on
Yeah.
medicine bowl,
yeah.
or what is it called? Yoga bowl?
Yeah, yoga ball. It's a shame I didn't finish it yet. It's so many things I have, nice things I have started on and not finished. So there's a lot of I think if I could paint a portrait of Marcus Aurelius or some of these people who really Seneca, people who matters in history. But Christopher Hitchens is definitely one of the people, yeah. Anyway, do you have anything you wonder about when it comes to painting? Something you haven't heard me talk about before?
Something completely new.
Completely new. There's nothing new. That's the problem. When there's nothing new, it's just time to die, isn't it?
Well, not quite yet.
Not quite yet. So, I think I'm just gonna leave it at this. And it is this thing that the guy, it's so important to get these. This is not a line, okay? It is a shadow. And the closer you can get to that thing, get all the nuances to just cross over into each other, bridging, the better the painting becomes, you know. And that's the whole thing. That's the whole challenge. And you know that because you have done battle with it yourself. So you know what I'm talking about. Here's way too hard, that line. Maybe that's the problem, you know. That's why the camera actually picks it up wrongly, because it is supposed to be some bluish here. And then I need to go in with nuance here, and it's more yellowish. And do like this. Look at the camera now, see if it looks a little bit more correct.
It's still quite thin.
Yeah, okay, it is.
But
Weird. Where does that thinness come from?
if you change it so it stands more like here, maybe that would change it.
Yeah, you see now it looks. Maybe it is that the chin is too. I need to kind of cross over in the chin here. Like, get this more. Like this. Did something happen now? Now? Maybe? Huh? No?
It looks like he needs to be actually broader on both sides.
Oh yeah, okay.
But,
yeah. This side
but
too?
it doesn't look like it in real life.
No, it doesn't look
So,
like it in real life. So I have no idea what the fuck is the camera doing. It's weird.
Or maybe it's the hairline? No.
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 No. I don't
Maybe,
think
it needs to be more shadow.
Yeah, yeah, maybe more shadow here. Yeah, it's gonna be more shadow.
Yeah, I think so, because...
Well, maybe we should try to just see it. Wait, try to see it like this. You know, now it fell. You see that?
Yeah.
Now it's the same. So it's the angle. It is probably the paint that is fucking with me. You know? So now you see, now it actually is almost the same.
Yeah.
You see that? So I guess it's the angle. And it's the paint who twist it, because the paint is physical and the camera and the photo is not. So it just twists it. It's almost like you twist a sculpture in a way.
It's
Okay.
completely flat.
Yeah, it's completely flat. But the painting isn't flat. So I guess it's good to know if you didn't do it. See now? See how close it is? Now? It really starts to look correct. Okay. So it's actually the angle. Yay, we figured it out. Okay. Say hello.
Hello.
Hello, that's Amalie. Okay, and then it's gone. Give a thumbs up, leave a comment, tell me what you think, and if you want to support my work, go to Patreon or buy me a coffee. Links in description. So, today I'm just doing some cleanup, all around work, to start building all the textures and stuff in the background, and add some plaster on the wall, you know, start getting things to come alive in the background also. It's really important to clean up. Basically, when you clean up, you get this, what shall we say, I get a little bit closer to, yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of work here anyway, you know. And I also think I might have done like these things here, the threads and stuff. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be fixed and moved around, so that is what I'm doing today. Or tonight actually. It is night time in Norway right now, and I'm trying to also have a hard time seeing it because it's so, light comes down like a brick almost, I feel. So anyway, also it's like 3 o'clock at night, so I'm starting to get a little bit tired. I might just do a little bit more work and then move on. Now I'm over to the black and the blue, and it is the same thing all over again. Maybe I should actually start, when I put on the palette, I should start thinking more about what am I actually going to paint today, because I think I waste too much color letting them dry without actually using the colors. And since I'm using the old Holland color, it might also be a good idea because it's a very expensive color. So it's a shame to throw away a lot of color, yeah, to put it mildly. You see now, I need to get these threads, but they are so thin compared to the head and the rest. So also I think I made him a little bit bigger than what is in reality, so there will be some small discrepancies. It's very typical. Well, I guess I just have to further down so I can see better what I'm doing up here. The background is quite neutral in color. As I said, this is more in the blue and the greenish. Basically some kind of green. So I just have to experiment to try to get that color in. The good thing about what I'm doing now is that, as I said, I'm cleaning up the room, so it's way easier for me to see where I'm going. See now, down here. Actually, I can just move right over like this, and then I will just add, you know, that the threads, there's threads coming down there, but they are very thin. I painted them way too thick, and it comes down about here, but not thicker than this, I think. So that also brings the background more in the back. And we kind of meet about here, I think. Now this comes down here. I also have a shadow. So I'll just work with this back and forth, so see what happens. Yeah. That is the kind of detail I will go deeper into as I go along. So tomorrow I think I'm going to use the whole day. Not go exercise, not do anything, and just only work on the background. So I get a lot of shit done. It's so annoying making that sound also. This, I think this is better. So. Yeah, now I actually see more, but I need more green there, so I might use a little bit of citron yellow or citron yellow. Get that green here. So annoying with that sound. Anyway, you see I use these pencils now, bigger pencils. The same thing. I need to do something with that fucking sound there. I think I need to do that. Duct tape solves many things. This, maybe that will dampen the sound a little bit. Here. So, yeah, I think that would be better. Duct tape. The problems. I also use in the background here, I used the brush and glue. You see that fixed the problem with that sound. It's a good thing. It drove me insane actually. But then I brush and glue is good here. Also, it's very important to kind of get all the colors that you use all over the place into every part of the painting. How do I explain that? You don't want to paint a background in one color and then the foreground in one. You want to have some. Not necessarily you can see it, but you want some. There's a lot of French ultramarine and the ivory black and the blue black in this thing. So you also want to have some of those colors in the background, like I put in. So it doesn't look like a shablon, or maybe shablon is the right word, because it's probably a French word, shablon. So it doesn't look like the figure is kind of painted on top of some surface that doesn't really compute with the main object, him. Yeah. So get the colors all over the place. So back here, see? This is just the beginning, just to shake it up a little bit. And then boom, boom, boom. boom, boom. Mhm. There was too much reddish in that background there, so I need to get that down to the green, because when there was some reddish in there, kind of competed a little bit with the red in the face, so I try to get that to work more together. See where it comes down here. Now I'm just gonna crisscross, crisscross and crisscross over and over and over until it basically just falls into place. Wet in wet is very effective when you're working with things like this. And tomorrow when I wake up, it will be a little bit dry, just a tiny bit, was kind of sticky, so it will be nice to work on top of that. I don't understand why I have actually painted this so reddish when it was actually so green and more like lemon type of green, neutral. So it's funny to see it now, I see it so clearly. Well, it was only the first layer, so it's kind of expected. So, yeah. I'm looking forward to painting in the threads here with the shadows and stuff. And when I do that, they're actually starting to create the right kind of space or room or whatever. So this one is on. It's actually up to his shoulder, but then again, I'm not really sure if I have the shoulders right. Kind of starts to look pretty okay, but yeah, let's see what happens. I don't want it to be a lot of chaos in the background here. So even the brushwork, the directions I use in the brushwork will set a lot of, if I do like this and this, even the brushwork will look a little bit too chaotic. So I can see now in the darker parts, it might be smart to just drag it down like this, where I'm not going to have any texture, and places I want some more light, I do it this way, or just go back and forth with that, so it kind of keeps it down like this, keeps it more down. Comes down here now more light, so I can go the other way. also there's that bridge between the nuances here that I have to work with just to get that beautiful. Find the right hue is so important. Then you see he's starting to kind of pop out more. And this will of course be way darker, more light, darker up here. You know, so many things that are gonna fall into place. So here I can actually go this way because he actually, you know, and the light hits behind him here. I want a little bit more light there. And then it goes darker up here. Just like this. Yeah, now it starts to kind of fall into place. Better. 16 minutos. Let me see. Just gonna adjust it a little bit. Like this, maybe. Yes. Yeah. No, wait a second. I don't need that. I'll just bring this up. I'm gonna bring this up. So, and I will do something with this cloth. Now it is the French ultramarine and the black and some alsavine that I'm using here. That was way too blue. Tone it down. No, way too red, I mean, so tone it down with more Prussian blue. And this is going to be in the background, and there's more light here, so I need to, here also I need to keep down the textures. There's not going to be much texture here, only dark, and there's a lot of lumps here, so it comes down. But I can actually feel I'm a little bit too tired now to do any more work today. So I'm going to end it now and just continue where I let off tomorrow. Just go deep. Now I'm kind of doing what I did all the way back in the day. I kind of use blue and red or kaplak to create the deepest colors. Here too I will drag it this way, this way, this way, this way, because the cloth comes down like this, and here I can do no, I can do that here. I need to just kind of do like here when I'm gonna do more light. I will actually go in and drag it this way because that direction gives more textures than this direction. So here I don't want any high textures or anything, but here I will build it out. There are some textures here, but I will try to keep it down as the best I can. So this is just the second layer. So also have to paint in the hands and stuff, and it's going to be easier because because there's only these two fingers and that hand, so it's not going to be a huge problem. Yeah, actually it falls into place. And then the little nod comes about here, like this, and goes down like this. And then the shadow of it comes all the way down here. It goes in here and goes up. And these two comes down there. You see, it starts to fall into place. Then this creates the background and creates shadows here and stuff, and really you will start to give it the space and it needs. And then all these things happening in the background and everything, it's going to start being squeezed into place. But I will continue tomorrow because I'm too tired. It was a very hard training also today. Taekwondo, a lot of fighting, and seem to getting too old for this shit. Anyway. So, with this, I will see you tomorrow to do more all around work. So, yeah. So, here we are. I just realized something. It is that I have painted it, him, a little bit to the arms. I moved the arms down and the fingers down yesterday, and I found out that this can't compute because according to the face it is one. Let me see, I count like this, and it is 1 and basically a half or something, and this is 1 and almost the same. What the hell? I think it's gonna be a little bit higher because I kind of lost a little bit down here, but then again it's difficult to say because I think I painted it a little bit too much this way. It's very hard actually. Very hard to see. It's such a small discrepancy. You see now it is 1, 1, and no, it isn't that much. No, it has to be where I put them before. So I just have to kind of paint them a little bit higher. I did see it when I got some distance from it. So it's so annoying. This has to be higher, and fingers almost comes up here. If you see here, I measured there. It's almost. Well, it depends how long this is. So that is a problem when you paint. This is the problems that I always meet when I do my painting. I start out with a sketch, and then I do maybe some mistakes, and I spend some time correcting these mistakes. Yeah, that was actually better. That looked better, or more rational. And that was actually right, because when I did this, also this is way too broad. So I need to do like, I did all this yesterday. I was a little bit tired yesterday. It's very dangerous to do some adjustments and detailed work when you're a little bit exhausted or don't feel so good. Can easily be done some mistakes. But as you see, it's not a big deal to correct it. It does seem like this actually, oh, so hard, so difficult. It kind of tricks me. It's a trickster. This is a trickster, you know. But anyway, this one is going to be higher up. So at least that's correct. I think the distance between no, that's quite okay. Maybe it's that twist here that does it. No, it's twisted a little bit. And then it goes down here, that rope. And yeah, maybe I was actually onto it from before. You could say, oh, you should have drawn it like in a diagram first and gotten it all right. Honestly, I don't even know how. It's not my thing, never been my thing. So I guess I just have to do it my way and try to fix it, you know. That's what I can do. And in the end, usually, in the end, it will be okay. And also this one goes a little bit more in here. And here. Like this. Move it around here, goes up, and you have this thing here. All of these details, of course, has to be worked in. And some reddish, blue and red. It's very shiny. It's very high. This goes actually right down like this, I think, or like this. And of course, do this, and it goes like this. This goes way higher. I actually had the fingers at the right place yesterday, so I just kind of moved. I had to move them a little bit this way, but I shouldn't have, because the distance between here and here is not that big. So now this is the exciting thing about doing it freehand. You kind of have to. I kind of have to really work with my mind, and I really have to, use it. I really have to use my mind. And yeah. So that's good. Like this. There's a shine. I think there's a shine here. So you see that dress come up there. But it's way darker, so I just have to take it down a notch. But all these things will be fixed. You know, there's some blue. I shouldn't put in that much blue. So is I have about 2 weeks to finish this. Hopefully that will be okay. I think I also screwed up a little bit with the face. Now it actually starts to fall into place a little bit more. You can see the shoulder, the arm, it's a little bit higher. There's a little twist here, there's the thickness here. As my mother had actually seen it. I put out a video of it, and she actually saw there was some problems. Oh, he looks too skinny, and she was right. So, and here was more out like this, and there's also more shadow side on this side. And now it actually starts to fall into place. This one have to be a little bit higher, I think. I think even this one is to be higher. Of course, it is basically the same thing as if I had lined it up in a way. It's just I line it up again and again and again in a way. So also this one is almost parallel with the shoulder, which means that's going to be moved out. Parallel almost. Now it's a little bit in there. Well, it's almost like this. Just to a little bit adjustment to the yes. Maybe this is boring to watch, but and this goes higher. And when I'm done sketching like this, I can actually start molding it again and start doing directions and stuff like that. So that will be better. See, I just dry my pencil with the medium. So when I do put on new paint, I have some kind of new medium on my pencil. So it just kind of automatically kind of goes into the pencil. Like this. Yeah. Even higher. You know, kind of slender fingers. You know, he's not a, he doesn't work in a shipyard. He's kind of a business type, I guess. leader type, business type. Yes. It's a very difficult thing, this, because is it down like this or is it up like, so it's quite a task to do that. Actually, this one is maybe a little bit more like that. And here. Oh, mamma mia. Mamma mia. And this is like there. There. Oh my god. Ooh. That is why you should measure, because this is just wrong. So what I have to do now. So why didn't I measure like this before? Well, sometimes I tend to believe that I'm better than I am. And when I fall into that trap, I do mistakes. And yeah. And that is why, as I told every person that I try to teach to paint, you know, slow down with the sketch. Make sure you got everything right before you add any detail, so you don't come into the situation where you have to do everything when you have done a lot of work. But I think it's a learning experience for you to see me do mistakes. Now you can actually learn from my mistakes, like the hand goes right around the head here. So there it should be. It should be right there. Yeah. So that is almost correct. Say then that the head is a little bit off. What happens then? Well, then you will paint the hand the wrong place because the head is the wrong place. And then, so one thing takes another and you just let it stray. And in the end, everything is just wrong. Everything. That must be one of the most horrible feelings. When you realize that everything is just totally wrong and you have to redo so much that you almost feel like you can start all over again. But yeah, it will be fine. It will be fine. I think. Was it good that I saw it now? And this is one. Now it starts to feel a little bit more like it should be. But also, the line there, this one goes higher. And of course it has to, because I've lifted up this, so this goes now up here. And it's darkness in here, like this. And it's dark here. And it goes down like this. This is go down. That is not so dark, but I can add in some red and yellow there. So do like this. And there's this highlight here. Can go down like this. Now it starts to look like the hand in The Sick Child by Edvard Munch. It was slaughtered. The Sick Child painting was slaughtered because they thought the hands were so badly painted and stuff. And a little bit more this way. A little bit more here, maybe. Now I'm getting that posture. I think this is like this. Yeah, this has to be a little bit more kind of like this. Kind of like this. Guess probably we'll move this one a little bit more like this, and I need this thing here, and there's some small things happening there, but then I maybe should move this out a little bit again to get this kind of line. Then I use my mirror, and yeah, there's still problems. One of the problems is the shoulder. And the shoulder is supposed to be higher. Here. And I think this shoulder is supposed to be a little bit lower. I really enjoy this craziness. I think I'm gonna live stream this process also. So and this one goes out like this. Yeah, something's really actually happening. Because the distance between here and here, now it starts kind of to fall a little bit more into place. I did see that there are some problems with the head also that I did, you know, like here. And I might have, I think I might painted the eyes a little bit too big. I also think there's going to be a little bit more on this side. So, here we are. I'm going to go a little bit closer so you can see better what I do. The thing is that when I focus, this is lower this way, so this seems a little bit less twisted than this because this is from the side, and it's quite annoying, but it actually looks like it's the wrong angle, and it's not, so that's a little bit weird. Anyway, I'm going to try to start. Where do I start? And there's where I begin. I had to use some time lapse in this video because it's like 14 hours long if I didn't. So I decided to cut it down a little bit by using some time lapse. And in this you actually see how I just add more and more colors and how I just mix colors in the portrait. As you can see, I add the shadow here, then I blend in more lighter colors, and there I get deeper, and I add more yellow here, add more lights, and you see I in this painting I really go deep when it comes to the textures. You can see that at the end of the video how I just have built this face like almost in the same way as Lucien Freud, just on a kind of a more tiny level. It's just layer upon layer upon layer with brushwork, with thick colors, with overpaints, and it actually almost drove me insane. If you could see how I worked with this painting, it was just, I just couldn't find it. And as you can see here, was also very frustrating, was that when I looked at if you see the photo here, it's more kind of, the face looks broader, and painting looks thinner, but that is because of the perspective. So you kind of twist the whole thing, and it really confused me through the whole process. And sometimes I actually painted it too thin because I didn't see the photo from the side. Many people also ask me if I could show the photo at the same time as I paint, and in this tutorial or process video I do that. I show the photo a lot so we have a reference point. So it's up to you to kind of say what you think about how, if I managed to reach the object I was painting. Yeah, there's a lot of segments about skin color tone, texture, painting. So I hope you enjoy, and see you on the other side in like 12 hours. So today I am just working a little bit more around the whole thing, which I want to do for a while now, because I just need to get things into place. As you know, I did some mistakes earlier, and these mistakes I just am trying to, I guess I managed to fix them, but then I have to basically rebuild a lot again. I'll do it with the light areas here, and add some stuff here. That's good. It's not that advanced actually to get these things to look quite nice. I can see that it's kind of a little bit plastic like, so I need to get fix that, and just, but I know how. I just need to be more careful with the directions and stuff, and just keep banging on here like I always do. So yeah, also the fingers, I think they are basically maybe starting to fall into the right place now. Add a little bit more meat on them, maybe. I basically had to redo everything when it comes to these things. So yeah, think I'm gonna be able to save it. That's good. So here I have another time-lapse part, because I needed to cut down the video time, so it actually suited the 12-hour limit on YouTube. As you can see here, I just add more and more color, and I kind of do as I usually do. I correct and go back and forth, enhancing behind there to push the shape. And yeah, it was quite difficult doing this dress, because it was so dark that I had to really go in. I couldn't really see so much detail, but I noticed after a while that I started to see that it had a lot of blue in it, and there were on the side that was longest towards me, there was a little bit light blue shine in it, and I basically started using a little bit of ivory black on the inner side, and I used more blue black on the side that was more against me or towards me, and also mix it in more ultramarine and even a little bit of alizarin to create in a way some kind of a complementary contrast between the more brownish ivory black and the more bluish blue black. Also, I of course put in a lot of other blue stuff too, and also the texture is very important to kind of keep the texture down on the you know, the arm farthest away, and build more texture on the arm that came out of the painting. Anyway, see you in the next segment. So today I'm going to do some more work on the face, trying to get this right. It is a little bit more, it is tiny bit broader, I can see, and there are different things that I need to do, but it is slowly getting where it should go. Now it's nice to put on a retouche varnish from Old Holland, of course. I don't know why I keep on telling you what kind of paint I use, because I don't get paid from them, but I think they deserve the attention to the color, because it's a very good color. It's a good brand, as it's called, and I think they will be sticking around for a long time, or something like that. I don't know what I was going to say, so I just said something. Anyway, I'm too honest, am I? Now this is going to dry a little bit, and then I'm going to glaze, and yeah, I'm going to go a little bit closer when I glaze, so you can see the difference. So now, when I glaze, I use usually I use French ultramarine, as I've been saying before, and the alizarin. I mix them together to get kind of a bluish violet tone, and I just kind of add it over the whole thing like this. As you can see, it becomes quite blue. The colors here, they kind of fall into all the cracks and all the things that so it kind of creates more skin texture or more lively surfaces. Also do it with the shirt here, because I'll probably be working from the face down to the shirt, so I just go over this one too at the same time. get some more color into the shadow here. I don't know if you can actually see that. Yes, you could, almost anyway. So what happens now is that it becomes quite sticky and quite wet in a way, and I get some. Also, the good thing is that I can actually better see the different shadows. Also, as you know, I usually scrape away, take away some of the surface oils because I don't want it to have way too much oil. Also, the good thing is, of course, that it kind of now it kind of fuses with the retouche varnish, so it becomes a little bit sticky, as I say. Also, I'm going to take away a little bit with some paper because it became a little bit too blue up here. Just take away a little bit, and now kind of between all the small cracks, all the textures, the oil and stuff just falls into all these cracks, and it's almost like adding medium instead of adding medium into the color. You can see now into the color. I basically added into the color when I paint over this, because of course I will paint over the whole thing as I go along. Also, it kind of creates new shadows and new things to work with. I like doing it like this. I think it kind of gives it, you know, layer upon layer. If you see classical paintings, you can actually see they have done this. At least that is my hypothesis, that they have done it like this. I see Turner's, H. William Turner's beautiful landscapes, all the overpaints and all the textures, and some can actually see that a lot of things is a lot of the painting and stuff is because of has been doing it that way. See. So, okay. Next segment will be painting. Okay, voila. Then we start. I will do as I did say. I think there's a longer. I fix that problem first, and I think there is longer. Clearly, is longer out. His face is broader. That is totally clear to me now. Just measure the eye, and yes, it's broader. His face is broader, and I should have seen that. It's not a thing I like to do, to make a face bigger actually, but sometimes it's just necessary. Now I can clearly see that it goes all the way out here, and now it looks more like him immediately. It doesn't go that far. Also, this goes out a little bit, and I can see here, yeah, now it starts to fall into place better. So I'm not gonna do a half hour, just gonna do like 20 minutes, because this video is already very long, and I have some more work to do before I'm done. So I don't want it to all get longer than the limit on YouTube, which is 12 hours. I like to do long tutorials because I like to show more of the whole process. Some people like that very much. Some probably don't, because I don't have that big a following, sadly. Wish I had, but that's how it is. Yeah. I do also do these videos for my own sake, because I like to like the idea of looking back and see how I evolved as an artist over a long period of time. It's a shame I couldn't actually do these things when I was younger, when I started out, that I didn't do videos all the way back in the 90s. We didn't even take so much photographs back then, so kind of a lucky, just pure luck that I actually have some at all, actually. Now, me making this broader doesn't mean that I don't have to have the shadows and have that here, because he has that beard. I just had to move it out a bit. So yeah, I think that became quite so better. This one too. And because I've been wondering about that is sometimes you just need a break. You need to take a break so you can actually get some objective distance to your painting. And if you do that, you have a higher chance of actually seeing the mistakes. So yeah. And it goes in like this. Yes, yes. Slide. Like this. Almost. A bit too long, maybe. Has to do with a lot of things. The air has to go out more. Also, this might be not that far out. This is kind of a small things that makes the difference. So yeah. Okie dokie dokie dokie. Maybe I'll do another stream tonight. Close-up portrait painting stream. Why not? Engage a little bit with my audience. Actually, it's a good thing to post shorts on my YouTube, because it seems every time I post a short, I get some more subscribers. I think it can be a wise thing to do. I also post all my old videos because my old channel was hacked. So I'm posting my old videos again in HD, because when I got my channel hacked, it was right after my my arrest, and I, of course, when they take all your data and everything, but I got it back, but when I got it back I had already posted a lot of my videos in not in HD, because I had to download all my own videos from YouTube before my old channel was deleted, probably because of a lot of you know, they posted copyrighted stuff on it just to earn quick money. And yeah, it was sad actually, because I had so many followers there. Some of my videos were so deeply into the algorithm. But I guess that's how it is. You kind of learn from it. And now I'm also building up some other channels, so if it happens again, at least I don't disappear. And if you're smart, you will. Also, I will do different, of course, when I start doing live streams on my other channels. They will not be posted on other channels than the channel I'm actually live streaming on. So that's also a reason to subscribe to all my channels. So yay. I actually think this kind of solved the problem. I think I need maybe a little bit closer here. This beard coming down like this, and I make it a little bit. Yeah, I actually think this is more correct. So that was actually the missing piece. So now I can actually start to, and I needed, as I say, I needed a few days away from it. And sometimes it's very smart to just put it away somewhere, put it into a different room, don't look at it. And then when you take it out, we'll bring it back into your studio. Immediately, or you can turn it, face it to the wall or something. It's so much easier to see where you were wrong. So yeah, I highly recommend that you do that. When you come to that brick wall and you don't really know where to go, do that. Just remove it. Because a painting, if you're annoying by it and you can't really get anywhere, it's really hard to actually get anywhere unless you get this objective distance to it. It's basically like everything in life. If you have some problems or something, and you're always ruminating, you have to distract yourself in some way to so that you don't have to look at it all the time, you know. That was the problem with some of the grief I had when I was in prison. The heartbreak, because I couldn't really get away from it. You know, there weren't enough distractions. But in hindsight, I always think it was a very good thing, because I have to go very, very deep. So they can be very. And the good thing also, I started drawing again and stuff, so I haven't drawn anything, well, a little bit I've been drawing since I came out, but I really have to get going with that again. Drawing is so giving. It gives away, that gives back such a great flow. Pencil drawing, that hyper focus with that thin tip of the pencil. It is so, it's like chess, you know, it's just, you really have to think before you move. I haven't played chess since I came out. I was actually quite good in chess. So, yeah. Anyway, you can't do everything all the time. Let me see. I just want to look in my mirror. See if this... Actually, I think they start to look like each other now. That is the thing, when I start to look at them and I feel they actually start to look like one another. Are these two brothers? Yeah. Are they twins? Yeah, I think I'm getting there. I don't want it to look like his brother. I want it to look like his twin. And I think I'm getting there. I'm getting to the twin. Yeah. Also, actually you can see that the head is a little bit... Maybe this is supposed to be down. Yeah. If I took it up here, it would be too high. So I need to take this behind here a little bit down. So I think I need to get it. But this is the small things that I will kind of keep on. This is things that will be adjusted and adjusted and adjusted and adjusted and adjusted and adjusted. Because I thought this was going to go further out. But what is the real truth is that this had to go a little bit in. So that is how you can trick yourself again and again and again, and can really drive a person crazy. And that is why you have to be also sometimes a little bit in the conscious, so you actually are looking at it almost like it comes from a, not almost, but you have to look at it from a scientific perspective. Think about a surgeon. A surgeon has to visualize how the surgery will look after surgery. So he has to kind of foresee, he has to look into the future basically in the same way. He has to be very creative and but also very scientific. He has to be a sculptor, he has to be a classical artist which knows anatomy and knows how the different things kind of will move compared to the other things. And the same thing is here. I really have to kind of plan for how will, if I cut in here or there, how will it look in the future? And probably that is why. It's like you have very good tattooers and you have the bad tattooers that don't really know how lines work. And they will never get quite good, but the people who understand the lines of Leonardo da Vinci or lines and all, they will become very good. And the same thing is with the surgeon. If the surgeon doesn't really understand what he's doing, you get these botched, horrible plastic surgery results that makes people just not look like they're themselves at all. that's just horrible. So it's really sad when people do that. Fix things that shouldn't be fixed. I think it looks like him now. There's no doubt about it that it looks like him now. Because now I can start to go into the real details. The real pleasure. And just, you know, smooth out things, get in the small details, the small shadows. Oh. That was the whole thing. I had to build this one out. And then, of course, because I've also felt that the head was too high, and that was because it was too narrow. And it didn't take much, it was just a little bit. And voila! It's on the right track. What's very difficult in a portrait is how these things in the eyes, people who doesn't really know how to paint, they paint a lot of symbols in the eyes, but I will try to get these. There are so many things that is happening in here. So try to get. First, I kind of have to get it right, the shadows, but then I need to kind of get all the shadows to come alive. Some things down here, behind here. I think he has quite, his eyes are quite special. And of course I'm looking up because he was quite tall, so I'm not so tall, so when I take pictures of a model I need to think about that too. But yeah. There's a lot of things to think about. So I feel like I want to call my girlfriend because I didn't see her yesterday and I miss her already. It's very strange because we are quite exhausted after being with each other for a whole weekend, because we have quite intense closeness, and she has the type of personality that needs space and I have it, but it doesn't take much time before I start missing her and thinking about what she's doing and stuff. And I guess that is love, isn't it? Love. Yeah. Yeah. He has this almost smile. It's almost kind of a Mona Lisa thing. Yeah. Okay, that was exactly 21 minutes. But you can see that it probably feels better now. I'll work on the smile. Now, it looks a little bit broader because of the perspective, but if I do like this, you can see it's much more, yeah, it's much more likeness. Anyway, so that's good. So, here we are. I'm going to start going all over this here now. And I'm going to do a little with my Retoushing varnish from Old Holland. I go over to bring out all the nuances so I actually can see what I'm doing. I have to finish this painting now in a few days, so I will just do one of these. That's what I will do. This is the last glaze over this. No, not, yeah, glaze and of course retouche varnish. It has really dried now, so I can actually get in some of the nuances and stuff, and I will just keep banging on until I'm basically done. And there's a lot to do in the background and a lot to do with details. I think I have actually managed to get most of the drawing correct now, so I can actually focus more on the dress, this dress or suit as it's called, and details here, go down to the hands, go into the background and just work, and then a couple of more times on the face, and I think it should be good actually. As you can see, with the retouche varnish, it just comes popping out, and yeah, I'll do also a light glaze and scrape it down a little bit to get some more life into it, and then I will just keep banging on, as I said. Yay. Just have to dry for a few minutes, so yeah, okay. So, do a little bit of a glaze, just a tiny bit, not much. I think it is kind of dark enough as it is, and I will just go over the background here a little bit with some bluish and some red, and just kind of all over place. This is a very broad pencil, as you see. What I use is a mix between alizarin and French ultramarine blue. I think that is very nice to... I'm not going to put anything into the face now, because I'm going to have a more controlled glaze there when I'm going back to painting the face. Right now I will just go over it here a little bit around to get some life into it, and, textures and stuff, and then I will start working on top of that. That is my procedure. It's a little bit difficult to see exactly how much red or blue is in this now, but now this is now getting into the textures. So, yeah, like this, like this. Okay, so here. So, yeah, I think that will do. Most of the darkness is up here, so yeah, I'll just start painting. And yeah, see you in the next segment. So, always important to just maybe scrape it down a little bit after the glaze, take away some excess oil. But now I will start with doing a little bit on the hands here, and the fingers and start working around here and then work myself down. So I will actually focus in a little bit more so you can see what I'm doing. I think that might be interesting for you. And like this. And yeah, that is more focused. And go a little bit closer. Underneath like this. Yeah, okay. Then I will start with, these glasses are way too sharp to look at. It's for the most close-up. I need my other glasses. Okay, let me see now. Yeah, there's some more red up on there. I don't even think if I need glasses today. Maybe I should just remove them. My eyes are kind of... I ate a little bit of sugar, and as usual that is detrimental for my vision. As I say, and I said it before, if you want to keep your vision crystal clear, you do not eat sugar. It is the worst. It really screws up my vision. It's horrific actually. And yeah, that's my advice anyway. People must of course do what they want, but as an artist, carbohydrates and even my ADHD is just also affected by it, so the best you can do is to stay away from the sugar if you have these issues, which many artists, in my impression, actually do have. So, yeah, there's a lot of hidden things behind the artist's mind, hidden neuroses and hidden brain issues, and sugar, alcohol, or anything like that really screws with the mind. So, I'm a very needy person, and it's my nemesis. Make an impression of veins and stuff. There's also, this, you know, the skin color is there's so much blue and stuff in the skin. And you see there are some small hairs and stuff also. So there's a lot of stuff to think about. And yeah. Okay, let me see now. This goes a little bit deeper underneath like this. And it comes up here. You know, we always have a little bone right here. There's a lot of Alsavin. It looks blue, doesn't it? But there's a lot of red in it. If I put that in first, and I put blue on top, I might be able to get the right tone. And you know, where there is Alsavin, there's usually Prussian blue, and also of course other blues, but I see often that because the Prussian blue has this greenish kind of color to it, and or green yellowish, is a very strange color actually, and it has, and the Alizarin has this violet touch to it, so that combination I think is very nice. Now you see I mix these together on the canvas like this. Just try to drag this color, whatever you call that, the sleeve, yeah, the sleeve of the. Then underneath there, of course, for the French ultramarine with some alizarin. You know, I don't use that much of cobalt and the primary red, you know, the cadmium red, and I don't often use so much with them, but it's nice to have them on the palette. But as I say, I have cadmium red and I have vermillon and alizarin. And I think that is all I need to create all the different tones I want. And I mix it with the different yellows, which I've probably talked about a gazillion times before. Still can't try this guy, the artist who got angry at me because he thought I had a certain way to make skin tone, but of course it isn't a skin tone per se. There's just putting all the different colors on top of each other or beside each other, or a little bit of mixing. As you see here, I kind of mix more on the canvas than anything else, and I find that to be the better way. Also, that. Let's drag this way. You see now how I get this by going in there underneath and up like this. So should I make a stream maybe? No, I can do that tomorrow. Yes, I will do that tomorrow. Maybe I do several streams tomorrow. Actually, one for the face and different parts. Because I'm trying to, I want to do that. I want to do both streams and process videos, so that I can get more out of every painting. Who knows, maybe somebody want to start donating at some point. That would be nice. Yeah. So tomorrow I need to make my Donald Trump video, I think. He is now screwing up the war in Ukraine, which I really didn't think he was going to do. And yeah. Anyway. Like this. Okay. Yeah, it's better. The thing is that what's very important is also these things here. Gonna drag over like this, drag this, so that I get a very natural kind of they kind of glide into each other. So very much light down there. That place is actually way brighter than up there. So it's very important to get that in. And there are blue in there, there are red in there, and there are yellow in there. There's so many different colors. So yeah. If you tone it more down. Get some, dirty it up a little bit. And getting that shape right. So many things to think about. See now, here too. There, most of the light is there, but it's basically in the blue and yellow. So I need to find that. Sometimes I have a tendency to put in a little bit too much red for some reason. That's not good. And then cross over again. This one too goes higher up. This one like this. Probably more. Then I have to tone it down a bit. There's a bigger, way bigger. See now, yeah, it's small over here actually, like this, probably, and the gap between the fingers. These are the small adjustments that I just keep on doing through the whole process. Things that I suddenly see, oh, it's not necessarily that easy to see these things the first time. Because it's so, the brain gets so flooded with all the different things that is happening that it's hard to see things clearly. And now, yeah, even more actually. And also that finger is shorter, I see now. Which means that it kind of goes up like this. And this. Mm-hmm. This, and then a little bit broader again. So now see I had to move it several times, and it's ridiculous. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. So now it needs to be blue. It has to be blue. I can see it is bluish. Very blue. There too. Green and blue. And then there's a nail with a highlight. And a highlight, and like this, just to create an illusion of skin. Why do I talk like that? Mm-hmm. Like this. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I can shape that later. Yeah. Well, you get the point, so I'll just keep on banging on the hands for a while. And yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So, doing some more work all over the place. Also correcting some mistakes or perceived mistakes. It's very hard to know actually. Is this shoulder higher? Is it lower? Is it more? It is quite a challenge, this. Well, I guess that is. I think it's going to be more out there. And yeah, like that. But a little bit broader. Go out like this. Been doing some work today. Also made a quite nice stream actually, but sort of some things, small things, not big ones, but it is this shoulder. I feel it's the worst problem for me. So let's see what I can do here. And so maybe a third down. I think that might be a little bit better, yes. And it's so hard to see. There's so little actually that makes that difference. And maybe just a millimeter, half, maybe a centimeter. Not a centimeter, that would be easy to spot. Well, we're talking millimeters here. So it becomes quite difficult to see and to find the right angle. And yeah, but I do see that it's probably going to be a little bit more like this, yes. Now I do feel that it falls more into place. Check with the mirror again. It's very important to use the mirror when you come into, yeah, I think that was way better. Because I might have been also, the shoulder has to be a little bit more up like this. Maybe I'm tricking myself to believe that it is. Yeah, it's very typical. Angles and perspectives and stuff is one of the most difficult things. Now I actually think it falls into place, to be honest. And that's a good thing. Good thing, yes. So, here. Yeah, I think that was better. So we'll move to I think this was a little bit too high also. But now it seems to be falling more into the right place. Okay, where do I start? Am I going to finish it on this side maybe, or do more of the hands? Or just add in some, I think I can actually add in a little bit more difference here, and yeah, I can do that. Been working all over the place for a few hours today, so like this. Also get the dress right, and yeah. Just kind of details and stuff. See here, this on the it's actually underneath. So, yes, I took this too high. Really. And this is going to be underneath and probably go down more like this, yeah, so that the shoulder becomes a little bit broader, it seems. Yeah, I did that mistake. It's more like it, actually. This one also goes more in like this. Yeah, that was actually. Then, yeah, it's better. And this one, maybe a little bit more schwung on this. The krage, as his name is, like here. I need to go a little bit more like this. And yeah. Okay. Also, this one has to come out. And this one. Not like that. And this one. A little bit more like this, maybe. Yeah. That was the reason. Now it's more like it. Now it looks better. Way better. Yeah, actually. Yeah. Now it looks more correct. Definitely more correct. So maybe I should do some work here, and yeah, I'm going to do some work with a shirt there, like this, and maybe I will do the face and the background tomorrow or something, because I'm going to hang the painting there, so I can't really, so maybe I just work with this down here now, and yeah, that's probably the best thing to do. I have painted him a little bit bigger, and it is in reality, and it's very typical for me to do that. I just have to live with it. So, and so must he. But you know, it's fine. I see a lot of stuff that I need to fix and go back and forth with. But anyway, it's fine. Just get a little closer. Some nice details in his shirt. And I'm trying to do something about that. Yeah, I can start there with some the bluish and top block behind the shadow here, because it goes back there, and kind of behind that color there. Color. Then this goes behind here, and of course it's more medium. Medium. See now it's actually going up there a little bit, and yeah, should tone this down actually to certainly is challenge. It's a challenge. God, my head hurts. It is quite rough actually to concentrate about these things. And this here becomes like this and go in here like this and out, down. But the neons is so very close together, it's almost impossible to see. Take it a little bit further down. Make it a little bit more grey, a little less blue, maybe that's the solution. And pull here, lift it up. Was the right thing. Too many different colors is very difficult to work with here. Was a little bit more grayish in a way, not that blue as I thought. So just damp it down a little bit. It's quite difficult to find the right colors here and stuff, because there's so many things happening at the same time. It's almost like it kind of goes from blue and then over into black and then back again. Also can't see the details because it's too dark, so I just have to go with my intuition. Usually when you paint the things around, it kind of falls into place all by itself because the surroundings will explain what's in the dark, and becomes so-called self-explanatory. This one, sure. This one, god damn it, I can't really see it properly. Like this, okay. So, there we are, that's better. Maybe I should actually move the painting over there so you get a better view of it. That's the color. We need to paint the color. The color. Okay. And this one goes more out here. And a little bit more there. It's way brighter with the blue and the Kraplak. No, not Kraplak, sorry, Al-Sabin. I should buy myself the Kraplak because I talk about it all the time. And in like that. This one too. There's this. Yes. And it goes way deeper than that. Maybe I should zoom in a little bit. See, need to go even deeper here. Then it comes in there. Goes down like that. So this one also has to kind of disappear behind that shadow. I need to pull it back up again. Maybe I should zoom in a little bit. Go here, zoom. Yeah, it's 20 minutes, so I will just do some painting and yeah, do another. So here we are. I'm gonna go into the last details in this painting, hopefully. I'm gonna put on some retouche Varnish first. Now, just to get some more shadows out. I think it looks quite well already. Maybe I don't need to add so much more. It is a lot of colors in this, so I might not be necessary to put on no, I don't think so actually. Necessary to put on a glaze. Take it down a little nudge. And this one too, like this. So, get the right angle and just start painting. I'm reaching. I think this might be the last time I will paint on it. Hopefully. Or last time I'll paint on the face. But we'll see what happens. It's not a concrete science. Depends how focused I am and stuff. But it's actually the most difficult part when I go into these last things here. And I think I want to start with doing something with the nose, to be honest. Maybe I need a better pencil. This one, yeah, I'm gonna use this one, small one, and try to figure out what to do. Let me see, because there's a lot of yellow in his face, yellow colors, and yeah. Mm-hmm. So, clean it up a little bit. I use my Naples yellow, Dunker as it's called, and Alsarin, and just try to build some very nicely toned nuances. It's always scary to go into this because it kind of, for other people this could already seem finished, but for me it's like, you know, almost there, close but no cigar, as they say. And I just need to keep pounding it for a few more hours before I kind of feel that it's okay. That's wrong. Just to come out here actually, because yeah, that was a little bit too red. I think it's actually going to be more yellow there. Yellow or greenish actually. So I use my, tone it down a little bit and use go in like this, tone it with some, see I need to get these sequences to kind of link together in a more natural way. And yeah, it's not quite nice actually. And this here, same thing. Try to keep it in the yellow and green, like here. I have a few hours left of this. Here too, there are typical light area. Now I'm very careful with how much paint I add on, because I'm not supposed to pour in a lot of unnecessary color now. It's just gonna kind of soften it up, and so if I go too far, it's very easy to kill it if you go too far. And yeah, adding in some more highlights and some more likeness and stuff, you know. Yeah, but I think it's quite nice already. Also maybe do a stream today. You see, I'm very careful now with the directions and the colors I add. There's very nice reddish here in his cheeks. So see, it brings out a more natural color. And there's also some of this in his nose here. So we bring that out. And now you see it kind of falls into place. Usually it's my alizarin red here, because it is kind of in the more violet or so, because of the yellow around it. It has this weird nose actually, with kind of a split in his nose here. But you know, it's these small things that give the whole thing character over time. So yeah, anyway, like this, like this. Yeah, and you have the highlights here too. Yeah, you got this milder face now. I might have to go out here a little bit also. Try to get a little bit more light into here also, like this. And then the yellow, blue here. His lips. It's also more in the alizarin. And maybe I have to fix his eyes here. And make the shadows a little bit more, shall we say, stronger. Is that the right word? Anyway, things like that. And then I will work around it after this with all those nuances. So, see. We'll see. So I should go a little bit closer so you can see more what I'm doing, if it's possible. Zoom in here. You know, that's the strangest thing, because it kind of, you would think that when I look at the straight ahead into it, It is actually quite correct. Maybe there's a little bit more angle down here, so I might need to fix that. But all over that, it is kind of the angle you see it and how the colors act on the canvas compared to how they act when you see them on the photo. It's kind of two different things, but you know, that's okay. I will manage. So, yeah, I'll carry this out a little bit so we get more, yeah, and also maybe this would go, I think this have to go a little bit more straight up there. These are the things, you know, when people can't really see this, but I see it. And that's the important thing when it comes to doing artworks like this. I need it to be the best I can do, at least with the time I have. And yeah, that's how I work. So. Build, build, build. That is what I'm doing now. I'm building 3D effects. And I love it. I love it. Yeah. Yeah. I need to get that. He has a small smile wrinkle under his eyes there. It's so important. I am getting a little bit hungry now, but I shouldn't eat too much because it can make the blood go down to my stomach. That is never good when you're gonna do some touch up on a painting, because you need all the blood in your head. Wait, fuck, that was too much. The blood is to life. I think that's good. Yeah. Yeah. I need to get that sweet wrinkle. Then we go in with, I'm not a photorealist, so it's not that I'm going to go in and try to make it into a photo, but it's nice to have that detail that gives him some extra character. Comes in underneath here. It's very sticky now, and you know, I have to go like this, and then one is over there, and then I have to go in with color on top of that to kind of make it have a highlight over there and over there, if you get my point, and also underneath like this. And I need to kind of tone it down a little bit. I do that with my blue and my red. So like this, you know, and it gives him some character. It also explains his eyes quite well. Because in this painting he kind of, you know, is more like a Mona Lisa smile in a way, because it is like you take a photo of somebody and say smile, and it never really turns up so good. But in this he kind of, does he smile with his eyes or not? I honestly, I'm not really sure. So that can be a struggle, of course. Struggle. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. It's brownish. Is it Van Dyke maybe? Try with Van Dyke. See how that turns out. Maybe. It's two. Mm-hmm. Became pretty big. That eye has to go down like this, I think. Mm-hmm. And this is really This is not an easy task to get this right, you know, but there's only one thing to do, and that is just bang on. Bang on. Yes. Yeah. So, this is quite dark actually, so yeah. And yeah, see there's, see now. Yeah. Oh, it's not easy. It's not easy, and it's not easy. Oh, it's difficult, you know, very difficult indeed. And this one has to go a little bit longer over here. That. Yeah, I think that was better. Maybe. 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 This is surgery in a way. It's very, very slow work, and you have to be very patient and very conscious. It's the kind of work that you might try to avoid. You're going to start doing this kind of work, and you start to for hours on end, you just start to procrastinate like crazy, because you know it's going to be in a way painful. It's kind of maybe a strange thing to say, but yeah, painful. That's the right thing to say. So, okay. Yeah, well, 24 minutes, and I think it started to look a little bit more like him. It is strange because the difference in width of the face is actually correct. When I look at it, maybe it's the angle. Maybe that's it, the angle. But I'm gonna look into it, and I go into deeper flow because I can't do it when people are. So there we are. I also made a stream, but you can see I did some mistakes here. I made head a little bit too high. It's very easy to do stupid mistakes when you talk to people and paint. So I'll try to fix this and keep on. Also think that this might be, if I lower it, it might be okay. Not really sure, but I will see what happens. So this will be one of the last I do of the face. This video is becoming extremely long, and it wasn't supposed to be that long, but that's how it is sometimes. I need to kind of go, where do I need to go? Where's my pencils? Here they are. So, I'm going to tone this down. So it's going to be toned up also. There's a lot of work left here. I really did not think it was going to be this much, but like this, and his head is then going kind of like this, I think. I did actually his head a little bit too high, and I've been doing that many times actually, and going back and forth, and I can't really get to decide exactly how it is. That's because my eyes tend to see it a little bit differently every time. So you can't really 100% trust your eyes. Actually, here I can't really see the colors very good, so see now. It's kind of green behind there, bluish greenish. I'm painting it the wrong color also. It might be that it's difficult to get the right color because there's a little bit difference in the colors that you get from a print than you actually get from paint, and they act kind of a little bit differently, so it's hard to trust them 100%. But anyway, so I think that was better. I'm going to take my mirror and look in my mirror, so I'm sure I'm not doing it totally wrong. And that was actually better. I do see that I might have to go out here on this side a little bit. Get that right. And here. We'll fix that later because I want to start doing the background and stuff. Get that right. We'll do the upper part first. But there is definitely, I think this goes a little bit longer down here, and this a little bit more in here, and then it goes behind I basically had to take it down here because the lighting in my studio is quite difficult to work with. As I've been saying 100 times in this video. So saw. Going a little bit out like this. That, I think that will be way better. Like this. I'm just going to check in the mirror. Just a little bit too much, maybe. This is supposed to go a little bit higher here. Is kind of to get that right angle of the face. Now I think that was actually better, at least. Also going to be a little bit higher. Yes, a little bit higher. So it comes up to approximately here. Like up here. Yes. And maybe that is a little bit too far out, I don't know. Yeah. Kind of a little bit more in here, I think. Yeah. Is that angle is kind of this one? That's the problem. Not too much, not too little, you know, see, like this, yeah. That is okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Goes a little bit in here. Something like that, maybe. 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 Get in here. Yes. Yeah, this one too goes like in there. Kind of disappears behind here. Like this, so we get this kind of motion down. Motion in the ocean. Yes. It's kind of glides into one another there. It's very hard to see. There's a little bit tiny difference, but it's not much. So just have to get it. Like this, yes. So it comes in there like this. And you can actually see much of the skull between here. Here to fix that. Oh shit. And some reddish. So a lot of issues here now, but that's fine, I guess. This also goes further back here, and this one goes in. Really start to look like the guy now, I have to say. Might be some problems, but I don't really see. Maybe those roots. Difficult to say. Yeah, I think that was better. This has to be a little bit longer over here. Yeah. Yes. What the fuck? Can't I just stick with it? This. That was a good thing anyway, I needed more space over it. Like this. Okay. So. Let's see. Yeah, try to use this one. Yeah. Been doing a lot of unnecessary painting here. You can see that I hung up in a lot of unnecessary detail. Can very easily become a problem. And kind of way too white and stuff like that, so it becomes more and more drawn in a way. Kind of loses its aesthetics, becoming rigid, becoming stiff, and I really don't like that when that happens. So yeah. Just try to get this to glide more together. And this one too. It's actually better to have it lower because it's easier for me to see the light and stuff. I really need to go. Oh, this mess! Such a mess! Every time! I must stop touching it. Is it a little bit more out? Am I asking? See now. Just bring in some of the paint from around. Try to figure out this. Like this. Has to be so subtle so it just slides into the background. Yeah. This. Yeah. Yeah, it's better that way. It is better that way. Definitely. Definitely, yes. Yes. And here needs more shape there. There. Maybe it's more cadmium type, and then my nipples yellow. A little bit higher. Then it's kind of green, blue up there. Goes down like this. Just shake it up a little bit with the back of my, then comes down here. Just try to drag it over like this. And yeah. Now I did it again, you see. Oops, I did it again. Yeah. Yeah. Yes, 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 yes. You see now in the mirror again, I'm doing the same shit again, I think. I have to go yeah. Damn. Is that too high again? No, it's up there. Like this. And like this. Okay, to make that disappear, that's for sure. And down here, a little bit like this. So down here, of course here. Cleaner color. just keep it down and I can bring it up later. That's my plan anyway. I think the distance like this. Yeah, it's maybe better. Then I have to kind of get this further that way. I need it to go like this. And I need that highlight on the eyelids, which is back there. This. There's a lot of Malsarin in this. And to get it this way. A little bit more bright light there. And the eyes a little bit, maybe a little bit more open. Third, open. And yeah. That disappears, this disappears, and that wrinkle goes through here, and eyelids, like this. And a little bit more. Of course, this one has to be a little bit stronger. This one over here. And that light spot right there, which is very necessary. Here, yes. Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. The nose root. The nasenroot. Well, it does look like him, but it's not really there yet, but you know, I'm getting there. Slowly, incrementally. So, here we are, working around all the way. There's a lot of textures and details in the background. The rope here, the knot, some textures in the background, on the wall. Just working all around, trying to get things to become quite natural. That's my goal, to add some textures in the background and for it to kind of feel like there is something on the wall behind. It's always problematic. It is, it kind of has to be a little bit brighter here than back there, but it's quite close. It's kind of a little bit white because the light comes. What the fuck? I have alizarin all over the place and I have no idea where it comes from. Where does that come from? Some pencil somewhere. Underneath here. That alizarin also stains everything. The worst color for staining is of course what I call the blueberry color, Prussian blue. It stains everything and can be quite intense to get off clothes or get off your hands or whatever. But it's also one of my favorite colors. I would call it the complementary green or blue to alizarin. If you put those two beside each other, they complement each other because, of course, the Prussian blue leans towards green, and the alizarin leans a little bit towards the violet or yellowish green. I always say it's kind of a yellowish green. So it's kind of a complementary contrast. It's yeah. And one is quite. Is it cold? Maybe it's cold. Anyway, I haven't studied much cold and hot and cold. Hot and cold colors and contrasts, but I kind of pick it up intuitively as I go along. So yeah. So there's a shadow coming down here, and this shadow actually splits in two, and it goes up here, and there's one shadow going. Of course that is logical because the rope is split in two there. So it has to be logical. I think that is quite important. If not, when you paint, you can actually choose to not be logical if you like. You're not forced to be logical. See now, kind of comes down. I like to go like this, and this. Also see that the distance between the knot here is further down. It's also a little bit more out, so this one has a little bit of a schwung to it. Maybe it's smaller. Now I'm getting into the nitty-gritty things that people usually don't even notice when it's done. But I do. I notice. And that's good enough for me. That is why a painting like this can almost become a eternity project, you know. It's like because the closer or the more detail you go into, the more detail you can actually add. So in the end you have to keep the details kind of natural, kind of. I don't really like the word kind of, because it's like in Norway we had or some language thing called lissom. It's not really almost. It is more like as if, and I don't really like that as if thing, because in my view things are either there or they are not. But people were saying that all the time a few years ago. You can almost hold a whole conversation with words like that. That conversations that means absolutely nothing. So here it will be a little bit brighter. Down here is kind of, I'm not really sure what kind of color it is. It is yellow, because it goes into more blue and green over this, and it has to be more yellow like this. And then I will link these together because the background now is a little bit too dark. So if I enhance this, I'm going to pull the background a little bit out, and the face and the will kind of become a little bit more integrated. And, just do like this now, and then do brushwork on top, just to fasten the speed a little bit. See, now it comes more out, and I'm going to tone it down with some brushwork. And then I start kind of, oh, that was way too much. And so, but now it's getting green again. And this background here is really tricking my eyes, because I look at it and now it seems green. I look at it back now, it's kind of yellow. Boom, so there's some red in it. So, and it's kind of warm but cold at the same time. So there's a lot of stuff to get control over. And I also want the surface to be quite, there are textures in it, but you don't want it to make too much noise. You don't want the background to become so noisy that it takes over the painting, so I have to, at the same time as I want to give it some texture, I also need to keep it down so it doesn't become too, yeah, as I said, noisy. Yeah, it's, see, now it kind of it comes up, but it's too bright, so I need to push it down again. Trying to use some ivory black here to get it to kind of. Now the brushwork, now the pig bristle is very good to use because it kind of creates small ripples, small textures, and yeah. Then you can go over it again, and you can tone it down like this. And now we're kind of holding the brush in different grades of pressure. So when you do that, you get more these things on top of the green again. It's a little bit too much. I think you're going to have some Prussian blue to push it back down again. Need a smaller pencil also, I think. Now you see it's starting to kind of, something starts to happen. Also, you can work in some directions here. this note here is very important because it has a symbolic value, a high symbolic value. Yeah, there it's much darker, and here too is kind of darker, so we need to have a look at this. Blur it out. Okay, do it like this and make that shadow a little bit smaller, like this. Also, I can cross over the shadow and then add some more color to it later. Now it seems more like it hits the wall, and now I can actually go beside it and kind of straighten it up a little bit and go back and forth there. That's how I do the background. I check like just go back and forth like this. Try to make it come alive. It's alive. It's alive. It's alive. It's alive. And this one is important. Here we're gonna mess this up a little bit. Then also here, same color as this, all the way down here. So a little bit now. Okay, do the same thing. Up it a little bit. Get some more light into it. Now also using some oil, so tone it with some more oil in it. Make it dry a little bit faster. So like this. Now something starts to happen in the textures. Okay, I will just continue and then I will do another set where I go closer. You see more when I go in and start to kind of mold more details in the mod and stuff. Yay! Now I need a little coffee, I think. And put on some music and get into a deeper flow. Yes, that was 14 minutes. Not so long, but it will be closer next segment. Okay. So, I've been working some more. I'm going to focus a little bit closer and show you how I'm thinking when I do this. I've been talking about it, you know, can do something maybe with the thread here. I need a smaller pencil for that work, which is over here. That knot is very important here. I've been saying that before because it has a symbolic value for the portrait, so I need to kind of get that to be a little bit clear. Now, how do I do that? I kind of just do it like this to tone it down a bit, because I tone it down and where the knot actually goes, and it goes over like this and down there and here and this one, and it goes down here. This one goes up here. So I just put on some, and it goes, no, it goes actually, this one goes out, this one goes in between, which means I can't really see it as well, so maybe I need some glasses actually. See, I take even a smaller pencil. And I just go out in directions like this. Try to get, also think about the texture of the rope. It is a plastic rope, so this is how I do, and it's very time consuming. Of course it is, because there's so many things I need to get right. Down here. Also, I'll just come down like this first, and then I will kind of, because the rope here is splitting in two, goes down like this. Then I go in here and I kind of try to give it some rope texture. I don't know, I can become really manic about things like this, and I never feel like it becomes good enough. And of course, it is basically just me that can see it or would notice, but it's important to me, so. So now, that is basically how I do what I do all over the place. I really need my glasses because it's so small. And I seem to put them all over the place. Ugh. Ugh. No idea where they are. To every day look for my glasses, and I put them by the bed or somewhere, and they are dirty, of course, on top of it. It's almost like I'm looking forward to dying. Yeah, it sounds dramatic, doesn't it? But it's almost sometimes, and it's my ADHD, it constantly works against me. Why don't I have the glasses one single place? These are the glasses I used to paint with. Why do I put them by my bed without thinking? and they are dirty. These are my painting glasses because they have this oval shape which actually makes everything be the same. Other glasses that doesn't have this, they kind of look at this and it's too far, this is too close and this is too, you know, but these are perfect. And I seem to just drop them. But that's having ADHD. It is the best thing for me would get rid of everything I don't need. I should throw away. But I have this personality. I save everything. You know, I don't never throw away anything. It's almost like I'm in love with objects. I have a billion stones. Oh, I can paint this stone, I paint this stone. I have so much photographs that I can paint this someday, I can paint this someday. I cannot save things for 30 years. And I will never be able to use almost any of it. And the same thing with things. I just, you know, I have how many glasses do I have that have only, I have a broken like this, a broken like this, or only one glass, and I keep them anyway. It is almost like yeah. But then that's the manic side of me. It's also that manic side, and that's very important, that it is the same side of me. It actually, that was the side that put me in jail, because I get addicted to shit. You know, I got addicted to rebuilding replica blank guns and make them shoot. I even made the bullets from blank ammunition, reloading them. And it was just a hobby, and it's so silly because it cost me years of work, anxiety, everything. For what? Because I kind of just got a new addiction. I just think about how much time and money I threw away on being hungover over the years. It's just, you could start crying, you know, thinking about it. It's just amazing. And it's almost like, could they just start throwing away shit I don't need? Okay, I got annoyed now because I didn't find my glasses. And so when you are manic, if you have that kind of affliction, now my manicness is not, it is not like I go into deep depression for a month or something like that. It's just I get hung up in things. I can't. It's like the best way for me to paint is listening to music. Okay? The worst way for me to paint is not this, talking to the camera. It's a little bit difficult to get into the deep flow. Sometimes I forget that I'm filming, and then I just forget the whole thing and I stop talking and stuff. But I'm actually trying to make videos for an audience. But anyway, my worst thing is when I start listening to everything that happens in the crane all day long. And I can't tear myself away from the news. And I go into this kind of this manic thing where I'm trying to find, like today, a crane was willing to do a ceasefire, which they did in Qatar or where the hell it was, Saudi Arabia or something. And I've been binge listening to the news about that case. And in the end I was just standing there staring at the screen trying to find something new. And I just saw it, I'm trapped. I can't get away from it. I'm just locked in. And it's almost like I'm so empty, I'm so emptied out that I can't really tear myself away. It's basically like porn, or you eat crisps, or something like that, that gives you this immediate dopamine boost, but you can feel that it's just draining you, and you can feel it's not good for you. That's the feeling I get. And still I can't, so I had to tear myself away from it. Same thing when I bring my phone into my bed and I start watching YouTube before I'm going to sleep, and suddenly I've been laying in my bed for 2 hours watching YouTube videos, basically also all kinds of stuff, and a lot of new news from Ukraine. The last time it was ISIS, and then it was the American elections, and I get manic, totally manic. And I see it, I stand there and I see myself becoming manic, and I can't tear myself away from it. So today I actually managed to tear myself away, and I put on music, and I actually got that good feeling, because when you play music and you do creative work, it can be classical music, can be any music, you kind of, the rhythm in music creates flow in the brain. And this flow then goes over to, it stabilizes the neurotransmitters. So the rhythm makes the painting easier. That is why it's easier to work out to music than no music, because you actually get better in balance and you get a little bit more dopamine into the system. Okay, so this is getting better, I think, maybe. And yeah, it's but it's so annoying. It's like I'm watching myself from the outside, looking at myself, studying myself. I see myself dancing to a part of the brain that is so difficult to control, that it's almost like, sometimes I feel like suicide would be an easy way out, because the pain of being trapped in that thing is just, why do I bother, You come to a point and you think, why do I care? Why do I bother? Why don't I just come nuclear bomb? You know what I mean? It's like just, But then I get into the flow and I feel alive, and it's almost like meaning is just suddenly pours out of the creative work like this, you know, just do small things like this, trying to figure out how to do it, and it's worth it. Suddenly it's actually worth it. So yeah. Now the good thing is, if I had my glasses, I wouldn't have done this monologue. So please, don't, this is one thing I get asked a lot by people. Where do you get your inspiration from? And my answer is very simple. From starting. You need to start. And if you can just get started, and you can get into that flow, the rest will make itself happen. There won't be any more, there won't be any dissonance or anything. And sometimes I also, that's also a problem. When I feel good, and that is kind of when I used to drink more, when I started feeling good, that was when it was actually hard to do the right things. So I did the right things and I got very happy. And then it tempted me to do the wrong things. Because there was some kind of thing in me, or is something in me, that when something is good, I kind of have to destroy it to get some junk energy from it. I don't know. It's almost like I don't want to do the right things because then I feel too good and life is not that interesting anymore. And of course that is a stupid trap also, because it's not true. It's like the alcoholic that gets bored and when he quits drinking, he start feeling good, start getting healthy, but then boredom kicks in. And he needs to destroy it because it gets too boring. And I have that thing in me. I kind of need some kind of destructive power to find some interest. It's like this thing is too good. I stop writing because I have nothing to write about. Because positivity is not that interesting, because positivity just is. But when you're fighting, when I was in jail and I have deep heartbreak on top, I was writing every day. I think I wrote 1,500 pages in 1 year. Just thoughts. Now, everything is fine. And I stopped writing. Well, it isn't fine, is it? Because I have focus problems. So I don't know, maybe things are fine, maybe things aren't fine. It's very hard to know, but anyway, having that manic mind really makes it hard to exist, but it also brings with it this extremely positive thing. You can't escape real introspection. You can't really get away from yourself, you can't hide. It brings with it a sort of honesty. Yeah, sorry about that, there wasn't any more. There was nothing more on the camera. And now I'm actually quite glad. I don't know where I were, but I'm a little bit glad that I actually forgot my glasses, because I got to do that rant. Sometimes things can happen and these fingers are way too big, but anyway. And now to became quite okay. Not finished yet, but okay. I was actually going to, it's like 7 in the morning now, and I was actually going to quit earlier, but I was thinking, yeah, let's do a little bit more. And now I had this quite okay rant about being manic, having ADHD. I don't know what it is ADHD or am I manic or whatever. But the point is that I got a very good half-hour work session out of it. So they will see, you know, it's like sometimes good things come from, yeah, different sources, you know. And yeah, there's so many things to do with it, painting. I don't have much time to finish it now because I was doing that apple to the Queen of Norway, and I started doing another commission work, and then I said to my girlfriend, "Gee, damn, I forgot to start up again." And suddenly I'm running out of time, as usual. But I guess I just need to kind of tighten it up. I guess that's what I'm doing right now. Tighten it up. And that's what I'm going to do tomorrow. Also, tighten it up. Get the places. You know, everything is not going to be equally clear. Now, isn't this a drag? This one is like this. It's so important to have these folds relatively correct, or it doesn't really seem natural. And just go a little bit closer, like this. Tone it down. Don't touch it with my fingers. Whatever. I'll figure it out. Like this. Maybe that goes basically into the shadow there. That goes deep down. And yeah. This goes out like this. Shadow. It's a little bit, almost goes right into that. It's not ideal actually, but also the shadow is a little bit more, light. Like this. Oh, that was actually, now it has to be deeper. It has to be deeper there. And like this maybe. And here is actually a little bit lighter. But I will do that tomorrow. Or today, or whatever you call it. Also, I always get into that situation where I'm out of time. And I very often feel that is a reason why I never really get to my full potential as a painter, because I throw away so much time, so much multitasking, so much procrastination, that in the end I kind of procrastinate away a great amount of time that I can put into my paintings. And it's not fun. all the books I have I want to write, all the things I want to do, before I die. And I kind of feel that I'm losing my life in all these small in the small in-betweens, all the small in-betweens, using up my life. And scary, it's very scary. And I see people do that very much. I mean, social media, things like TikTok, things like, it kind of robs you of your life. And it's so addictive. It's like an alcoholic, it robs you. It's like becoming fat, you kill yourself by eating. And you don't realize that you're trapped, you're basically a victim of your own monkey. Your inner monkey is destroying you because you can't regulate. Look at America. I mean, 73% of Americans are now sickly obese, and they wonder why they can't have good health care. It's so ridiculous. And the same thing goes for Norway. We are getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And people just don't use their body fat. So, yeah, it's weird. Really weird. Anyway, that was another digression. Trying to get these fingers right, but I think I'm going to do that tomorrow because I'm getting tired now. Actually, I need to tone them down. And yeah, this was not good. No, I'm not focusing very well now. I think the fingers also was shorter. Yeah. Nail there, a nail here, and I just need to get the hue right and the colors right. But not tonight. Tonight I think it's enough. I think I have burned myself out, and yeah, I'll put in the highlight tomorrow. It's also blue on the other side here, blue and green actually. It's that yellowish tone, and this yellow, then it's red on the other side, and of course we have that kind of light thing here that also hits the nail and all of here. Yeah, sausages. Anyway, I will fix it. I will fix it. Yes. And that's also kind of thing. I've been looking at the fingers. Oh, they're so wrong. I have to do something with it. Oh, they're so wrong. I have to do something with it. Ah, so wrong. I have to do something with it. And then boom, you don't have enough time to do something with it because you didn't do it when you did have time. So if something annoys you in a painting, finish it. Just do it. Get it done. That way you can actually see, okay, I've done that now. I can walk on to something else. And yeah. Words of wisdom. Anyway. Yeah, I think it's going to be okay. Everybody knows his fingers. I just need to put in some highlights and stuff, you know. Oh, it doesn't look like his finger. So, way too much. Yeah, I'm gonna fix it. I'm gonna fix it. I have to convince myself I'm gonna fix it, fix it, fix it. Fix it. Do my fingers like that. Tone it down on that side. Yeah. Okay, at least I got that nod. Okay, and I've been working with, of course, a lot with the tones like this. Tomorrow it will have dried a little bit, so I can actually start working in some textures by going back and forth like this with a little darker tones and just add in a little bit more details and stuff. So, and yeah, of course I need to fix this down here. There are two shadows here actually. So, yeah. This has to be a little bit smaller and thinner and stuff. I think it's gonna be okay. I'm on the right track. Tone down the hand, everything. Okay, see you. Thanks for watching. Have a good one. Hope you learned something. So, here we are. I'm now doing some of the last touch up on this face. Is hopefully the last time. It's not a real science. It's just something I hope because I am getting to that point where I don't really know where to go or something. Just gonna try to get the eyes here right. There's this line here that goes down like this. It's very important actually to get this to feel like it actually comes a little bit further out. Also, it is not so bright. Has to be something like that. Maybe in here also. Yeah. Then you have this one. You can kind of see the skin through the hair. Which is a nice effect. And yeah. There's a lot of stuff. It's such a small. Sometimes I feel the head is too high, then I feel like the head is too low, then I feel like the opposite again, and I'm going back and forth, and it kind of drives me kind of a little bit insane because it's so difficult to actually see exactly how it is. And that's when you come to the last touch-up. This is then this actually is happening, because everything you do is kind of small nuances to get that last touch of likeness into it. It's not easy, but it's very interesting for sure. Now I think I need to tone that down too. The thing is, you can actually stand around doing stuff like this for hours and hours and hours and hours. Always something new you can do. Here, tone down. Here, that shadow here. It's kind of his one-day beard has made it, of course, more difficult because it's not a pure skin, it's also the beard. And so, But it sure makes it interesting. So, make it interesting. Oh, here. This one. And it comes down here. And you have this light here. And I also like to clean it up a little bit. Can be quite important to clean it up. Clean it up. But I'm going to do this first. I need my smallest, thinnest pencils now. The problem with the thinnest pencils is it's very easy to get them to start falling apart. Doesn't take much. Yeah, that's better. How it goes kind of in like that. Need to do it like this once in a while. Just move it over like this. Maybe I should actually cut it down here, so I can move it a little bit closer. Maybe I should have done that a long time ago. His eyes and dark green. I think he has green eyes, dark kind of green. See what I can do here. Like this. I think that was maybe a little bit better. Crazy look, but a little bit crazy, kind of watery look. this maybe. This looks kind of like it needs more dark, no doubt. To put in some more dark up here. Yeah, that was good. And then also in here, the pupil. Such small things that kind of makes or break it. It's yeah, crazy. Makes or breaks. I don't like that shadow. It's too harsh in a way. So we need to get some life into that shadow in some way. So we use my Kraplak and my yellow and ivory black, I think. It's best for this. And then I have a new palette here. Usually I'm used to a palette where I can see the colors in a kind of different way. So it makes it a little bit harder. But I know there's some reddish in here. And there has to be, as I've been saying many times before, there has to be something in the shadow. It can't just be a hole. There needs to be something there. And that's important. Go back and forth like this. Green, that's what the hell is that? Need to even that out in some way. Maybe with this one. Like this. One also like this. Has to be a little bit cleaner here. Why is that little line there? That's very dirty. We'll tone it down a bit more. No. This, as I said to my gallerist in Oslo, that I can make maybe, if I really focus, I can make maybe 20 paintings, bigger paintings in a year, if I'm really focused, and some small ones, because I use so much time on every painting. I can't mass produce like some of the people he has in his gallery. Mass produce like what I call it kind of abstract kitsch, or these kind of paintings you have. They paint over photos, or they do just one sketch that looks like a finished painting. And people buy it actually, and it's really sad because there's not much work into it. It's the same thing over and over and over and over again. So it is kind of weird. And I told him that because he hasn't done his job, I think. And I just told him flat out that if he didn't care about doing his job with my paintings, we could just find something else. Clearly don't want to do that, so I'm gonna have this meeting and see if we can work something out. Now, I haven't been the most reliable the last year also because of all the things that happened in my life since 2020. But I think my painting deserves to be treated with at least a little bit more respect, because of, you know, I really put my time into these things. It's not a thing that is done in a heartbeat in any way, shape or form. It takes a lot of time just standing here for, I have no idea how many nights I've been doing this now, over and over and over, just to try to get a little bit closer, tiny bit closer to what I'm after. So yeah. So, here, and that is why it's funny, because the modernists in the arts doesn't really recognize how much pain and focus that goes into this type of paintings. And the gallerists sure doesn't understand. And the people who say, oh, you're going to do something, so take it, why not just take a photo? I think that is one of the most stupid things that I actually hear. And that just tells everything to me about a person, which kind of level they are on. Yeah, I think that was better. Kind of comes down here into that wrinkle, which I so carefully painted the other day. Also have to even out this because it's way too pronounced. Like this. Yeah, no, it's okay. You know, I get very silent when I do this type of work because it's really quite grueling, really demands a lot of me, so I can't really focus so much on talking. But I mean, if you want to learn how to paint, you just have to kind of watch what I do, you know, and understand the things I always say about textures and things, yeah. And my father got his second cancer, skin cancer. Ooh. That's quite predictable actually, because he never used any sunscreen, you know. In his day, they used to be so, vanity for them was kind of not manly. So I guess using some sunblock wasn't manly enough or something, and now of course he has gotten himself skin cancer. You see, I have to think about that too. But you know, we're all gonna go some days. He's been a great father. And it is they've been the best, both of them. Someday I'm not gonna have them around anymore. It's sad to think about, because it's kind of the people I do love the most, and it's so sad that we actually lose people. Anyway, I'm ranting about other things than painting, and yeah, what I'm doing now is just all this adjustment work anyway. There was a guy who said, you know, make sure to tell the people you love that you love them while they're alive. You know, standing there in the funeral and talk to people who doesn't exist anymore. It's not really useful for anyone. He's not listening, okay? He's gone. Nobody's listening after they're dead. Probably. We can hope, but I don't see it. So if you want to say something to your loved ones, do it while they exist. I think it's a very good strategy. Now, this was just totally babble and totally wrong, what I'm doing here now. It doesn't have any meaning at all. Why am I? There maybe. That's more logical. Here and all that yellowish in here. But what the hell was that? Away. Yeah. Okay. Just try to get this one too. Oh shit. This is really time consuming, and I can notice how I try to avoid starting every day, and I talked about that earlier, you know, how I procrastinate every day before I can actually get started with this painting, because my body kind of knows. I think it is my body that knows that it's going to do something that is very stressful, and doesn't really want to start doing it because of that. So it is weird how the body kind of remembers. They say that the body doesn't really remember pain, but I think my body actually remembers this type of pain, because as I say, it doesn't want to start. It just, oh, I'm gonna lay down a little bit because I'm a little bit tired after my food. Oh, I'm just gonna watch this YouTube video. Oh, I'm just gonna go. It's always something that I kind of try to do to avoid it. And I can't avoid it. It's like, that is why you should just go do it, because you're not going to be able to avoid it anyway. You have to do this at some point. It's like reading for an exam. Students always seem to not do their work until it's too late, because the body does not want the pain. It does try to avoid everything that is difficult. And maybe that is one of the... It might actually be that this drive to making it the most easy for himself is one of the main driving force to creativity, actually. Because through creativity we human beings made it easier for ourselves. So it might be that there is something in that. I don't know. Tell me what you think in comments, as they say. I also try to avoid this because I know it's difficult. So I try to avoid the whole... at this point I'm trying to avoid the whole painting, because I'm scared of ruining. And I just think about this. My whole life, the last 30 years, has basically been like this. I come to a certain point in the painting process, and my body starts to try to avoid doing the job. And I have to force myself doing the job. And how do I actually evolve a brain that is willing to just say, hey, shit, just relax, just go do it and see what happens? That would be very nice, actually, to have a brain like that. Maybe that's the psychopath brain or something, I don't know. That you need to have a certain amount of, I don't know. But there's also thing that comes after, and that is the afterglow. And there is clearly an afterglow when I've actually managed to do it and managed to finish it and just decide, okay, enough is enough. There is this short gratification that lasts for a little while, and then I do the next thing, which is basically exactly as time consuming and exhausting. It's funny. It is kind of funny, actually. It's weird. Just weird. The whole thing. Don't avoid. You have to do it anyway. Okay? My girlfriend had the same thing. She was just going to send a letter. And she just couldn't do it, you know. And just kept on putting it off, because she didn't really know what to write and didn't really know what to say. And just and it bugs you, you know, it bugs her, bugs. So the thing is that you just have to bloody well do it. Just get it done. So yeah. Oh, I'm so sick of me touching this, and then I touch this and it becomes a mess again. Then I have to go back. Why do I always have to touch it with my finger? I don't really need that, because I can do it without. It's kind of a support thing. I do. Wrong. Some of the most difficult things here are of course the shadow color, because I can't really, it's kind of in the blue. Now I put on some red and it's just totally wrong. And we need to tone it down with some French ultramarine. Oh, I can't get it right. Then it's too much, and it's not green. Ugh. It has to be kind of greenish with that skin tone thing. But it has to also to be dark. So to tone it down. Oh, yeah, that was better, I think. So here we are, many hours later. And what can I say? It's difficult to say anything, actually. I never got through the whole painting because there's just too much. There were too much for me to do, and of course I get into my manic thing. But I think there's a difference between when I left you the last segment and now, and that it is actually coming to a point where I can maybe call it done, at least the face. I have to say that it is these very tiny spots of lights and small things, wrinkles there. It's just one of them. He has two. The question is, do I have the time to make it Anyway, I will clean it up because I've been touching. Also, I think the ear has to be a little bit bigger. It's gonna comes in here. It's not supposed to be bigger, it just have to be maybe a little bit bigger, and not much. And also the surroundings. I was actually going to go through the whole thing today, but haven't got that far. I was stuck at the face for 6 hours. Great. So typical. And but you know, I'm getting closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer and closer. I also had to fix the nose, I had to fix everything. I think there's still something to do with the nose here, but a nose is so important, you know. It's like you know, it's just, and it's so much in the dark, so it's so hard to see. That's a problem. And then I need to, at the same time, and as it has some color to it, but it can't be too much because then things just fall apart. And that is the thing with me, you know, the intensity of will to kind of make it better, to make it become more and more like the original. It is a very, very, very manic process. Oh, I can't really get pleased with it. Such small neons. But I do think I'm on the kind of on the right track. Some medium here. I'm actually using the medium mostly to just wash the pencils. This too can't be too pronounced. It has to be toned down. It has to be on the right spot, it has to be the right neons, it has to be... There's so many things. It has to be right. To get that smile. Also goes, the nose goes behind here. There, I think. Goes down like this. And it does go a little bit more out here, so it's a little bit of... There's so much texture here now, I painted over it again and again and again and again and again and again. And it drives me insane. So I'm just gonna clean up this. On my nails, you see the nails. So stupid, you shouldn't do that because I should use one of these. Yeah, I should have one, but I hold my palette there and I just keep forgetting. So that is basically why I do mess it up like that, because when I really get into the flow on this side, I start touching that side and kind of mess it up. So I need to tone it down a bit. Now I know I have reached something quite nice, but it feels, as I say, I feel now is the time I can actually start to do. So I'm gonna leave this now and I'm gonna start doing the rest. Hands and stuff. I honestly think I'm gonna go to sleep and just wait until tomorrow, because my days is just so badly affected by the way and the times I work. Also, I have a girlfriend to meet, and so I'm trying desperately to get my schedule to become better, and but she's very understanding. She understands I have this portrait to make, so she's very nice. She doesn't make a mess, and I try not to make a mess for her. I mean, people are so, when people get into a relationship, many girls become so, shall we say, needy or possessive, or, yeah, I am possessive. I want my girl to be only my girl, you know. So in that way I'm kind of possessive, but I'm not like feeling that her doing her thing is a threat to me. I'm glad everything she does that is positive for her, I'm happy, because she deserves to be happy. Anyway, that was a digression again. But you know, it's like, sometimes because of my schedule, sometimes when I do get into the problem of deadlines and stuff, I need to have this hyper focus, and my goal is avoid several things. It's avoiding commission work and deadlines. Commission work steals my life and my energy like this. It kind of steals time away from exhibitions I want to make and other things I want to make. So I've been saying that many times in many videos, and also the advice video I made to younger artists. Don't waste your money, don't waste your time. Remember, time is money, they say, but time is life. It's even more important, I think. That the time spent on things that doesn't matter is lost forever, actually. It's not that this doesn't matter, because of course it's really I have to put in all my skill and all my intensity into it, and I learn a lot when I do it, and I earn some money on it, of course, which is good. But the best thing is not having to take any commission works at all, and just do your own thing and have exhibitions, and yeah, so that would be the best way. So anyway, now I'm adding in, tone this down, but it's way more white. I feel like I kind of lost some of the light in that. This is kind of Rembrandt type of painting, where my focus is basically making it the best I can, and building and building and building and building and building. Yeah, that's, I need to have that little mold there. So important. Because then they say, oh, he even took the mold with it into it. Yeah. Well, oh no, he took the mold. Well, now if people come to me and I want a portrait and they don't want anything like that into painting, they should remove it before they come to me, because I will put it in there. So yeah, shake it up a little bit. So maybe. I was actually going to clean up there, then I move over there again because I'm manic now on that side. It's really annoying. It's almost like I can't tear myself away from that side. I'm just gonna add a little bit of white here because it is brighter there. There's also a little bit here. And here. And it's really dangerous. It's dangerous at this point, you know, because it can so easily be overdone, and I start losing stuff instead of gaining things. But, you know, it's a chance. It's a chance to take. Yes, it is. Yep. So. Yeah, there, just a tad. Yes, it's better. And here. Now, beard is blue. Like this. It also goes down here. Like this. Also a little mold there, I shouldn't forget it. It's just a tiny little mold. Tiny little mold here. And like this. It's kind of reddish, brownish. It's a burnt umber. There. Right there. And you have to make it right like this. And then it's a tiny piece of light on the other side. It's tiny. Oh. Just like this. Maybe I should let it rest. There. And there's some here. Yeah. There's some. Oh God, I'm torn to pieces by this. Honestly, so difficult. So too high up. Welcome to this time-lapse segment. As I said before, I needed to cut down the time of this video, so I chose to do some segments as a time-lapse. And here you can actually see what I do when I build the cloth. The one thing that is very important when you are doing a portrait or doing any kind of artwork, it is, or figurative artwork, is that you have to think of what texture and how cloth feels like compared to skin tone, how you're going to differentiate the different textures, like the hair in this. How I was struggling so much with getting, because he has a receding hairline, and I struggled so much with getting that fluent or dissolved in the same way as hair would be, and also to differentiate the cloth, especially since his clothes were kind of metallic. It is silk, and there is not so much real texture, so or the cloth was kind of felt a little bit like the skin, and it was a little bit plastic, so I was really struggling with differentiate all the different objects in this painting. But what I concentrated on was very much getting the likeness right, and I struggled, as I said, with the perspective in the photo compared to the portrait. There's a lot of things I worked a lot with, and yeah, it was very hard contrast and quite difficult. Anyway, hope to see you in the next segment. So, I have to work with the hands here a little bit. What I'm going to do is maybe to do a little glaze over it, so I have something to work with. Yes, that's a good idea. Just find the right thingy. And so, there. Glaze a little bit with some reddish and some bluish, bluish, ish. And Alsarin, which I find to be very helpful to get some reddish into it. As you see, I will just dirty it up a little bit, because yeah. So I think this will be the last time I actually work on. And also the fingers here has to become fingers. Look like this. Has to be better. And tomorrow I'll just work a little bit all around it. So tomorrow and maybe even Saturday. And then I have to send it on Monday. So that's how it is, I guess. And here too you have these buttons, as it's called. Let's see, what pencil will I use? This one is quite good for this. I also want to shake it up a little bit, so I want to dirty it up a tiny bit here, so that I can get something to work over. I just kind of dirty it up so it seems like it has some hairs on it and stuff, and just get something to work on top of it. Then I will start to do the brushwork and try to go into some directions and stuff. So yeah. So go. So now it's really important to drag this way, because I need to follow kind of the shape of the arm here. Yes. This bone is very important, as we've been talking about before. Now I'm shaking it up, so I'll try to get it up a little bit. I need some, maybe some greenish here. And blue. So that I crisscross a little bit, so we get some kind of skin tone. Yeah, that comes quite dirty here. Dirty, sturdy. Try to maybe use a smaller pencil now. This goes more into the dark over there. And here actually I think the ivory black really kind of comes to its right. Down here too, because it's quite neutral. So have a small, maybe a small one like this one. Try to go in with some tiny bit more detail. Like it is. This one has to be a little bit more like that, and this one goes like this, and boom, boom, boom. There's even some Prussian blue in the veins. There are some nice veins in his arms. Just give them a kind of a like there is something there. Square butt. Okay, here we have another time-lapse segment with voiceover. What I do in this is basically work with the hands, and that was one of the things I really enjoyed here, because there were so many good skin tones. You had the greens, you had a red, you had a blue, you had all kinds of color, natural color, and that was actually one of the reasons why I really loved working with this portrait. If there is not enough tones and colors, it becomes really difficult to get a real looking skin tone. Also in this, which was of course quite challenging, it was the fact that his suit, the contrasts in this photo I was working on was quite extreme. So I struggled mildly with getting the contrast to work together, that it didn't become too huge. Things like this is extremely time consuming, especially if you are willing to go all the way in and meet your basically demons, which I call my skill wall. And I did it over and over and over in this, and my manic mind just went totally crazy. The good thing is, of course, that they liked it very much when they finally got it. Also, this finger, it drove me. I think I was using one evening about 8 hours only on these fingers, and I went back and forth, and I thought it was just one single brush work, one single tone, and then bang, like it kind of became almost like a soup. And I had to redo and redo and redo and redo and redo and redo. And that is what many times happens when you are doing paintings like this. And if you are not the kind of person who can endure that type of pain, you shouldn't even try. If you don't have the patience, you should just don't go there. That is my opinion. Okay, I'm going to do one more segment. Okay, here we are again, and there's another segment where I do this. When I this tutorial or process video was actually over 14 hours long, so I just needed to cut it down. That is of course why I used the time lapses. Also had to cut into the video and remove some of the footage. But you know, but if I could have posted on YouTube longer videos than 12 hours, I would have made videos that were like a week long or something like that, because I would probably use a lot more time and plan it better. but I would have made videos that basically never ended, because painting a painting like this, what you see I paint, that is just a very tiny fragment of what's actually happening. And I'm going back and forth with a dark and a light and a dark and a light, and trying to get the colors to come alive and not lose their potency and stuff. And it's a grueling process. Okay, see you in the next segment. Okay, here we are again. Been doing some more work with the hands here, and I just want to end it in a way, on a good note. I think I need to go a little bit underneath there. I did also a stream when I was painting, and I had this conversation with people, and I kind of lost a little bit of my focus, so I need to correct a few small things. When we do detail, it might not be a good idea to have conversations about Ukraine and Donald Trump. Anyway, here I'm going to just use some black and try to get this to kind of need a schwung underneath there. And it's also use some reddish, and that. I think by now, if you actually see my or watch my videos, you are used to what the tones I use. I need some blue-green, greenish. It's a lot of ishes. Blue and green, you know. His veins are kind of blue-green. These things here. It's hard to actually know how much is necessary. So yeah. Okay, here. And there's one there. And we have here. And this one can actually be quite cool to get in there. Just kind of give the hand a little bit more character. Everybody can see it's a hand, but I kind of like to give it a little bit character. Of course, what is the most important to have character is of course the face. That is no doubt at all. That might be some of the most important things. But yeah. But I also want this hand to have some character. If I worked in computing or something like that, I would be, the time I use on a painting like this, I would be a rich man, you know. But you know, we choose our own poison in a way, and when this poison is not poison, it's kind of the beating heart of my life. You see how I try to kind of build that. It's so important with this little bone there, because as I said, it kind of gives the whole thing some character. character. It needs to have character. And here, and there's some shadow underneath there that explains the shape. And down like this. Yep. And a little bit brighter up here. Now it actually start to get some character. I need a highlight there that it kind of comes with a little bit more. You know, as I said many times before, you can't just putting on white doesn't necessarily give you more light. You have to have colors around it, you have to have contrast, you have to have colors. Of course, as I said that twice. There's many things you have to do to make it like that vein there. It kind of shows that. And it also have to kind of feel like they are underneath the skin. The skin is a little bit transparent. Give it some reddish, give it some yellow, give it some, you know, give it all the color spectrum. And yeah. I should actually start looking more in art books. I used to do that a lot more. And comparing, looking at how artists actually used to paint colors and textures and stuff, but it's like you come to a point and you kind of are struggling on a level or I've seen it some, or I know it, but it's very inspiring just to sit down and look at paintings and look at especially how Rembrandt and stuff created all these beautiful. I think I did a mistake there, by the way. I think it should be more, I don't know. Should it be more, was that a little too high? Maybe. Is it important? Yeah, kind of. Now I'm going into this kind of manic type of painting. When people only make sketches, they avoid all this. They avoid the pain of kind of not really know when to stop, because they stop before it really starts. And yeah. Oh, I'm not a photorealist. Why do you paint when? Why don't you just take a photo? Well, you say that, bitch, because you can't paint. It's the only way. You're the only people who actually puts realism or actually painting that painting that is difficult, they put that down. There's people who can't paint, people who haven't gone through the process of actually making paintings that is difficult, you know. Because if you have really done your homework, if you have really gotten good at doing figurative art, you have a great respect for it, because you know how much effort it takes to become quite good at it, and you know the struggle of doing things, details and stuff that is just heartbreakingly exhausting. And that is why people who actually know how to paint, they don't talk like that. Maybe they do other techniques, or maybe they moved on to other things, but they will have this inherent respect for the skill. They will acknowledge the skill to be in itself, art in itself. And yeah. So actually, I don't even get the point. What is the point with conceptual art? I mean, well, what is your concept? What my idea is that you're talking about the idea, or what are you talking about? Tell me what you're talking about. And usually they can't, you know, because they don't know what they're talking about. So screw that. Yeah, wasn't so bad. Maybe I should do a little touch up tomorrow. Go to the finger now. Do the finger. And then do some other stuff and maybe go back to this. This transparent skin. And here. And it starts to look like a hand. Yeah, it actually does. I need to make this disappear in a very good way. I do the Alzarine and my beloved Naples. Naples yellow. Naples yellow. Then it can disappear. Like this. Yep. Yep. This, like this, and gives it a little bit texture. Yeah. Yes. Okay, just do like this a little bit. I'm gonna go to the fingers there and see how much time I've used on this. Yeah, okay, 13 minutes. What I need to do here, just get a little bit of the shape correct. And yeah. And the colors, because it disappears on the other side there. Do like this. Disappears a little bit. Because his fingers has his character. So I want to try to get some, you know, so not just fingers, but actually his fingers. And that, my friend, that is difficult. Yes, yes. That's why I do layer upon layer. Why do I hold all these pencils in my hand at the same time? Why? Why? That's... Ho! Okay, let's go. Let me see now. It's a little bit of reddish over here. Like this. And there's some kind of blue on here. And this is actually quite blue on that side. And you have this tiny piece of there. And of course there is, this is when it becomes complex, because you know it's kind of bright light also on this side. That kind of explains the whole shape of the finger. That goes a little tiny bit out here. And then we have that little tiny shadow. Now, as I said before, this is why I really appreciate Philip Weber artists, because they know how much time and how much effort it goes into just creating this tiny little detail, and how hard it is to get it, really get it right, if there is such a thing. Not just, it mustn't be a finger cliche, it must be a believable finger. Okay. Like this, and goes kind of out like this. Yeah, and I need to tone it down with some blue, so it doesn't, you see what I mean? And on the other side there's more red. And I have to break down the red so it doesn't pop out too much. It's also very important, Maybe follow a little bit of direction and try to give it some real character. Kind of drawn. So what I will do is to close down the video now, because this will take some time, and I will get back to you when I'm done. Yay! Okay, I have been working with these been working on the small details in the fingers for hours, and I've been destroying them, and I've been building them up again and destroying them and building them up again, and I've gone back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and it takes nothing like this I did there, it takes nothing to ruin it. And It is totally crazy town. It is basically exhausting. Now this yeah, and maybe it's okay now. It is this, this fucking pencil. The problem with my pencil is they break down way too fast. I need more of the extremely small ones. And the thing is to get these fingers to be not just fingers, but trying to reach that it actually is his finger. And that is basically as difficult as painting a face in many ways, because then you get into the small things that make out, of course, what makes it his fingers. And it's so small that really kind of drives me nuts. Crazy town. All the detail. I have seen paintings that I had the same struggle with years after the fact, and I noticed one thing. When I see them, when I have the necessary distance to my own paintings, and I'm not manic about them, I don't care about these things, because they don't seem to be important anymore. I would almost say it's almost like being in love. The only thing that matters is that girl. And then a little time passes and kind of get over it, and it didn't matter that much anyway. So maybe that's the problem, is doing detailed work like this is getting into the same manic state as when you're in love. Not in love actually, but unhappily in love. Because being in love is just bliss. If it's mutual, that is just nice, but being in love when it's not reciprocal, maybe it's something like that. Anyway, that's another digression, but I've been doing... What kind of blue do I have to put in there to make that into a believable nail? That is what I'm doing for many hours. And I think I'm going to leave it like this, and I'm gonna fry this fucker over my oven, go to bed. I was hoping to do the last ditch today. Of course that didn't happen, because I've spent basically 7 hours here. And I'm also doing the threads, of course, down like this. I can actually zoom out and show you. But for now, So this is what I have been doing. But now it kind of looks like fingers now. I feel that it does. And now it's just the thing underneath here. Zoom out, just in case you can't see it. Yeah, I'm gonna zoom out a little bit. There. So I think his finger is kind of a little bit lumpy and strange and stuff. So it's not bad, you know. It's not perfect, but you know, it isn't so bad. So I'm just gonna, maybe I'm just gonna let it dry until tomorrow, and then just put in just a tiny, oh no, don't screw it up. There. So, you see, it takes nothing now. Nothing at all. So, tiny bit of red down here, and there's a little bit of light behind. The problem now is that I can't really put on more paint until it has dried, because it kind of just becomes mush, and that is when you just need to stop. I've just gone back and forth so many times now that I just felt I wanted to at least get the drawing right and stuff, so I have a better, because it's so much oil in it now, because I've been going over it so many times, that it will actually dry pretty quick, and that gives me the possibility just to touch up some nuances tomorrow. And yeah, but it kind of breaks my heart that this is too bright now. The shape of that finger is just totally wrong. But I'm very scared of actually screwing it up again. It's so easy to screw it up. Oh my god. And you have this little tiny bit of, and yeah, that shape here, so difficult. And there actually. But I think I'm going to try. Now I'm so manic. You have no idea how manic I am right now. It is just insane. So what I'm going to do is just do like this, and so. And a little bit more. Oh. Well, I'm gonna put some light on there tomorrow evening, when this has all, maybe even Sunday evening. Just to I have told the neighbor upstairs not to use these. He has some things with very noisy wheels on. It's so annoying now he's using them again. I think I'm gonna go upstairs and I'm gonna tell him, have you forgotten something? Yeah, is this okay? It kind of looks like fingers, I think. The thing is that we have finger cliches in our heads. And yeah. Also gonna make this pop out a little bit. Like this. This. We'll darken that a little bit more. Okay, I'm going to do some more painting tomorrow and I will call it. So with this I say good night. So here we are. I'm going to do some last touch up all over the place basically now, and yeah, but where do I put my pencils? There did I put my pencils, and here is my coffee. That's very important. Coffee is very important. Very important. Let me see, I'm just gonna strengthen maybe I gave him a little bit too much here. There. Yeah, did I? Let's see now. Yeah, that might be a problem. So, just gonna change that a little bit. I'm not gonna do any long segments anymore, because this video has just gone out of all proportions when it comes to the time I've used on it, and it must be over 10 hours long by now, so it's kind of time to close it down. But when I do kind of the last touch up and stuff, it's more like I go in there and I try to just give some small nuances. If I start to change too much at this point, I will never be able to stop, and that is not what I'm here for today. But this I need to do because it has a little bit more bright light up here, and I mean, it is kind of in the bluish. I'm kind of overworked now when it comes to this painting. It's really hard for me to see where to go now. And there, I think, yeah, that was actually better. Also, maybe. Yeah, I need to tone that down a little bit, because if not, his cheek is actually a little bit too far out. So that was more correct. I'll do it like this. So that is the kind of things I'm doing now. So yeah, maybe his ear goes a little bit out like that. I don't think I want to touch that anymore. I shouldn't really do anything more about his face. Maybe I actually made his head a little bit too high. It's hard to know. I think maybe it's gonna go a little bit more down here. Just keep it open and like this. Yeah, I think that was better. Yeah, it looks better. Hard to know. You see, I want to strengthen the shadows here a little bit. So give it a little bit more substance. But it's also very much in the dark, so that is the thing when you put, my brain always puts things into compartments in a way. It compartmentalizes the whole motif. So I have a little bit of problems to see the whole thing as a whole. And that's why sometimes I do this part a little bit too dark or a little bit too bright, because I forget to see it in context. So these markings on the wall back there, maybe they could have been stronger. But then if I go further now, I basically go into the almost photorealism, and then it basically becomes a totally different ball game. I have to start to add even more textures and stuff, so I don't want to do that. You see, but I need to get that rope to become a little bit clearer. This one. So, also maybe a little bit on the other one. This. And yeah, this one's very dark actually. I'm just gonna give it a little bit more oomph. Make it a little bit clearer. And, there's actually a small piece of tape on the in reality, but I'm not gonna do that because it's not necessary. And you have the shadows. The shadows, really. I'm just going to give it a little bit more color. Shadow. The shadow is way stronger. So. This is what I say when I say touch up. I just strengthen some lines, strengthening some stuff. Not really changing so much, just adding that last thing that gives it more, kind of more yeah, oomph. Makes it more whole, maybe, because when I strengthen that, it looks like, actually looks like there are more wall behind it. Now I would actually like to do someday, just go crazy on it and do more photorealistic stuff, but not now. I need to have a better schedule. I need to have a better economy. It's also about money actually, because if you don't have, I mean, if you do really photorealistic paintings like this, or you do like this, it will demand way more time, and also I wonder how many paintings you know that German guy, Philip Weber artist, are actually making every year, because his things are extremely time consuming, and yeah, I wonder. See, just a little bit, gonna pull it out, get some little bit more substance, not so much that I have to go crazy days on end, just so you know there's something in the background, there is something happening. I think you get my point. Yeah, I think that's quite nice. There's always something, you know. So subtle now. It's almost like so. I don't know what's it like. Now I want to do something with the air, because I can see there are more. You see, it goes up like this a little bit more, and there. Yeah, it's more like it. Maybe. No, that was way too strong. Should be reddish inside there actually. So try some red. If it's too black, it just will look like look wrong, totally wrong. Yeah. And third there. Yeah, I think that was better. Out here a little bit, and then in there. And I'll just tone it a little bit so it doesn't kind of pop out too much. And let me just do like this, shake it up a little bit, and just come all the way in. Maybe there was a little bit better. Like that. This is really dangerous because this is when, if I really start hanging myself up in this, I can easily start screwing stuff up. And we don't want to do that. So, there's a small, tiny lights. Tiny, tiny, tiny. No, just turn it down. Turn it down. Yes. So. I think that will do, actually. Actually, this beard. This one-day beard. That's how you do that. You just go in and then you scrape it away again to create more natural. Overgang. So, that was better. It actually was. Anyway, that was another 20 minutes. Hey, I do one more and then. So, I'm basically done. I have only kind of touched up some small things like some texture in the background, which I prefer to just add in very kind of subtle, like here I did just put it in, then going back and forth, like put it first in, then I go basically over like this, back and forth, so I just put it back in. I don't want the background to pop out too much. I wanted to have some substance, but not that much as it kind of takes over the painting. That wouldn't be good. Takes over for him. If there's too much disturbance in the background, it will easily take over, and you don't want that. Also, if I should put in more now, I basically had to go all the way photorealistic. So I stop here, or I go kind of crazy all the way in with the background also. And I basically, it's a choice. Maybe I should have done it, maybe I should not, but for now this is how it came out. So I think this is good enough to say it like that. And I do wonder if I'm going to do some totally photorealistic things in the future, or try to go as far as possible. But of course I want to keep the paintedness, so it will never be like real photorealism. Because when you do photorealism, you can't build all these textures. If you see this painting from the side, you will actually see a relief popping out of the canvas. And that is what happens with my paintings, because I work so much, and therefore you get this very the sculptural effect becomes very pronounced. And that is basically what I like to do. So yeah, I'm kind of pleased with that, you know. So I'm just gonna kind of clean up a little bit. Always I had so big problems with deciding how tall his was. Of course it is like this, so this is correct, but it was the angle and all kinds of that. And he has this strange expression in his face, so it was kind of, it was actually not easy to catch it, because it's kind of in between some kind of boyish, uncertain, but also proud. When I took the photo, he kind of tries to look proud, but then you see a certain uncertainty in his eyes, because he doesn't like, I don't think he liked the situation being taken photo of. So it also kind of shines through. So it is almost like there's many expressions in one expression. As I told my girlfriend, because my girlfriend, she's very beautiful, but she hates being photographed. And I told her the problem is that the models who are easiest to photograph when it comes to girls, I mean now, or even probably even men, you know, but because men who really likes their own bodies and stuff, they'll enjoy being photographed. But when it comes to girls, which, because I basically have photographed or used most girls, probably because that is my thing, girls. Or the thing I find the most beautiful. Actually, it's more easy to find a beautiful girl than a beautiful man. And I've actually heard some women, friends of mine, who says the same thing, that it's very hard to find a real good-looking man. A man who really takes care of himself and stuff. So yeah, maybe there's something to it. When it comes to girls, it's more, it's kind of, also they can use makeup. Okay, that was a digression. But the point is that many of the girls who really enjoys being photographed have score very highly on the narcissistic traits or the borderline traits and narcissistic traits. So they come with baggage, and this guy probably falls into that thing where he doesn't really, he doesn't have that, shall we say, narcissism in him. As to my girlfriend, she likes, of course she likes attention, but she doesn't like to know that she's getting attention, if you know what I mean. The same thing with me, I'm very hard to photograph because I stiffen up, and my mother has the same thing. So anyway, maybe this is actually enough. Maybe I should put in a little bit more behind here. Then I will just sign it and I'm done. That would be great. Just a little bit. Keep it down. Yeah, I think that should be enough. Maybe that is enough. Oh, I've used so many hours on this painting. getting in about $10,000 for it, or something like that. But it is so much work that sometimes you could actually argue that it's maybe not even worth it. But you know, it's also a challenge. So it did give me a challenge, a real challenge, because as I said with the expressions and stuff, it's been a real challenge. So that's a good thing. Challenges are always a good thing. You have to be challenged, or you want better yourself. And despite this being commission work, and I don't really wish I could actually leave commission works behind, because I rather want to do my own things. It is more challenging when it is a portrait or something like this, because I'm responsible to the customer in a different way. If I only make my own stuff, I can take more freedoms, maybe. But and yet when it's a portrait like this, I just have to try to get it right. And yeah. Now I haven't been able to put any Varnish on it, sadly. But I will do that, because this commission is actually to the Sjömansförbundet, the sailors, the owners of the sailing boats, the boats in my home Iceland, hometown actually, Haugesund. So it's gonna go where I am from, so I can go in there and put the last Varnish on it there. That's good. So yeah, that is good. So here, try to get that. Now I feel like getting quite manic again. I can't really let it go. It's so typical. So typical. Yeah. And here. So. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I just have to stop. Or I will, I could have done this for another 12 hours, I'm pretty sure. But I'm not going to do that. I'm gonna stop and say, enough is enough. Yeah. Enough is enough. So, there we are. Maybe I should sign it. No, I can do that. I want to sign it because no, I'm just going to do that. Maybe I should show you the signing. Yeah, I can do that. I can do another signing. Yeah, I can sign it. Okay, then I have to do it like this. This is actually quite difficult because I don't want the signature to be too pronounced, because it takes away takes away the Oppmerksomhet, as it's called in Norway. It takes away the attention. Oppmerksomhet is Norwegian for attention. Just write K, very small, A, V, single V, Vik is K, Vik is S, Viks, and an H, Håland, H, and it's kind of an A with a thing, ring up on top. Vikshåland is like an A but with a thing on. It's called Å. It's called Å. And then it is basically land. Land. A H is like a small mountain in a way. And a Vik is like when you're looking out into the sea, you see the horizon, and you have a Viks, like a Vik. It's coming. The sea comes in, and then you have this H, which is more like a small mountain, and land. So it's Vik like the sea, H like the small mountain, and land. That's my last name, Vikshåland. Land. However, that is my, okay, maybe I'm wrong here, but that is how I understand it or understood it. I've read about it. So my name actually means something. You know, it's Old Norse probably, or Old Norwegian. So yeah. 225. 225. Thank Odin, I'm done. Yeah, Odin's Lord, Odin's Lord. Oh, it's not. Just kidding. There's no Lord. There is no Lord. The skies are empty. So, 25. A little bit pronounced maybe, but because people want to see my signature, because in my home Iceland I'm kind of a tiny bit famous. So, yes, okay. Thanks for watching. I want to show you the painting. Yeah. And voila, here it is, the finished artwork. It was a long and grueling process. I will say thank you for watching. Here you can see some of the textures and stuff, and it became up pretty nice. Now actually the colors is a little bit yellow. That has to do with my camera when I go close. But this is how it turned out. And I do think, I was struggling with these fingers for hours the other day. I think it came out pretty nice. As I said, I could have done more, but I can always do more. And here's the subject. And you can see it even does that here, with making them more yellow. So, yeah. Now, as I always say, please give it a thumbs up, leave a comment, tell me what you think, and if you like to support me, you can do that by going to Patreon and sign up there for one of the tiers, or you can also buy me a coffee. You find a link in the description. And yeah, with this I hope to see you in my next video. Hey! Okay, here we are finally at the end of the video, and here you can see some of the textures, some of the brushwork, and of course some of the details as I work myself out here. Here you can see some of the textures in the face that I was talking about in the video, and it is just built like crazy. There's so much layers upon layers, so many things that changed over time. It's basically came out of the painting, and they wondered actually, was it supposed to be like this? And they say, yeah, that is what real painting is like. Now check out my Patreon, and if you want to support me, buy me a coffee, and see you in the next video.